Chapter 3351 Symbol of Authority. Symbol of Authority. What was a crown? In ancient times, it was a fancy way of denoting authority. Anyone who wore an elaborate metal band on the head would instantly be recognized as the one in charge. Over the ages, the tradition of rulers wearing crowns became so strong that their association with power, authority, and rights had become ingrained in the human consciousness. Crown equals ruler. Though monarchies suffered a decline as people no longer took the divine right of kings seriously, they underwent a revival after humanity spread across the stars. Many wealthy groups and individuals that invested so much into setting up colonies in distant planets wanted to enshrine their right to rule in a way that was compatible with inheritance. Putting a crown on one's head and calling yourself a king or emperor usually did the job. These terms and the associations behind them were classic templates that humanity was already accustomed to. It was enough to revive them and modernize them so that they worked well in a time where kingdoms and empires stretched across many star systems. Ryan Aden did not spend all of that time explaining his background, motivations, and ambitions for nothing. He provided crucial context to Ves on why the dwarven leader needed a crown and what it was supposed to accomplish. Just like all of those other rulers in the past, the Iron Emperor wanted to make use of its power and associations to assume leadership over the entire dwarven population. In normal circumstances, this is an absolutely silly idea that would never work in a million years. A crown might look impressive and make anyone wearing it look a lot more dignified, but so what? If anyone could become a boss by donning a crown, Ves would have long made one for himself and put it on his head. There was more to leadership than symbolism. Laws, rules, agreements, compacts, approval, wealth, and other factors were much greater variables that decided who called the shots. There were way too many examples in human history where the person who actually wore the crown actually held precious little authority. Instead, it was the people behind the throne or the supposed vassals who actually called the shots. Ves recalled that the Vesia kingdom closely matched this pattern. Every Vesian respected the powerful ducal houses first, and only paid attention to the royal house afterwards. To the commoners, the king was almost an invisible entity. Therefore, a crown could never make other people respect its wearer if they had no reason to do so. Crowns worked best if the rulers who wore them already gained the submission of the people through other reasons. The problem that Ryan handed to Ves was that the title and position of Iron Emperor only held sway in the Vulcan Empire. In the greater galaxy, any dwarf who ran around while claiming to be the emperor of all dwarves would be laughed at before being driven away like an unwanted beggar. This was because Ryan Aden's foundation among the dwarven galactic community was too inadequate. Sure, Ryan might have gained a bit of respect by becoming the head of a powerful dwarven state, but that would soon be a thing of the past as the Vulcan Empire kept losing territory to the humans every day. The fall of the Empire and his complete lack of hands-on leadership during this time would definitely turn into a stain on his record. Since the Iron Emperor already had a history of abandoning his subjects, who would be crazy enough to fall under his banner? Since Ryan could not rely on logic, facts, or incentives to command the respect of the dwarves, he wanted to resort to a time-tested solution that was capable of indoctrinating any person into giving their loyalty to others. The crown that I need to make isn't just about creating a symbol of temporal power, Ves murmured. It must also contain a religious element that suggests that Vulcan has given his divine decree that its wearer is the anointed leader of the dwarves. Both of these tasks were easy enough to accomplish to Ves. As a mech designer, his technical proficiency was high. Even though he had never made an actual crown in his life, he could quickly get up to speed by performing a bit of research. As for the religious element, Vulcan was his direct incarnation. Together with his increasingly more expansive spiritual engineering capabilities, he could fine-tune, specify and empower the glow of the dwarven crown in many different ways. If his job was to make a crown that satisfied both these requirements, then Ves didn't need to make use of first-class materials and a first-class workshop. He could just whip something up in a couple of hours in his personal workshop aboard the Spirit of Bentheim? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Ves leaned his smooth-shaven chin against his palm as he reread the document that listed all of Ryan's demands. The dwarf was not that picky when it came to the style, appearance, and exact functionality of the crown. The sovereign trusted Ves to design a crown that was fit for the purpose. Though the document actually listed a lot of restrictions, most of them were merely there to make sure that Ves did not design anything too crazy or radical. Ryan preferred to obtain a more classical-looking crown that did not defy too many conventions. After all, a crown was not a fashion statement. Well, I didn't plan to design anything too unconventional anyway. I can work with a classical style, Ves muttered. What Ryan actually paid attention to was whether the crown was good enough to do its job. The quality of its craftsmanship was the strictest requirement of this job. If Ves wasn't able to turn this crown into a masterwork, then he could say goodbye to everything. Combined with the need to turn it into a first-class product, the difficulty level of this simple-sounding job was high. What Ryan wanted was for Ves to make a dwarven heirloom that would remain impressive to the highest echelons of society for centuries, if not millennia. This was why it could not look shabby in the slightest. No other crown in existence was allowed to outclass Ryan's symbol of authority. As Ves continued to read through the list of requirements, he found other troublesome points. For one, the crown had to be exclusive to Ryan Aiden. It would only show its approval and its strongest impression when it was worn by its designated wearer. Anyone else who attempted to wear this crown must receive its rejection. Ves turned around and looked up at the dwarven leader who overlooked the workshop from above. "Hey Ryan. What is your question, Vulcan? It says here that you want to turn this crown into your exclusive property." "That is correct. Is there a problem? I recall that you have the capability to distinguish and discriminate against the users of your products. Your Ovanan Mechs and your Hexer Mechs are noted for this property." Ves inwardly grimaced. This dwarf had studied him from top to bottom. It would be hard to hoodwink such a well-informed client. "I'm not talking about that. What I truly want to bring up is whether you are sure you want to permanently tie the crown to you. I mean, you won't be around forever. What happens if you die a century or a couple of centuries later? I don't think your independent dwarven state would be stable at that time. Being able to pass your crown to a capable or designated successor could be really handy at that time. Just say the word and I will incorporate a mechanism where you can allow other dwarves to inherit the crown based on bloodline, selection, or other factors." Though Ves didn't particularly care about Ryan's grand venture, it would be a shame for his sovereign dwarven star nation to collapse and come to nothing after its great emperor's passing. "You do not need to concern yourself about the succession of my future empire." Ryan firmly shook his head. "By the time my reign finally ends, my dwarven nation no longer needs to rely on this crutch to ensure a stable succession of leadership. The crown is only needed to attain the initial loyalty of powerful dwarven groups. It must ensure they will respect my authority in the absence of an existing governmental structure that encourages compliance." In other words, the Iron Emperor needed to borrow the power of the crown in the early stages of the master plan. Once he succeeded in his initial goals and founded a strong dwarven nation, the culture and institutions he built up would gradually take over the role and provide a much more systematic way to ensure loyalty. "In my lifetime, the crown must form a guarantee that no other challenger or rival can usurp my throne. Even if they take my crown, Vulcan must never approve their reign. Only this can guarantee that Dwarvenkind will grow and develop under my direction." All of this sounded logical, but Ves still found it strange that the crown should only work for as long as Ryan was alive. The dwarven leader was so unwilling to share power that he did not want to open up the possibility that others could depose him from power and take his authority for themselves. What a selfish dwarf! Didn't this mean that once Ryan died, it was of no concern that his new dwarven nation might collapse or split apart overnight? Well, you're the client, so I guess I'll make that happen. Ryan did not impose any other excessive demands. The crown didn't really need to come with any functions. It had to be as enduring and eternal as possible, so Ves was not allowed to incorporate any technological components to its design. However, the Iron Emperor did not say no to some additional bonus features. Making the crown levitate, or enabling it to project a protective barrier were all allowed as long as Ves was able to accomplish it without resorting to electronic components. This is a bit too difficult for me. Ves frowned. I would have to play around with the more unusual first-class materials in order to implement something like this in a crown. The problem was that he had too little time to figure all of this out. He had no choice but to pare down his ambition and stick to a fairly simple and straightforward design in order to make a crown within the deadline. After familiarizing himself with all of the demands that he needed to meet, Ves decided to start by drafting an initial sketch of his proposed crown. I shouldn't adhere to the classic designs that are already familiar throughout history. This must be a crown for a dwarven civilization, not a human one. There needs to be a distinct break in style from the past. When Ves thought out crowns for dwarves, he imagined a thicker, heavier, and more angular metal headwear. The crown for someone who called himself the Iron Emperor had to wear an item that looked close to iron in appearance, so metallic gray was the way to go. Whether it would be matte or shiny could be decided later. I should add jewels as well, preferably glowing ones. Ves gained a bit of inspiration when his thoughts turned into this direction. Instead of adorning his crown with regular jewels, why not incorporate luminar crystals into them? That would not only bestow the crown with a cool light effect, but would also make it a bit more spiritually reactive. He could even turn it into a hidden weapon. Ves imagined a scenario where Ryan was cornered by enemies, only for them to get blasted by laser beams that streaked out of the Dwarven Emperor's crown. Haha, that's a cool idea! I should add it to the list. There was only one snag. Ves only knew how to make second-class luminar crystals right now, but this was because he never had access to higher quality materials and equipment. Yet now that Ryan provided him with a complete first-class workshop, Ves could quickly start making crystals out of genuine first-class exotics. That way, he would get something substantial out of this commission that he could take back to his clan and sit on until he found an opportunity to reproduce the formula for his own purposes. The best part about this move was that the dwarves would effectively be funding his research. Ves did not need to pay for any of the goods and equipment used to develop a first-class luminar crystal. Chapter 3352 Publicly Funded Research. Previously, Ves thought that this commission was a difficult and unpleasant challenge. After all, who wanted to be forced to work with a gun pointed at his head? No mech designer or craftsman would feel good at being exploited for someone else's gain. It was only now that his opinion began to turn around. Ves slowly swept his gaze across the entire workshop. The first-class equipment not only consisted of production equipment that could easily process extremely strange and difficult materials, but also encompassed a couple of useful lab machines. The latter was highly crucial to anyone who wanted to perform experiments or develop a new innovation. With all this lab equipment at his disposal, Ves would be able to investigate how different materials reacted to each other, and find out which one of them possessed the qualities that turned them into suitable raw materials for luminar crystals. Though Ves did not consider himself to be a true specialist in luminar technology, all of that knowledge dumped into his mind after he acquired the relevant sub-skills from the system came in really handy at this time. The expertise he gained from them were so thorough and comprehensive that he reluctantly judged that he was capable of researching new luminar crystal formulas. There are constraints, though. He tempered his expectations a little after he realized that he would have to work under three major constraints. First, he lacked way too much time to explore this avenue at his leisure. With only a day at his disposal, there was no way he could devote a proper amount of time to develop any good formulas. At best, he would just have to settle for his first success and move on from that point. Second, the quality of materials gathered by Ryan and his organization was high, but their quantity and variety left much to be desired. First-class materials that even the Terrans and Rabarthans did not disdain were not cheap. The only reason why the Iron Emperor was even able to amass this modest collection of expensive materials was because he only intended to obtain a first-class crown. If Ryan wanted to fund the development of a first-class mech, the sheer amount of materials he had to buy or redeem from the MTA would likely drain the Vulcan Empire's wealth to such an extent that its citizens would have definitely turned against the central authority. Third, Ves did not forget that he was working for a client now. He could not blatantly embezzle other people's assets and resources to advance his own research gains. He had to make sure that his experimental results tied back to the Emperor's crown. If not, Ryan would surely have something to say about Vulcan's antics. All of these factors dimmed V's enthusiasm a bit, but not enough to put out his passion. He could still work with these restrictions. As long as he cut a few corners and worked as efficiently as possible, he could complete this commission in a way that allowed him to make his mark. If Ryan can truly pull off his master plan. Though Ves still thought that the revived dwarf was being way too ambitious, what if Dwarvenkin truly managed to stand on their own stubby legs? Wouldn't their highest and most respected leader be seen wearing an artifact crafted by Ves? Mech designers did not yearn for immortality. That was impossible. What passionate people like Ves truly wanted was to leave a legacy behind. They wanted to make the most out of their lifespan and affect their society and the rest of the galaxy in a way that allowed them to be remembered throughout the ages. This was true immortality to people. Few ambitious people wanted to live a mundane life and pass away without doing anything that had meaning. Although Ves primarily wanted to base his legacy around the greatness of his mech designs and what mech pilots managed to accomplish with his machines, he did not reject the opportunity to build up a different legacy among the dwarves. If the Iron Emperor truly became the father of a new independent dwarven empire, then a huge number of dwarves would be able to admire his crown. Just the thought of it made him excited in a way that tugged at his craftsman's heart. I can't possibly settle for a boring design. Ves decisively threw out his initial intention to design a safe and boring crown. Of course, that didn't mean he could go wild and design a product that did not sit well with Ryan. What he needed to do was to stick with the classical style, but put his spin on it. Ves began to think what kind of features he could impart on the crown that reflected his strengths. I should definitely incorporate luminar crystal in its design. The only question was how much. He could add a few larger gemstones on the base or on the spiky protrusions. He could also form lines with lots of smaller gemstones. Furthermore, if he happened to need more extravagance, he could encrust the entire surface of the crown with sparkling gems. In fact, why not make the entire crown out of luminar crystals entirely? If it worked for my luminar crystal rifle, it should work for this crown as well. However, Ves quickly suppressed this ridiculous notion. He would have to develop several different formulas to create components of different properties, and that was way too time and labor intensive. Also, A dainty and girly crown made of dazzling jewel-like materials did not fit a dour, gruff, and imposing dwarven leader such as Ryan. When Ves glanced up at his employer for a moment, he immediately gained an impression of a powerful sovereign who was solid, domineering, masculine, and utterly confident in himself. The crown that Ves intended to make needed to complement these traits. This would make the Iron Emperor appear larger than life, giving people the illusion that he stood on a greater height. It has to have a solid, metal construction. Dwarven heads are larger and broader than human heads, and Ryan has a particularly masculine look. He's also bald and doesn't wear a beard like other dwarves, so I need to make sure the style of the crown takes that into account. One of the other requirements of the crown was that Ryan had to be able to wear it with or without a helmet. Fortunately, Ves didn't have to incorporate any complicated mechanisms to accomplish that. Whoever was responsible for developing the Iron Emperor's personal war gear would automatically adapt the helmet to the crown. What Ves needed to take into account was that the crown still had to be distinguishable on Ryan's huge and bulky armored form. If the crown was too small, then hardly any dwarf would be able to notice whether the Emperor wore his symbol of authority. On the other hand, if the crown was too big, then it would look way too excessive on Ryan's bald and naked head. It would be like a young kid wearing his parents' hat. Such an impression was counterproductive, as it made the Iron Emperor look as if he was trying way too hard. How can I reconcile these two competing demands? Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. He began to call up a design interface from the workshop terminal. At first glance, it wasn't that much different from the ones he was accustomed to working with. The only major differences was that it had access to a much larger database, and that its math-intensive functions were backed by an impressive degree of processing power. V's eyes lit up. This little ship possesses more processing power than the spirit of Bentheim. He couldn't imagine how much energy the processors of the dwarven frigate consumed at maximum power. The infrastructure required to host such powerful systems was definitely extravagant. I can't underestimate this frigate. She might even be a quasi-first-class starship. Ves no longer let himself become distracted by these matters and earnestly began to sketch out a couple of draft designs. He did not think too much about the material composition or the extraordinary features of the crown. He just wanted to pin down the visuals and aesthetics of his product first so that he could find a sweet spot where its size wasn't too big or small. This is harder than it looks. After forming a few hasty sketches that he didn't like, Ves ultimately concluded that it was better to start on the small side rather than the opposite. He could always make a crown look bigger and bulkier by adding elements to its design. It was a lot harder to make a crown appear smaller in the same fashion. Adding height is a pretty good way to make the crown look bigger without altering fit. Ves had tried to increase the diameter of the crown, but that would just lead to problems if Ryan tried to wear it without a helmet. He found that it was much easier to achieve his goal if he just extended the height of the crown. In his latest sketch, he thickened the band and placed 12 different blocky protrusions on top of that. The design gained a distinctive masculine dwarven look because of these design choices. When Ves called up a model of dwarf and put the crown on its head, he became quite satisfied with this aesthetic. The thick and weighty crown was a little on the bulky side and made it seem as if the dwarven head was surrounded by a crenellated castle wall. It's a little too plain and unrefined for now, but the crown is unmistakably dwarven in style. One of the requirements that Ryan imposed on Ves was to avoid making it seem that the crown was made by a human. Everyone who gazed at it had to be convinced that it was made by a supreme dwarven artisan. Otherwise, a scandal might erupt once people found out that the Iron Emperor's most important symbol of authority came from a human. Once Ves finished tweaking the contours of his sketch, he needed to embellish it with further details. The crown of an emperor of an entire species shouldn't be too shabby. Right now, my work looks as if it could have been made by any metalworker. This was where his creativity and artistic streak came in. Ves had several different options at his disposal. He initially decided to treat the outer surface of the crown as a metal storyboard where he could carve in different decorative elements. This was his favorite way of making a plain piece of metal look grander. However, much of the finer workmanship on the crown would become indistinguishable from a distance. Considering that Ryan would be holding a lot of public events where he wore his crown, Ves had to make the crown look impressive even if someone was watching the Emperor from the back of the crowd. I have at least two possible choices. First, I can limit the detail work to larger and simpler carvings. Maybe I can carve mysterious runes around the crown. The direction was good, but it was not a good choice to settle for runes. The dwarven people had not developed their own language and script. Ves would have to invent runes on the spot and add meaningless symbols to what was supposed to be one of his greater and more impressive works. However, aside from dwarf-inspired runes, there weren't many other options that Ves could use to embellish the crown. This was why he intended to combine it with the second choice, which was to employ different colors. Ves couldn't go overboard with adding lots of colors to his design, but a simple two-toned or three-toned metallic construction should do the job. That would still make the crown look rather tame, though. Maybe I can add a bit of flair as well. He could add metallic wings to the side or even add horns to the crown to give it a more savage look. Let's see what works and what doesn't work. I have lots of possible choices, so there has to be some that will fit this specific situation. Chapter 3353 Crown Design. As time passed by outside the Dwarven frigate, the Golden Skull Alliance had already retracted half of their mechs. It did not make much sense to keep so many mech pilots in such a stressful position. The Olympus Mons had already exhibited so much power that the humans simply couldn't overcome its might. If that was the case, they might as well take it easy. They all realized that they had turned into hostages. Since Ves already called in and informed everyone that the dwarves would let them go after a time, the threat of death no longer hung so closely over their heads. Of course, Ves had declined to mention the difficulty of his task and the consequences of failure. If the expeditionary members knew that the Iron Emperor was willing to have them all killed if he did not get his way, the oblivious humans wouldn't have relaxed their guard to this extent. At this time, two expert pilots stood silently in the observation chamber of the Spirit of Bentheim. Both of them were still suited in their piloting suits due to the current alert state, but neither of them had any illusions about their chances in battle. Ordinarily, Venerable Joshua didn't like to be around his ex-girlfriend. Venerable Janzi had changed too much as she dedicated herself to her calling. Their opinions on Ves, the direction of the clan, and other topics diverged too much for them to find each other's company pleasant. This was a different occasion, though. The utter defeat inflicted upon the Larkinson clan today weighed heavily on their minds. The fact that their contribution in their attempt to resist the Olympus Mons was too marginal caused both of them to have a lot in common this time. As a result, neither of them minded each other's presence at this time. Venerable Joshua stared out in the direction of the Olympus Mons. I wonder if we could have repelled the Olympus Mons if we finally obtained our expert mechs. Unlikely, Janzi said. An ace mech can easily deal with expert mechs in the same way we can clean up regular mechs. Our mechs would all get crushed no matter what fancy tricks our patriarch has prepared. Both of them envied the strength displayed by Saint Majorca. Her domain field and her ace mech had made a strong impression on every mech pilot, but the expert pilots were particularly affected due to their ability to make direct comparison to their own level of strength. Janzi and Joshua had always known that the gap between an expert pilot and an ace pilot was big. Now that they witnessed the power of the latter in person, They understood that they had still underestimated how much stronger an ace pilot could actually be. Not even the Larkinson clan's battle formation could be their equal. I thought that borrowing the power of the superior mother and the like would be enough for us to defend against other hostile ace mechs. Joshua gripped his fists. You're not the only one who thought that way. We all got complacent. We were too ignorant. If Saint Majorca hadn't taught us a lesson, then some other ace pilot would have done the same. Sooner or later, V's reckless behavior will put us in conflict against a group that can field an ace mech. We need to step up when that happens. That will take a long time, Janzi. I want to become an ace pilot more than anything now that it's clear our clan needs the protection of one, but we're too far away. Both of them had only advanced to expert pilot more than a year ago. They only piloted prime mechs until then, and did not have an opportunity to truly channel their new strength as of yet. Their growth had stalled, leaving them far closer to the starting line than they wished. Even if they obtained their expert mechs, they still had many years or decades ahead of them before they even came close to reaching the next threshold. Venerable Janzi remained stoic as she crossed her arms. We'll have to leave this job to other expert pilots. Patriarch Reginald Cross is the most likely candidate to become an ace pilot. He can break through pretty soon if he is lucky enough. The only issue is that he's not a Larkinson. Though he seems to be an honorable enough sort, the way he disregards the lives of his own clansmen is just as bad as Ves. I can never respect a person who is willing to sacrifice his own dependents to fulfill an ambition. Well, our clan isn't exactly swelling with powerful expert pilots, Joshua said. The most promising one among us is Venerable Stark. She's older and much further ahead than us. Ever since she obtained her masterwork expert mech, her resonance strength has been surging by a lot. She's measuring at 27 Laveres last I checked. This was an explosive level of growth considering that Devia Stark had only obtained the Amaranto roughly half a year ago. Though her rate of improvement was already starting to slow down, she would still be able to reach the threshold of a high-tier expert pilot within a handful of years as long as nothing went wrong. Getting a masterwork expert mech is our only chance, Venerable Janzi observed. If any of us obtains an expert mech that can equal the Amaranto, we can quickly become the pillar the Larkinson clan needs in order to maintain its security in the Red Ocean. Hardly any pioneer wants to risk any forces against an ace mech that is comparable in strength to the Olympus Mons. This was her current goal at the moment. Venerable Janzi had always felt driven to protect the Larkinsons against threats, both from within and without. Now that she learned how much better an ace pilot could withstand much greater threats, she hungered to attain this power for herself. Whether the Larkinson mech designers managed to transform the Shield of Samar into a masterwork or not, Janzi was determined to catch up or overtake Venerable Stark. After all, Venerable Stark was ultimately a guest pilot who had always made it clear that she was not a part of the clan. Since she was a strong-willed expert pilot, the Larkinsons hadn't even tried to persuade her to stay and join the Larkinson. The former citizen of the Weimar Republic was too haunted by her own trauma and tragedies to let go of her vendetta. Though both Janzi and Joshua yearned to obtain a masterwork expert mech just like the Amaranto, they both understood that the chances of getting their way was too low. It was unfair to put unrealistic expectations on Ves and the other mech designers of the Larkinsons due to their previous successes. If any of us obtain a masterwork expert mech, we have to shoulder a greater responsibility. If not, then they would just have to rely on their own efforts to defy the odds. Back inside the dwarven frigate, their patriarch was occupied with making a different kind of masterwork. Damn, there's too much choice when it comes to designing a crown. Ves did not have a lot of time at his disposal, so he tried to rush the initial concept creation as much as possible. He did not consider a lot of alternative choices because it took way too much time to properly consider them all. Regardless, Whenever he envisioned a crown, he could think of at least 100 different design elements that he could add to his design. It was hard to settle for one choice over another since many of them already looked fairly good. He browsed a lot of images of existing crowns on the galactic net and opened his eyes to the works of other artisans. Each crown maker applies different ideas to enhance the majesty of whoever wore their creations. Ves gained a lot of inspiration from these examples, but none of them quite reflected his own ideas. Ves merely used them as tools to narrow down his own choices. Tall crowns can look quite good, and they have an even better effect on dwarves. I don't have to be afraid of using up a lot of materials. Dwarves are so strong that they can surely handle a bit of weight on their heads. The metal of most crowns primarily come in a single tone, but that doesn't mean I should stick with that as well. I can use 2 tones and still make my crown look exceptional as long as there is enough contrast. Slowly but surely, Ves began to design a rather tall and heavy crown that looked more like a solid block of metal than a slender headband. Though he hadn't made any decisions when it came to its material composition, he wanted to come up with an alloy that looked metallic gray. In order to spice up the crown, Ves designed its upper materials to come in a reddish tint. At some angles, it made the crown look as if it was drenched in blood, which he found highly appropriate considering how many Vulcanites Ryan was willing to sacrifice for his ambitions. Along with the dwarven-style shapes which culminated in a raised front section that extended into a hammerhead, the entire crown looked utterly unique and different from any other symbol of authority that Ves had ever seen. Ves added a bit of detail work to the front as well. He carved a small depiction of Vulcan to explicitly tie the crown to the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. If it ever fell into someone else's hands, it wouldn't do for others to mistake the original purpose of the crown and put it on the head of a human monarch. Ryan, please take a look at this sketch. Are you happy with the style of my proposed design? The Iron Emperor had always been keeping an eye on his guest's progress. He already formed an opinion of what Ves had made. You are taking a bold risk by using multiple tones on a single crown. I did not envision myself wearing such a distinct piece. I cannot say I like it, but if you are able to make it work, then I will not object to wearing your work. The dwarven leader pointed out a couple of elements that he wanted to change. He didn't want to make the crown too heavy, and he also wanted Ves to pare back on the amount of reddish alloy he intended to use. He was fine with the overall style of the crown, and he did not mind the luminar crystals either, so Ves didn't need to make any changes in that regard. I am impressed, Vulcan. I anticipated that you would find it difficult to emulate a dwarven design style. It appears my fears were unfounded. You have adapted to our aesthetics like a fish to water. I've interacted with many dwarves. I'm familiar with what you guys tend to like. Ves nervously laughed. In truth, Ves leaned heavily on his incarnation to feel what would work in a dwarven crown. Vulcan was made with dwarven ingredients, so the powerful design spirit, and by extension Ves was able to draw on this aspect to understand dwarven tastes. After obtaining permission to go through with his current design proposal, Ves began to turn to another important design aspect. It's time for me to look at the materials I can use. He moved over to the storage cabinets and began to survey the different metallic exotics and other expensive materials. Ves didn't have a clear idea yet which ones were suitable to be used in his crown. Most of these materials lean on the denser side. That could be a problem, especially considering that his proposed crown was not small. I shouldn't worry too much. Ryan received a lot of augmentation. He can easily bear all of this weight. Chapter 3354 First Class Materials. Ryan and his group amassed quite an impressive collection of first-class materials. Though none of them came in greater quantities, a crown was not that large to begin with. This was also the primary reason why the dwarves were able to amass a decent collection.
This is practically a gourmet for Lucky.
His cat rarely ate materials that were as extravagant as the samples in front of Ves. He bet that Lucky would probably grow incredibly upset at missing the opportunity to devour so many delicious snacks.
Oh well.
Ves reminded himself that he was still working on the clock. He couldn't waste too much time on getting fascinated by all of the wealth on display. He soon grew serious as he began to study the most important properties and merits of each material. Though the selection of materials was not particularly impressive in the inventory of a first-class mech designer, the caliber was unquestionably higher than that of second-class materials. The primary criteria that determine the class of a material is how much value their properties bring. Their rarity doesn't play a role. As long as at least one aspect of them is powerful enough to be used in first-class products, they are classified as first-class materials. What this essentially meant was that there were no useless first-class materials. The practice of dividing materials into three categories was a human construct to begin with, so there was no way that anyone could obtain less valuable first-class materials as a bargain.
Let's begin with the ones that caught my eye.
As its name suggested, Fe343 was an artificial alloy made out of a formula of several different exotic materials. It was a fairly old and well-known material that humanity had developed in the early days of the Age of Conquest. It soon turned into a popular and widely used first-class alloy due to its usefulness and the relative ease in sourcing the raw materials required to make it. This was also the reason why it was affordable enough for Ryan to purchase a sample.
If I have enough Fe343 at my disposal, I could create a powerful energy weapon.
Fe343 had many different applications and was most widely used to make high-end electrical components. Although the physical durability of the material was average, it possessed an insanely high tolerance for heat, electricity, and many other forms of energy. The simplest way to describe it was that it was both a sponge and a pipe for energy. It was able to store energy naturally like a battery or heat sink. It could even hold multiple forms of energy at the same time. Depending on how it was manipulated or incorporated into an object, it could selectively channel a specific type of energy to another destination in an instant with remarkably high efficiency. Although all of these functions sounded rather basic, a creative engineer or mech designer could employ Fe343 in many brilliant ways. Right now, Ves was thinking on how he could make use of Fe343 to create a natural mechanism to power the luminar crystals of his crown. They could also be employed as a form of protection against excessive heat or other powerful energies. This was a crucial material if Ves wanted to add a powerful extra function to his crown. Since Ryan's prohibited him from incorporating any obvious technological components in his design, he could only take a step back and rely on the natural properties of materials to increase the utility of the device.
I don't want to make a purely ornamental piece. A crown of this expense should always have a few surprises.
Ves already planned to turn the luminar crystals added to the crown into hidden energy beam projectors. Although their power might not be as powerful as dedicated first-class weapons, they would definitely give any attacker a surprise.
Let's see what other uses I can add to the crown.
Whoever named extreme cold titanium apparently lacked imagination. However, it was an apt description for this high-grade exotic. It was a lot harder than titanium but shared the same density and other properties of this mundane element. What caused extreme cold titanium to stand out was that it apparently broke the laws of thermodynamics just by existing. According to the first law of thermodynamics, the sum of energy levels inside a closed system should be constant. However, any system that incorporated extreme cold titanium ultimately lost a lot of energy over time. This was because the exotic just sucked in lots of energy, particularly heat, and caused it to disappear into nowhere.
It's a fantastic material to use as a heat sink.
Extreme cold titanium was universally popular in all first-class circles for this reason. Although it had its limitations such as limits to its rate of energy absorption, it was still a fantastic way to persistently cool parts that tended to generate a lot of heat over time. As long as Ves employed a bit of extreme cold titanium in his crown, he could employ heat or energy-generating materials without any concern for overheating.
After all, my crown is not supposed to cook the head of its wearer as if it was an egg.
The only downside to employing extreme cold titanium was that it was active all the time. If left alone in a closed room, it could freeze the local temperature until it was close to absolute zero. This was a known problem, and humanity developed many different solutions to prevent extreme cold titanium from creating disasters. Ves looked intrigued when he regarded these two basic but incredibly useful exotics.
I can already do a lot by combining Fe343 and extreme cold titanium. I just need to pick up both a source of energy and another material that does something useful.
He swept his eyes towards his TAM alloy, which was named after its inventor. Just like Fe343, it was an artificial material with highly useful properties. However, compared to the other two materials, his TAM alloy was a lot less flashy. It only stood out for its superior durability. If Ves was interpreting the specs on the projected information panel correctly, his TAM alloy was actually a lot tougher and more resilient than unending alloy.
A mech made out of his TAM alloy would be a tough nut to crack,
Ves imagined. His TAM alloy also enjoyed another advantage compared to unending alloy. Ves had no idea how to make the latter, but the former was already a well-known material. If Ves didn't have any better choices, then it was completely acceptable to make use of his TAM alloy as the base material for his crown. It would add a lot of durability to the end product, ensuring that no matter what crises or perils it endured, the crown of the dwarves would always remain intact. Still, Ves was reluctant to settle on his TAM alloy because it brought nothing else to the table.
It's also a dense and heavy material. I don't know if Ryan's head can hold that much heavy metal under heavy gravity conditions.
Ves mentally put his TAM alloy on the pending list and moved on to studying another material. Irian B was a natural exotic that was often found alongside its more precious and rarer A variant. Irian A was highly desirable because it was a lot more potent due to its purity. The problem was that deposits of this rather rare exotic were largely tainted and mixed with other materials. It was too hard to find significant amounts of pure substances. The larger quantities of Irian B found in these deposits were weaker and not as potent. Many first-raters even regarded it as substandard materials and would never think of using it in their mech designs or other products.
There's nothing wrong with Irian B, though.
Ves shrugged.
It just isn't as impressive as its big brother.
The main use of Irian B was to form a natural energy shield. Yes, an energy shield. A single piece of processed Irian B could project a protective energy shield that possessed much of the same functionality as a shield generator. In fact, many people theorize that the tech behind shield generators was originally derived from studying the working principles of Irian B. There were several differences between a conventional shield generator and this exotic. First, the former was operated by a powerful AI or clever programming. It was able to be selective about what was permitted to pass through the energy shield. A typical example was light and air. While the simplest application of Irian B was also capable of projecting an energy shield, the problem was that it blocked everything. Anyone who wore a device that was centering around this exotic wouldn't be able to perceive what was happening outside due to a lack of light. The exotic also cut off air circulation, which might or might not pose a hindrance. All of this meant that a shield based on Iron B worked well as an energy barrier, but it could not be relied upon to fight an extended battle.
It's still a good tool to guard against assassination strikes.
Someone as arrogant and ambitious as Ryan Aiden would make enemies sooner or later. He wanted to unite as many dwarves as possible, and some of them might not take kindly to a rival who wanted to usurp their men. It would be a shame for the Iron Emperor to perish early because of insufficient defense.
Ryan is an emperor, not a soldier,
Ves muttered.
The various downsides related to Iron B aren't as relevant to a non-combatant.
Still, it was quite tricky to incorporate Iron B into the crown. Ves had to make sure it created an energy shield on command. It shouldn't be projecting any energy shields when there was no need to put up a defense.
Maybe I can mitigate the other problems if I make use of a clever combination.
The rather silly-sounding Copenhagen copper quickly aroused V's interest for a couple of reasons. It was a natural nemesis towards signals. It generated a natural interference field that was able to scramble nearly all forms of communication. Fortunately, there was a way to neutralize this property, or else Ryan would have to put down his crown each time he wanted to receive remote transmissions. However, this was not enough to arouse his greed. What truly attracted him towards Copenhagen copper was that it was also able to disturb many if not all forms of teleportation, displacement, and materialization phenomena within a decent range. This would prevent Ryan from being teleported against his will. Copenhagen copper was also able to prevent nearby materializations. This was a good way to prevent an assassination attempt by materializing a bomb close to the high-value target.
The only annoying part is that Ryan has to manually switch off these settings every time he wants to teleport or materialize something in his presence.
These were decent trade-offs even if the Dwarven Emperor was able to rely on other tools to block teleportation.
Damn, all of these first-class materials are so useful. They're so tempting to incorporate in my crown.
Aside from maybe his Tom alloy, Ves already hungered to make use of the other exotics or alloys he surveyed so far. With plenty of more materials to study, Ves knew that he would find it much harder to limit his section.
I need to pare back my choices. The crown shouldn't do everything. There are other specialized gadgets out there that can block teleportation or project an energy shield.
Ves realized that most of his ideas surrounding his crown tended to focus on self-defense. He was projecting himself too much in Ryan's shoes. Due to his paranoia, Ves was always eager to increase his ability to defend against threats.
Someone who can afford to purchase all of these first-class materials isn't lacking in solutions.
Ves realized that it was a better idea to focus on more esoteric and unique abilities that others couldn't easily replicate. An interesting question emerged in his mind.
Are any of these materials spiritually reactive?
Chapter 3355, Galenta Bone. Were there any spiritually reactive materials among Ryan's collection of high-grade materials? The probability that this might be the case was low, but Ves did not rule it out entirely. At this point, he had already come in touch with a decent variety of second-class materials. He possessed enough knowledge to know that while second-class exotics possessed fairly remarkable and maybe unique properties, pretty much none of them interacted with spiritual energy in a special way. Up until this point, the few spiritually reactive exotics that Ves had encountered mostly emerged from the Nixian Gap. Ves was afraid that special materials such as P-stone, F-stone, B-stone, and unending alloy could only be found in or around a single unique region. The current pattern suggested that spiritually reactive materials rarely if ever emerged naturally in the galaxy. Only by heading into strange and anomalous regions comparable to the Nixian Gap would he be able to find the materials he needed to incorporate spiritual engineering in his material products.
Hopefully that's not the case.
This was just a theory for now. VS only came in touch with a fraction of the exotics available in any given region. There were so many different varieties of natural and artificial materials available that it was impossible for VS to acquaint himself with all of them in a short amount of time. VS didn't have the time to visit all of the exotic marketplaces and scour the offerings of rare, unique, and newly discovered exotics in person. At the very least, he did not plan to do so during his journey to the gate system. He would have plenty of time to do so in the Red Ocean. After all, the dwarf galaxy would become his new stomping grounds for an extended amount of time. He needed to familiarize himself with all of the available specialty products so that he could design and produce mechs that fit the local circumstances. The materials used to produce my existing designs, such as the Bright Warrior, Transcendent Punisher, and Eternal Redemption, might not be available in the Red Ocean. VS frowned. Even if they are, their rarity and availability may be different, which will all affect the production cost of my designs. It was definitely necessary to adapt every mech design to the environment. This was a necessary process in every star sector and star cluster. The greater the distance, the greater the divergence in resource availability and distribution. This also made it necessary for large mech companies to develop variants adapted to each major region. Well, I can think about that later. Right now, I need to focus on my crown project. Although VS felt an enormous attraction to each first-class material at his disposal, he realized he shouldn't get dazzled by them. The crown he intended to design didn't need to fulfill so many ordinary functions. If VS wanted to make a special crown that no other craftsman could replicate, then he needed to invest it with unique powers. I don't need to add an energy shield or teleportation blocker to this crown, he muttered. The luminar crystals can stay, though. VS intended to do something special with them as long as he was able to develop a first-class formula in the short amount of time he had available. He had already spotted various exotics that were similar to the materials used in the more common formulas of second-class luminar crystals. Although this didn't guarantee that VS was able to combine them into a newer and stronger version of those crystals, he was willing to invest a couple of hours to see if he could pull it off. Even if the firepower of the luminar crystals wasn't particularly impressive, they still looked pretty enough to adorn an expensive crown. Well, let's see if I can find any materials that work especially with my talents. VS no longer surveyed the first-class materials one by one, but swept the entire cabinet with his spiritual senses. He put quite a bit of power in his inspection in order to make sure he didn't miss any fluctuations. He wouldn't have been able to do this if St. Yela Mayorka still covered the entire workshop with her will-infused domain field. Fortunately, she retracted her presence and gave him enough room for him to cover the material cabinets. VS already noticed that these cabinets were not average. They were not only made out of hard and isolating materials, but they also segregated and contained every single sample so that their energy fluctuations or other influences did not affect each other. The cabinets also possessed formidable anti-theft features. Breaking into them was hard and would certainly trip up an alarm. Even if a sneaky bastard like Lucky attempted to nibble on the exotics, various sensors would automatically detect any displacement or decrease in mass and immediately broadcast an alert. I should get one of these as well. VS was different from most snoopers. Whoever developed these material cabinets never accounted for spiritual methods of investigation. This allowed VS to perform a thorough and all-encompassing sweep without too many scruples. He swept all of the cabinets without too much expectation. The odds of encountering relevant goods was too small. Ha! Much to his surprise, he not only encountered a single reaction, but two different ones. He froze for a moment before he cautiously investigated the materials that gave out a response. They were placed in different places, which meant that their properties differed substantially from each other. One of the spiritually reactive materials gave out a vibe that Ves found vaguely familiar. Whenever he injected spiritual energy in this unknown material, it began to store it just like a pea stone.
No, it's not just that. There's also a nourishing effect.
Ves felt a much greater affinity towards this material than a regular pea stone. His breath heaved as he familiarized himself with this strange new material that exhibited a wonderful and extremely useful interaction with spiritual energy. From the way it invigorated and preserved the quality of spiritual energy, Ves felt as if the unknown exotic was alive. This was a much better material to store active spirits, or the remains of spiritual entities. So far, Ves had only come across two materials that possessed spiritual energy storage characteristics. Whether it was pea stone or unending alloy, both of them gave him the impression that they were simple containers that stored or locked spiritual energy without doing anything special. If the previous two spiritual storage exotics were comparable to huts, this third exotic was like a mansion. Ves came up with many possible guesses of what this newly discovered exotic could do for him. If he incorporated it into his hammer of brilliance and other important artifacts, the growth of his various designed spirits might accelerate. He couldn't suppress his patience any longer. He drew out the relevant drawer and inspected the material that gave him so many surprises.
It's organic?
It was a bone-like material, to be exact. The brownish, non-metallic exotic was loosely shaped like a human foot. Although the exotic didn't look particularly attractive, V's eyes shone as he confirmed that this was the material that could potentially solve his lack of spiritual storage materials. As long as this first-class material could be bought through regular channels, Ves would have a way to empower more mechs with prime resonance capabilities. This was especially important for his future expert mechs, as there was no way the Larkinson clan would only host half a dozen of them. With plenty of expert candidates in the clan, Ves would definitely add more expert mechs to the roster sooner or later. Ves eagerly read the property panel of this bone-like material.
So it's called Galenta bone.
Galenta bone was called this way because it looked like a bone and because it was only found in the brains of large and mature Galenta space whales. The Galenta space whale was an astral beast species that were fairly rare but could be found everywhere in the Milky Way. In fact, Galenta space whales had already been found in the Red Ocean. This suggested that the natural habitat of this astral beast species encompassed multiple main galaxies.
This is good news.
Astral beasts mostly consisted of large alien organisms that weren't smart enough to develop their own civilization and mostly lived in space. They were the space-borne version of exobeasts. Due to the challenges of living in a harsh, vacuum environment, there weren't many species of astral beasts, but each one was strong and exceptional in several ways. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain themselves in an environment that was extremely hostile to most living organisms. According to the information panel, Ves found out that Galenta space whales were actually terrifying astral beasts that possessed various special combat abilities depending on their diet. Similar to Lucky, their bodies were able to develop different powers based on the exotics that they had eaten. This was also why Galenta space whales grew more powerful over time. The most formidable alpha Galenta space whales were so difficult to resist that only warships and a lot of first-class mechs were able to defeat them in open combat. The so-called Galenta bone was one of the many strange exotic materials that could be harvested from alpha Galenta space whales. Much to V's dismay, it did not occur in any younger and less mature astral beasts.
Damn. It looks like I won't be going on a whale hunt anytime soon.
What was strange about Galenta bone was that humans who harvested it from the whales hadn't found anything special about it. The hardness of the material was not impressive and ranked at the bottom for first-class materials. The only reason why they were valuable at all was because they possessed an inexplicable ability to calm and soothe people's minds when they were incorporated into headgear. However, the effect was relatively modest and many people didn't need such a function. This was why Ryan was able to afford it, and why he thought it might be relevant to the making of his crown. The demand for the product was fairly low due to this reason, which was definitely good news for Ves. Unfortunately, the supply wasn't impressive either. Ves frowned when he discovered a crucial fact. The population of Galenta space whales in the galaxy has dropped. Due to their ability to accumulate and assimilate different exotic materials over time, every whale was practically a moving treasure trove. Not just humans, but many other alien species in the past had hunted them down as they roamed the stars. The most favored way to catch them was when they needed to mate or raise their calves. Due to various reasons, the Galenta space whales performed these activities inside certain gas giants, which made it easy for hunters to lay in wait and spring a trap. After eons of excessive hunting, the population of Galenta space whales had dropped so much that they almost became extinct. These days, hardly anyone bothered to hunt them anymore because they were simply too rare. This had allowed the remarkable astral beasts to recover their numbers a bit, but it was unlikely that they would be able to populate the galaxy as extensively as before. Galenta space whales posed a hazard to human civilization due to their need to feed on exotics. They occasionally attacked space stations and starships in order to gorge upon them. This was why they could never be allowed to recover their population too much. There was still hope, though. Although the Galenta space whales were almost driven to extinction in the Milky Way, they were a bit more ubiquitous in other galaxies. In particular, Galenta space whales were at least 100 times more prevalent in the Red Ocean. Even if I can't hunt them myself, I can still purchase the Galenta bone harvested by other groups as long as they show up on the market. Ves definitely had to amass a collection of Galenta bone in order to further his ambitions. Chapter 3356, Pirister. This forced commission turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If Ves hadn't been forced to make an imperial crown, he wouldn't have bumped into so many first-class materials so soon. Galenta bone was a fairly rare and obscure first-class exotic due to its low supply. If Ryan wanted to commission a weapon or any other piece of equipment, the likelihood that he would procure a sample of this astral beast remains was much lower. Compared to other first-class materials, the Galenta bone was a lot less durable and did not provide any other notable benefits. Now that I know about it, I'll definitely not let this material go, Ves decided. He swiped it from the cabinet and placed it aside so that he could process it later. He already developed a couple of ideas on how to make use of its properties. It was a pity that Ryan didn't commission a mech from him. Otherwise, Ves could have designed and built a new prime mech with this astral beast remains. These bone exotics are rather strange, though. Ves was reminded of Rorica's bone, which shared several similarities to Galenta bone. Although the naming scheme was slightly different, both of them could be obtained from the remains of long-dead organisms. In fact, didn't he obtain a sample of high-grade Rorica's bone a long time ago? Back then, he stumbled upon the remains of a giant, long-dead humanoid species deep inside the glowing planet. Similar to Galenta bone, Ves managed to obtain the most precious version of Rorica's bone in the giant humanoid's skull. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of rule behind this phenomenon? Ves narrowed his eyes. Could it be that every organism with a high degree of strength develops a strange bone in their heads? If that was the case, Ves wouldn't necessarily have to hunt for Galenta space whales in the future. He just needed to harvest whatever strange bones emerged inside the skulls of spiritually powerful beasts. In fact, why limit his search to exobeasts and astral beasts? What if these bones emerged in sentient and intelligent life forms as well?
Wait a minute. These bones can't be that ubiquitous.
Ves never heard of any high-ranking mech pilots or mech designers growing any weird organs inside their heads. There were many other species that were spiritually powerful as well, but no one ever talked about any strange head bones. People either kept this phenomenon a secret, or it simply didn't occur very often. Ves was more inclined to believe in the latter, especially when he read that Galenta bone only showed up in older and more powerful alpha Galenta space whales. Even so, Ves planned to order his clan to pay more attention to any strange exotics that could only be found inside the heads of different alien species. If there were any other beasts that shared the same characteristic, Ves would definitely try to get his hands on any suspicious bones.
What a fruitful gain!
This discovery alone was worth all of the deaths inflicted on the Larkinson clan this day. Even if Saint Majorca killed 10 times as many Larkinsons, Ves would still think it was a worthwhile trade-off for the opportunity to get in touch with Galenta bone. Once Ves got over his excitement at discovering a new and more accessible material that possessed spiritual storage properties, he shifted his attention to a second material. Unlike Galenta bone, the other spiritually reactive exotic was not organic. It was a metallic material that took on a darker coloration but was not as black as unending alloy. Pyrrhustor was a metallic substance that was mostly available in the galactic heartland but also showed up in the other parts of the Milky Way. The bad news was that Pyrrhustor had not been found in the Red Ocean as of yet. If the spiritually reactive material was truly unique to humanity's native galaxy, then Ves would have a lot more difficulty in procuring this material if he stayed in the new frontier.
It's actually an interesting exotic, though.
On the surface, Pyrrhustor was a high-grade exotic that was simply hard. In its pure refined form, it was tougher than both unending alloy and Galenta bone, and it was also used to make harder alloys when combined with other exotics. Unfortunately, Pyrrhustor possessed several downsides. The main one was that it did not cope with energy damage as well as physical damage. It had a lower melting point than other defensive first-class materials, and was less effective at blocking penetrating radiation.
It's a good material if you need to fight against dwarven opponents.
The Vulcanites mainly favored physical damage weaponry. Though there were plenty of dwarves that equipped their mechs with laser weapons or positron weapons, they possessed an obvious love for hard-hitting Gauss rifles and other kinetic weapons. Against a state or group that showed such an obvious bias, it was a great idea to design mechs based on materials like Pyrrhustor that coped much better against physical damage. In fact, this was exactly what states such as the Empire of the Lost had done. Many of their military mech models were explicitly designed to fight against their dwarven counterparts, and one of the ways to do so was to clad them with the second-class equivalents to Pyrrhustor.
It's not that useful for a crown, though.
If that was everything that Pyrrhustor had to offer, then Ves wouldn't have taken a closer look at it. There were other defensive materials in Ryan's collection that offered a more comprehensive resistance profile. Due to the ubiquity of high technology, first-class mechs tended to make use of a lot of strange weapon systems. Plasma weapons were especially powerful at shorter ranges, and a material that melted fairly easily like Pyrrhustor was not a good choice.
That's not so relevant to me, though.
The reason why Ves paid attention to this rather simple first-class metallic exotic was because it interacted with spirituality in a strange way. Ves initially didn't know what he was dealing with. He could sense that any spiritual energy that passed through the sample of Pyrrhustor somehow became affected by the material. He initially thought that Pyrrhustor disrupted the spiritual energy passing through it. Whatever came out of it turned wobbly and less controllable.
That's strange.
He suspected that there was more behind Pyrrhustor than just exerting a disruptive effect. When he took the sample out of the cabinet, he experimented with it in multiple different ways. He eventually discovered what Perister truly did to spiritual energy.
It focuses the energy that passes through its length.
Ves became more fascinated by the bar of refined metal as he channeled his spiritual energy from one end to the other end. The difference between the input and output of spiritual energy was quite substantial. He discovered that any spiritual energy passing through this spiritually reactive material gradually compressed until the output became much more focused and intense.
The quality of energy has actually risen.
This was a massive discovery. Ves had never encountered a material that effectively increased the quality of spiritual energy from a lower state to a higher state. Of course, the difference was rather marginal. After performing numerous experiments, Ves judged that the maximum possible compression factor that he could obtain with this sample was 1.47. This was just one of its effects. Perister also induced a transformation in the energy that caused it to take on traits that Ves frequently encountered in more impressive sources of spiritual energy. A higher concentration of energy was one of the properties that made universal life energy stand out from other forms of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was too much to ask for Ves to develop an artificial way to produce the energy that made light-prolonging treatment serums so potent. However, he could still make use of Perister to develop other applications where supplying a higher quality of spiritual energy would yield drastically better results. Ves deeply wished he could obtain a large quantity of Perister so that he could incorporate it into the Amaranto's Luminar crystal rifle. He was pretty sure he could develop a way to focus and increase the damage output of this weapon by a substantial degree.
Maybe I can use it on other mechs as well.
What if he added Perister to the decapitator? As long as he managed to pull it off, the Masterwork mech sword might be able to channel considerably stronger and sharper resonance manifestations.
This is a great material to use as a focus or an amplifier.
The only difficulty was that Ves still had to design new mechanisms around this material. That would take precious time that he mostly didn't have. He would definitely have to get his hands on more Perister in the future. Although no one had discovered any source of Perister in the Red Ocean, it should still be possible to obtain imported samples of this first-class exotic. After all, a lot of huge capital ships poured into the dwarf galaxy every day. Each of them carried lots of cargo and trade goods in order to meet the huge demand for raw materials in the Red Ocean. Materials that were solely available in the old galaxy sold for a high premium on the other side of the Beyonder Gate, so a lot of pioneers tended to stock up on exotics like Perister in order to help earn back the insanely high cost of passage. Over time, it would probably get easier for residents in the Red Ocean to get their hands on limited goods such as Perister. As the Big Two kept collecting more phase water, they could build more Beyonder Gates that were larger or more efficient than the current ones. Phase water only became widely used a short time ago. Any tech that was based out of this wonderful substance was still crude and unoptimized.
Hopefully, transit between the galaxies will become cheaper and more affordable in a few decades. Maybe I'll even be able to hop back into the Milky Way without paying tens of millions of MTA merits.
He wasn't in a hurry to return to the old galaxy, though. Why should he go back when he already paid much to get to the new frontier?
Well, let's get this over with first before I contemplate these other matters. I won't be able to play with these special materials if I can't pass this hurdle.
Now that Ves became aware of Galetta Bone and Perister, he did not intend to leave them be. It would be a waste to leave them in the storage cabinets when they possessed such useful properties.
I can use them both in the crown.
Ves eagerly pulled up his draft design for the crown and began to flesh it out by specifying the materials used for different sections. He tried to limit the amount of materials he used for the main structure of the crown as best as possible, and settled for a selection of 4.
I'll use EFE343 as the equivalent of a battery.
I'll use extreme cold titanium as the equivalent for a heat sink and a safeguard against excessive heat. I'll use Galetta bone in order to engineer something special, and I'll find a way to use pyrister to amplify its power. The only element that was missing from this selection was a source of conventional energy. Still, there were so many different power sources available that Ves did not need to make the crown self-sufficient. He could simply design it in a way that it could charge its conventional energy reserves by relying on an external power source. There was no way that Ryan would lack a power outlet. Ves continually gained new ideas as he increased the detail of his crown design. With the help of the two spiritually reactive exotics, he had various ways to impart spiritual abilities to the crown. He just needed to develop one that fit its intended purpose. What would I want if I was making this crown for myself? Chapter 3357 Powerful Crown. Now that Ves fleshed out his crown design and began to get a solid idea of what he was working towards, he devoted the next couple of hours to solving multiple different problems. First, I have to figure out a way to make first-class luminar crystals, Ves muttered. I'll only devote 4 hours to this study. If I can't develop any workable formula in this time, I can't waste any further time on what is likely a difficult endeavor. One of the major limitations that Ves faced was that he did not have access to the crystal cube. Without this piece of alien-derived tech, he wouldn't be able to add internal circuitry to his luminar crystals. Ves had to make a special request to Ryan to allow his subordinates to ship it over to the dwarven frigate. Of course, Ves would have never brought one of his cherished possessions to enemy territory on a whim. What if the Iron Emperor took a fancy of the crystal cube? He had to take a risk, though. He was really set on embedding luminar crystals in the crown, and only the best would do. Ves could never forgive himself if he employed substandard gems when he knew he could have made better ones. Ves took a careful glance at the upper catwalk. The Iron Emperor constantly paid attention to what took place in the workshop, but he didn't show any particular interest in the crystal cube. Only someone who was well-versed in luminar crystal technology would be interested in obtaining it. The dwarven race generally wasn't interested in playing around with energy weapons anyway. Illustrious one, I'm going to need your help. Now that he obtained the crystal cube, Ves began to channel the Illustrious One in order to facilitate his research. He began to gather different materials and took small samples from them before using them to synthesize different crystals. The advanced lab equipment available in the workshop worked remarkably faster than he thought, although Ves first had to read the manuals before he could employ their full capabilities. No wonder why they're so expensive. They're huge time savers as well. Time was the most valuable resource to mech designers and other people, so it made a lot of sense to invest in equipment that could perform a job multiple times faster than usual. After he found out about this benefit, Ves began to analyze more materials and experiment with combining them together into different products. He soon discovered another property about first-class materials. They're much more energetic than usual. Ves frowned. This was the source of their strength, but also the reason why they were so hard to work with. All of the materials with remarkable effects tended to interact and interfere with each other quite a lot. It was hard to find first-class materials that worked well with each other. If he forcefully tried to combine different materials with low compatibility, the crystals he made turned into unstable products that were liable to turn into bombs. In order to prove this assumption, Ves commanded a bot to pick up a small thumb-sized crystal before throwing it against the bulkhead up ahead. Boom! Alarms rang in the workshop as the crystal that had collided against the bulkhead produced an explosion that was powerful enough to create a hole in a typical second-class mech. The workshop's automated disaster response system quickly came online and isolated the affected area before removing any debris and dangerous materials from the scene. The system also cycled the air and scrubbed any unhealthy contaminants from the local environment. Wow! The crystal he made wasn't even designed with a destructive purpose in mind. If VS developed a luminar crystal that was expressly meant to explode, what kind of powerful bang could he produce? I did not invite you here to squander my valuable material reserves and play with fireworks. Please continue to develop my crown. Hey, this is important research. VS defended himself. I think I know what I got wrong. I can fix this. I promise. He was largely telling the truth. The more failures he produced, the more he ruled out unviable options. He had already succeeded with creating luminar crystals out of first-class materials. VS just needed to apply the existing theory on the material composition of luminar crystals in order to make them. Though they looked dubious, he at least found the right direction. He just didn't know how to put them together in a stable package as of yet. The selection of materials was generous but far from all-encompassing. The likelihood of finding materials that could moderate or limit the degree of conflict was too low. In the end, VS managed to find a viable formula in the nick of time. He first played around with the proportions before selectively adding or removing various different materials. Through trial and error, he somehow discovered a formula that produced a stable first-class luminar crystal. VS grinned. It's definitely possible to make a luminar crystal that is powerful enough. The only problem was that VS already used up a small but significant amount of first-class materials. All of his failed crystals were pretty much impossible to recycle once they were made. If his experiment went on for a couple of weeks, Ryan's inventory of high-quality materials would probably be drained. As it was, VS had to employ 12 different exotics to create the crystals, which was more than what was proper. It's just an initial formula. I bet I can reduce the amount of waste by working on it further. Now that he gained a proper starting point, VS was confident that he could increase the power and efficiency of this formula by tweaking the numbers. The biggest problem of the current formula was that it used up too many expensive materials. VS would pretty much bankrupt himself if he attempted to buy a sufficient quantity of all 12 first-class materials used to make his latest crystals. If he could cut back on the most expensive first-class materials, he could save up a lot of money for future purchases. For now, he memorized the materials as well as the proportions used to make his first-class luminar crystal. It's a pity that it can only discharge a single type of energy, VS muttered. VS based the current crystal on one of his simpler formulas, as the more complicated ones imposed special demands for materials. They were also more difficult to synthesize in order to achieve specific effects. Right now, when VS fed the crystal with energy, it discharged a simple but incredibly powerful laser beam. Although the laser beam wasn't as strong as a full-powered shot from the Amastendera, the sizes of the two objects differed substantially. The Amastendera was as large as other handguns, while the experimental crystal that VS had made was merely a crystal the size of a thumb. Of course, the crystal alone couldn't shoot out laser beams. VS also had to address other necessities such as target acquisition, aiming systems, energy supply, and heat absorption. That's where the rest of the crown comes in. VS confidently smiled. Now that he was assured that his crown design would be able to incorporate powerful luminar crystals, VS completely let himself go and allowed his creativity to run wild as he designed a crown fit for a dwarven sovereign. Several more hours went by as VS became completely engrossed in this fascinating project. With Ryan footing the bill for everything, he did not worry about any budget limitations at all. The dwarven leader wanted the best, and he was quite aware that he couldn't obtain what he wanted if he acted like a cheapskate. VS began to combine the four selected materials in a clever way. He used the relatively abundant volume of the crown to hide a lot of little mechanisms that straddled the line between technology and non-technology. "I'm cheating a bit here," he admitted. Ryan didn't want to obtain a crown made out of existing technology that would grow obsolete after a couple of generations. He wanted to get his hands on a timeless piece of empowered craftsmanship that remained up to date for many centuries. When Ves understood this exact motivation, he acted a bit cleverly by creating extremely crude mechanisms that mostly relied on the natural properties of the exotics to do most of the work. Pirister is a bit challenging to employ in the right conditions, but it is absolutely essential to put it in the crown. Throughout this design session, Ves discovered another way to increase his understanding. He pulled out the hammer of brilliance and softly hit it against the Pirister sample. Ves closed his eyes as Vulcan thoroughly scanned Pirister before beginning to decipher its properties and insights on how to use it. The latter part was quite impressive to Ves, as he sometimes gained new ways to make use of Pirister that he hadn't thought about himself. With the help of this useful function, Ves slowly completed the physical design of his crown. "It's a bit bigger than I initially set out to design." The crown used to look fairly tall, but Ves increased its weight by adding curled ram horns to the sides. "Did I go a little overboard with them, or is it fine?" he wondered. The extra horns caused the crown to become heavier even if Ves did his best to make them hollow. However, they looked so great that Ves couldn't bear to remove them from his design. Ves just had to be more efficient elsewhere if he wanted to keep the weight of the crown under control. He couldn't imagine how much strain Ryan would bear if he attempted to wear this crown without a helmet under heavy gravity conditions. Aside from cutting off more elements of the crown, the only other way to reduce its mass was by employing a material that could offset gravity to an extent. However, Ves was reluctant to resort to this solution because someone could definitely tamper such a function. Ryan's head would become a lot less comfortable if it was forced to bear a huge physical burden. Once he finished with the physical design of his crown, he began to think about its spiritual design. "Well, Vulcan must be intimately involved. He can perform a variety of useful tricks." Vulcan was the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. Each of these domains meant something to the incarnation, and he possessed special powers related to them as a result. At this time, Ves thought that being the god of dwarves should bestow Vulcan with a measure of authority over regular dwarves. He had seen what an effect Vulcan's glow would have on a receptive audience. His initial task was to translate this effect into his crown design. This wasn't very hard, but Ves wanted his crown to perform more functions based on Vulcan. He tweaked the spiritual foundation of the crown. Despite his best effects, the spiritual foundation of an ordinary product could never match that of a mech. Ves did not have much room to work, so he could only add a few useful functions to the crown. He had to make a careful selection and rule out plenty of interesting alternatives in the process. What does Ryan lack the most? A means to obtain the loyalty of stubborn dwarves. Belief in Vulcan should help a lot in that regard, but how could Ryan distinguish between genuine believers and those who paid lip service? His crown could help him with that. Ves gained a bold idea in that regard. What if I enable Vulcan to descend upon Ryan to a degree? Something similar had happened before to Ryan. Ves refused to think that the system randomly chose the dwarf to be a mastery host. Perhaps there was something special about him that made it much easier for spiritual entities to enter his mind. If my guess is right, I can turn the crown into a device that can literally call on Vulcan to descend. This would definitely make the crown stand out. It also solved a fair amount of problems, as Ves did not have to rely on the object alone to power its abilities. By borrowing Vulcan's might, he would be able to stuff a lot more power in his work.
Chapter 3358 Divine Vessel. As Ves continued to design his dwarven crown, he began to think about the meaning of his work. He was a mech designer by profession. Although he created a lot of other products lately, he never forgot his true purpose. Even star designers, who famously branched out and created all kinds of other products, never abandoned the field they were best at. Designing mechs was the root of their passion and the purpose of all of their hard work. Although Ves could not even come close to approaching the majesty of a star designer, his current activities put him on a similar path. It was not unusual for mech designers to branch out early and work in other industries. Specialist mech designers often spent time on designing and building specific products or parts that had a relation to their design philosophy. For example, Kedis mainly focused on designing swordsman mechs, but it was not a waste of time for her to focus specifically on developing swords. The gains she made after creating the decapitator was great, and not much less than if she built a masterwork out of an entire mech. In that context, what Ves was doing should also be considered an extension of his work. Similar to how Kedis improved her ability to design swordsman mechs by focusing specifically on swords, Ves realized that he could evolve his ability to design living mechs if he explored the depth of spiritual engineering in different circumstances. Creating totems was one of the ways he could apply his design philosophy to products other than mechs. Unlike designing mechs, designing totems was less cumbersome and took up way less time. A serious mech designer never wanted to cut corners when he engaged in his primary work, but that could be quite troublesome at times. If Ves wanted to experiment with his specialty, or explore a new avenue without dedicating months of design time, then it might be a good idea for him to experiment with developing totems. What I'm doing right now is an opportunity to learn more about my specialty. I can try out new ideas, I can place my work in a different context, and I can implement solutions I wouldn't dare to use on a mech design. As long as I don't take too much time away from mech design, it is quite worthwhile to devote my time to creating totems. As Ves continued to design the crown for his current client, he found that he enjoyed this process a lot. Unlike the previous times where he either developed excellent totems for himself or disposable totems for others, he began to think of himself as a true craftsman. He had the illusion that he had become a venerated master artisan who received commissions from all kinds of powerful people. Even a dwarven emperor wished to receive his services. This could become a profitable side business for me, Ves murmured as his eyes shone brighter. Not everyone is a mech pilot, and not everyone needs a mech design from me. If I start to offer powerful and highly customized totems to wealthy individuals, I can earn a lot of money in the Red Ocean. Only the powerful and those attached to them had the qualifications to enter the Red Ocean at this early stage. Ves might not be able to compete adequately against all of the powerful masters who had already set up shop in the new frontier, but he was pretty certain that no one could create artifacts like his upcoming crown. Spending several uninterrupted hours on trying to rack his mind on how to best tailor the crown to an ambitious dwarven ruler caused him to think about his work from different angles. A crown was not a mech and therefore had a different dynamic with its user. Though Ryan used to be a mech pilot in his past life, getting shot in the head before getting pieced back together by the MTA caused him to lose his ability to interface with mechs. Therefore, Ves couldn't treat the intended user of his crown as an ordinary mech pilot. He had to configure his product in a way that made it powerful without relying on the strength of its wearer. Part of the reason why mechs are powerful is because they are a part of a greater whole, Ves reminded himself. The union between a mech and mech pilot produces one of the strongest combinations known to humanity. This was why the Olympus Mons was so ridiculously strong in direct combat. Ves even guessed that Saint Majorca and her ace mech could even beat up the Unending One in a direct battle. Unlike his other clients, Ves could not impart that kind of power to Emperor Ryan Aiden,
First, the resurrected dwarf was not a mech pilot anymore. Second, a crown could not compare to a mech. All of this meant that the crown he was trying to make would certainly pale in comparison to his mech. If VS was able to design a first-class mech under similar conditions, then whatever machine he would be able to make at the end could easily overpower any crown he made today. There was nothing he could do about this disparity, but that didn't mean that VS was resigned to make a weak product. Can a crown be as powerful as a mech? No, but I can leverage my advantages to close the gap as much as possible. As VS set this goal in mind, he became more driven as he refined his crown design. He not only developed many new ideas, but also sublimated his thinking towards his own work. Whether I'm designing a mech or a totem, I should always maximize the value that I can provide to my customers. The premise of his design philosophy centered around maximizing the synergy between a mech and a mech pilot. VS believed he could generalize this relationship and do something similar with any product and any client. VS made a fairly obvious realization, but one that he never explicitly thought about. Why should I limit myself to the properties of a mech? I don't need to rely on a neural interface to establish a bond between a mech and a mech pilot. VS was quite confident that he could create a mechanism where Ryan was able to interface with his crown, and thereby gain some control over it with his mind. Of course, such a bond wouldn't be as good as the connection between a mech and a mech pilot, but it was better than nothing. As long as Ryan was able to bond with his crown, then he would be able to develop a friendship and a cooperative relationship with both the crown itself and the design spirit it hosted. VS briefly directed his eyes towards the brownish bone-like material that he had set aside on a work table. With a prime material like Galenta bone at my disposal, I can create a powerful living totem that is the equivalent of a prime mech. It didn't matter if Ryan was the weak link of this three-way relationship. A weak mech pilot normally couldn't exert a lot of power when piloting a mech, but making the latter more powerful was a good way to compensate. This was why VS came up with an ambitious concept for his dwarven crown. He wanted it to form a deep connection with Vulcan. Initially, VS wasn't that ambitious. At the beginning of this design session, he became profoundly affected by Ryan's relationship with the banner of Vulcan. Although the banner initially started out as a weak artifact, it absorbed a lot of spiritual feedback from an innumerable amount of dwarves. Not only that, but Ryan spent a lot of time bonding with it. This enabled the banner to provide powerful benefits, such as miraculously restoring the memories that the dwarf had lost on his first death. VS could do a lot better this time. Why rely on growth to make the crown more powerful over time when he could invest a lot more resources at the start and make it powerful straight away? Ryan shouldn't have to wait half a century before his crown fully came online. By leveraging the spiritual storage properties of Galenta bone, VS could infuse the crown with a lot of spiritual energy derived from Vulcan. This would turn the crown into a medium in which the dwarven design spirit could channel a lot of power and exert a lot of influence. Ryan likely wouldn't mind as his crown would gain a lot of power. VS didn't mind either because Vulcan was effectively in control over the crown. Anytime Ryan wanted to channel a specific power, he essentially had to request Vulcan to make a move. Also, since Vulcan was an incarnation, VS would ultimately be in control of the crown. VS wondered if he could effectively influence Ryan or whoever wore the crown by controlling it in secret. Even if it wasn't possible, he would still be able to extend his influence in a distant dwarven empire that was distinct from human society. This might be a great way for VS to diversify and do business with people who usually weren't included in his customer base. The only issue was that VS needed to make sure that Ryan didn't reject his crown design. Though the old and wizened dwarven emperor was incredibly astute, Ves was confident that he could accomplish this much at least.
I genuinely think this solution will provide the most value for Ryan, he convinced himself.
Although the part about needing to rely on Vulcan sounded a little iffy, this was definitely a great way to empower a crown in the short term. Ves didn't think that Ryan had the patience to slowly grow and develop his imperial crown in the span of a couple of generations. If the ambitious dwarf wanted to set up a prosperous dwarven star empire in his lifetime, then he needed to implement his master plan quickly. He couldn't afford to lay low and build up his influence step by step, not when the big two continued to grow more powerful as well. Therefore, Ves staked his entire crown design on what amounted to a devil's bargain. Ryan would gain the power he needed to unite the dwarven people. Ves subsequently gained influence over whoever wore and used the crown. This was a win-win arrangement as long as Ves didn't abuse his access to the crown. Ves had no intention of doing so as long as Ryan wasn't malicious towards him. This was also one of his insurance policies. If Ryan ever broke his promise and killed Ves after he obtained his crown, then Vulcan would certainly not be merciful.
Saint Majorca should be able to read my intentions, I think.
Although Ves wasn't exactly sure what ace pilots were capable of, they were all known for their incredible intuition and their ability to perceive threats and malicious intent. Ves didn't dare to set any traps for that reason. He always set his mind to fulfilling the wishes of his client as honestly and as effectively as possible. If the most effective solution just happened to come in the form of turning the crown into a directive Vulcan, then that was fine as long as the design spirit wasn't hostile towards Ryan.
I'm sorry, Ryan, but you can't blame me for being weak. The only way I can grant you a lot of power is by borrowing it from an external source.
Slowly but surely, his design began to reach completion. Ves had spent a lot of time on expanding and refining its spiritual foundation so that it became a more excellent vehicle to channel Vulcan directly. As a result, the crown would ultimately become a divine vessel that allowed the dwarves to directly get in touch with Vulcan. The basis of the Dwarven Emperor's power would subsequently be derived from his ability to invoke Vulcan and his powers. Chapter 3359 The Right to Rule. When Ves finally completed his crown design, he had to present it to his client before he could proceed with fabricating it. After all, it would be too late for him to cry if Ryan didn't like the end product.
Ryan!
He called to the armored dwarf looking down from above.
I finished my design for your crown. Come take a look. If there are any elements that you don't like, tell me and I'll try and fix it. That said, this is the best crown that I have envisioned for a dwarven sovereign such as yourself. Any suggestions you make will likely dilute its concept.
Someone as knowledgeable as Ryan was likely aware of this dynamic, but it didn't hurt to remind him of how troublesome it was to implement significant changes to an existing design. Ryan went through a lot of trouble to commission a crown from Vulcan instead of anyone else. It did not make sense to second-guess or challenge the judgment of the contractor. Of course, a lot of people forgot about this point and demanded changes anyway. If their requests were something as simple as changing a color or making minor cosmetic alterations, then creators such as Ves were more than happy to accommodate their clients' wishes. If the proposed changes negated hours of work put into designing important elements, then a contractor would definitely get pissed. Right now, Ves hoped that the Iron Emperor wasn't too picky. A lot of time had already passed, and the deadline was only 6 hours away. When Ryan descended from the catwalk and approached the workshop terminal, he quietly studied the projection design from every angle.
I am impressed with your design results. No other design is able to stir my emotions as your work.
Even though the Imperial Crown only existed in a virtual form at the moment, Ves had invested so much of himself into it that it had already come to life in a way. It was no surprise that Ryan would feel attracted to the crown. Ves had specifically designed it to complement the Iron Emperor in many different ways. All of those years of working alongside Gloriana allowed him to pick up many different lessons on how to tailor a product to a specific individual. Although Ves still wasn't as good as Gloriana when it came to customizing his work, he still possessed a substantial skill in this aspect compared to many other mech designers. The dwarven leader began to frown as he beheld the bulk of his upcoming possession. Your proposed design is larger and heavier than I prefer. The crown must be large enough to be recognizable, but that does not mean that it should look overpowering when I place it on my head. Ves anticipated this complaint. He had already thought of a suitable response. Don't tell me that your big head is too fragile to bear this crown. You're a dwarf. Your head is harder than that of other people. If you think your skull is too fragile, then just reinforce it with a metal sheath or something. You are doing a poor job if the only way to wear this crown is to augment myself to endure its weight. On the contrary, I think I've done a great job. Ves grinned. My crown is meant to convey a lot of presence. It's not enough to rely on glows. It needs to possess a substantial amount of physical mass in order to turn it into a dwarven head ornament. Besides, the right to rule is meant to be a burden. You need to feel its weight on your head. You don't choose to wear the crown. The crown chooses you to be its bearer. The strange words that Ves had issued caused Ryan to sense a deeper message. Tell me more about this crown. To me, the crown is more than a heavy piece of metal. It is a symbol of authority. In order to make it as unquestionable as possible, I have made it inseparable from Vulcan. The crown possesses a lot of unique abilities, but only those who hold the divine right of kings are able to channel its power. Silence stretched as Ryan weighed the implications of this explanation. He was attracted by the prospect of gaining new abilities. The banner of Vulcan that had become his personal partner already bestowed him with useful capabilities that had served him well as a ruler. Yet he did not let his desires blind him to the potential risks and downsides of the crown. You have tied the crown to yourself. Ves smiled. He did not deny it. Isn't that what you asked for? You wanted to borrow Vulcan's authority in order to gain legitimacy in front of Dwarvenkind. This is exactly what the crown can do. It solves multiple problems. Not only will you be able to prove Vulcan's existence, you'll also be able to show that you hold the divine right of kings. Vulcan will directly validate your claim that you deserve to become the emperor of all dwarves. Ryan was clever enough to detect the loopholes in that arrangement. He could only pull off his master plan if he retained Vulcan's approval. There was no way that Ves remained uninvolved in all of this. If the mech designer wanted to spoil the Emperor's plan, then he could easily change Vulcan's approval. Although Ves preferably wanted to keep Ryan in the dark about this possibility, it was too difficult to hide it. If the Iron Emperor hadn't sniffed it out, then Saint Majorca would probably be able to discern the hidden intention behind this implementation. What Ves needed to do was to provide a guarantee that Vulcan would not easily retract his approval. You need to alter this relation. The Iron Emperor turned stony as he exuded a faint threat towards Ves. It was too bad that Ves was confident in his own approach. He had gradually understood that Ryan depended far too much on him to pull off his great plan. Without a suitable crown, there was no way he could gain the unflinching support of all of those powerful and stuck-up first-class dwarves. Relax, Emperor. I have no reason to see you fail. Vulcan loves his subjects and always welcomes more worshippers. As far as I'm concerned, your gains will become his gains as well. With the Vulcan Empire about to fall, there is an urgent need to spread the Vulcan faith to other groups of dwarves. The crown can facilitate this process in the most effective way. As long as you channel its complete might while you make your case, I can guarantee you that all of those wealthy and powerful dwarves will back your ambitious plan. the crown spoke to dwarves. That was undeniable. Even Ryan could feel it when he looked at the design. Its large and blocky design, along with its intimate connection to Vulcan, caused it to attract the attention of dwarves in a more forceful and imperious way than the banner of Vulcan. The banner was a tool meant to inspire dwarves to fight against their adversaries. However, its shortcoming was that it did not convey enough authority. If Ryan was able to prove his right to rule with the help of the banner of Vulcan, he wouldn't have waited so long to commission a crown. Now that his goal was within reach, it was unlikely that he would want to spoil V's work despite the mismatch in expectations. Just like how Ryan had put Ves into a trap, Ves had also managed to get back at his client. Time passed by as the Iron Emperor quietly considered the proposed design. Ves was sure that he was soundlessly communicating with Saint Majorca, because her domain field briefly swept across the workshop. Ves had already expected this to happen. There was no way Ryan wouldn't want his pet ace pilot to search for potential danger. Fortunately, Ves already possessed a good understanding of what high-ranking mech pilots were capable of. Even if the exact capabilities of ace pilots still eluded him, he could still make a lot of educated guesses by extrapolating the capabilities of expert pilots. He knew that if he wanted to convince his client to accept this design, Ves had to be absolutely sincere about helping Ryan achieve his goal. The fact that this happened to make Ryan dependent on V's cooperation was a happy bonus. With this dynamic in mind, the chances that the dwarves would break their word and kill the Larkinsons was practically nil. You are playing a dangerous game here, Vulcan. Becoming an emperor is not enough to command the allegiance of your kind, Ves boldly stated. Only by obtaining the backing of a god will you be able to stand out from the wannabes and pretenders. I bet you're not the first courageous dwarf who thought about separating dwarvenkin from humankind. What makes you different is that your divine right of kings is authentic. All of those dwarves you're hoping to persuade had never encountered anything like it. They are bound to place their hopes on you if you manage to make good use of the crown. In the end, the allure of obtaining a crown that would have the strongest possible effect on the dwarves won out. Ryan could not afford to spoil this arrangement just because he was held back by his concerns. He already understood that Ves was being sincere in his own crooked way. Vulcan was the god of dwarves and would never say no to gaining more worshippers. I shall allow you to make this crown, Ryan eventually decided. However, I shall be the one who will judge whether the crown fits my purpose. No matter what you claim or boast about your work, I refuse to wear a crown that is inlaid with thorns. You don't need to worry about that. The thorns on this crown only face outward. Ves chuckled. The whole theme of this crown revolves around the right to rule. It is literally made for someone like you, so there is no reason for you to fear my work. The same cannot be said for other people. Some of the abilities of the crown allow you to discern the loyalty of nearby dwarves and protect you against those who wish you ill. It is a powerful tool that is explicitly designed for you to lead and manage a group of dwarves. I am an emperor. I do not require these functions. Ryan frowned. Making use of these abilities will make me dependent on them. I do not approve of such a development. Ves shrugged. How you use your crown is your business. I'm simply presenting the whole package. It is up to you whether you want to use or neglect its capabilities. I think someone as disciplined as you should have no problem reining in your temptation. Perhaps some of the tricks I've mentioned will come in real handy when you are having difficulties with persuading a particularly stubborn group of dwarves. Your people can be quite intractable sometimes. That is true. In the end, Ryan did not put up any further objections. A part of him was deeply attracted to all of the powers that Ves had described. Even if he had to depend on Vulcan to activate most of them, leveraging the crown still allowed him to employ solutions that he previously couldn't make use of. If he wanted to found a dwarven empire within half a century, then he needed to move quickly and avoid alarming the Big Two. I trust in your professionalism. Ryan looked directly at Ves. As long as you turn it into a masterwork, I will write off all of my debts and grievances to you. That is what I have promised. Sounds great, Ves replied. If you don't mind, could you give me some of those juicy first-class materials if I succeed? I'll work extra hard if there is a bonus on the line. Get to work, Vulcan! Chapter 3360 Characteristic Work. The Iron Emperor was too stingy. He refused to issue a bonus if Ves managed to make a masterwork crown. Oh well. Ves tried at least. Though he was incredibly greedy for precious materials like galenta bone and pierister, Ryan must have paid a fortune to amass all these expensive first-class materials. As far as the dwarf was concerned, letting Ves go after all he had done was enough of a reward. This outcome reflected the ambivalent relationship between Ves and Ryan. The two weren't friends, but they weren't enemies either. Ryan had lots of good reasons to take revenge on Ves. Though the dwarf currently maintained the upper hand in this situation, the awkward truth was that he still had to depend on his god to realize his ambitions. This was why the dwarf was fine with allowing the Olympus Mons to kill a couple of humans and destroy a small amount of mechs and ships. No matter how much he suppressed his emotions, he still didn't hold any good feelings towards Ves. As for Ves, his main goal had always been to get out of this situation alive. In fact, if he obeyed Ryan's requirements to the letter, he could have designed a more conservative crown that delivered what the dwarven leader had asked for and nothing more. That was the safest option, but it was also a mistake as far as Ves was concerned. The demand to make a masterwork crown was a heavy one. Ves could never take it lightly. Even if he had used Vulcan's powers to make a masterwork mech figurine, that was mostly because it was based on his successful Valkyrie Redeemer design, and because he was still exploring his incarnation's capabilities. The key to making a masterwork was to be passionate about his work. He needed to care for it, and commit his feelings to it in order to make it special. In the Battle of Fort de la Zentra, Ves learned that masterworks functioned as an extension of their creator. That was how Kedis managed to transfer Sharpa to the Decapitator, and used that interaction to intervene in a mech battle. It was also how Ves managed to do something similar to the Amaranto and empower Venerable Stark's attack. One of the implications of this key insight was that masterworks needed to reflect the strengths and desires of their creators. For example, the Devil Tiger was a strong reflection of what Ves was truly like as a mech designer. He was an innovator who constantly wanted to create powerful new solutions and eagerly took risks in order to make a lot of progress. As Ves turned his Devil Tiger project into a passion project, he became completely consumed by the desire to make a unique new mech based on new and unprecedented growth concepts. The fact that it ended up as a masterwork was a validation of his extreme approach. The Amaranto was another example of how inventing something different and trying out experimental new ideas yielded rewards to Ves. His persistent desire to improve his luminar crystals so that he could equip his first ranged expert mech with a powerful weapon system had driven him to push his work beyond its limits. Ves guessed that the same effect was also the reason why Gloriana managed to make the little angel. The Blessed Squire was their first hexer-mech design that was technically intricate, and provided a lot of space for Gloriana to indulge in her need to fit all of the puzzle pieces together in the right way. He had already suspected that this kind of hidden rule was in effect for masterwork products, but the revelation he gained from seeing Kedis in action provided him with solid proof. In short, if he wanted to make a masterwork out of this crown, he needed to go bold and implement solutions he hadn't thought of before. The first-class luminar crystals, the use of a brand new prime material, the high integration with Vulcan, the realization of the divine right of kings and more were all aspects that caused this project to stand out from his other totem projects. In its current form, the crown design was as ambitious as Ves could get away with. He had high hopes for his product and was incredibly eager to translate it into reality. As someone who was familiar with craftsmanship, Ryan was able to detect his captive's enthusiasm. Ves did not hide his passion. In fact, he deliberately exposed it to the dwarves in order to convey his sincerity for his design. The unspoken message behind V's insistence on sticking to the current design was that any changes would ruin his passion. Once his mood worsened, the odds of creating a masterwork crown was much reduced. Ryan couldn't afford to take the chance of ruining what might be his only chance to obtain the crown he truly needed. Even if a couple of details looked off, as long as it did the job, who cared about the details? As a result, the Iron Emperor finally gave his assent to proceed with fabricating the crown. The heavily armored dwarf retreated to the upper catwalk in order to give Vulcan enough space to perform his craft. Ves grinned as he prepared all of the resources and tools for his upcoming fabrication attempt. Since so much was at stake for him, he couldn't afford to be careless. He not only needed to become familiar with the production equipment he was about to work with, he also needed to understand the precise properties of the first-class materials that he selected. As he proceeded to do his preparations, he felt free enough to ask one persistent question that had been nagging at the back of his mind. "Why are you in such a hurry, Ryan?" he asked. "You've waited at least a decade for me to arrive at this asteroid belt. Why do you insist on giving me just 24 hours for me to make your crown? Are you trying to put more pressure on me? You know that I can still fail, you know. The galaxy does not revolve around you, Vulcan." Ryan crossed his armored arms. "I cannot remain here now that I have exposed my trace. Despite what you think, the Empire of the Lost and all of the nearby human states are aware of my existence. I am a high-priority target to them. As long as they can capture me, they can leverage my identity to force more Vulcanites to surrender without putting up a resistance." Ah. That made sense. Ves was briefly surprised that the neighboring humans knew that the hero of the Dwarven Rebellion was alive, but no secret could be hidden forever. With how much money Ryan had siphoned from his state in order to fund his extravagant acquisition, it should be easy enough for spies to discover that something was amiss. Also, I have only amassed a limited quantity of each first-class exotic and alloy. Can you create a second crown based on the exact same design? No. Ves blinked as he swept his gaze over the materials he chose. If I fail to make what you want, it is unlikely that I can recycle all of the materials that I have used. You don't have enough reserves for me to create a second crown. Exactly. Ryan contemptuously smiled. I am a decisive emperor, Vulcan. I can recognize reality and know when it is time to cut my losses. Despite my investment in this crown, I will not take excessive risks and chase after a losing proposition once it has become clear it will not yield the desired results. Of course, Ryan wouldn't treat Ves nicely if he didn't get what he wanted. His threat was still valid. Half an hour passed before Ves finished his preparations. He had rapidly mastered the controls and operations of the various devices, and he had also familiarized himself with the exact properties of all of the samples. I will start now, he said. Wish me luck. Before Ryan could say anything pompous, Ves went to work. The first action he performed was to draw out the hammer of Vulcan and knock it against his head. Bonk. The brief contact caused Vulcan to put Ves into a false-inspired state, causing him to view his crown design in a new light. Already, he began to develop better ideas about some of his solutions. Now that he was close to his best state, he eagerly began to take the first step. He began with the luminar crystals, as synthesizing them was fairly delicate work. Ves believed it was best to produce them while he was still fresh. Although he had already created a viable first-class luminar crystal before, that was when he created a smaller sample. The 12 jewels that were supposed to be embedded into the upper section of the crown came in a larger size. 11 of them would adorn the sides while a larger one would be affixed on the blocky front. Ves already possessed a decent understanding of luminar crystal tech, and he did not hesitate to channel the illustrious one to ensure the crystals were as high in quality as he could make them under the circumstances. I still don't know enough about first-class luminar crystals, but these will do, I guess. Eventually, he ended up with 12 crystals that closely matched his specifications. He was a bit disappointed that none of them hit the ceiling, but that was not necessarily an indicator that he would fail in making a masterwork crown. He soon proceeded with fabricating the base of the crown. This was the section that would make direct contact with the skull or helmet of the Iron Emperor, and therefore had to be solid as well as ergonomic. Ves had already received precise measurements and scans of Ryan's bald head, so he was not worried about botching the fit of his work.
This Galenta bone is really difficult to manipulate.
Ves gritted his teeth.
It's so hard to turn it into a consistent and uniform shape.
Bone was an inconsistent material by nature. The center might be denser than the edges. The left side might be more porous while the right side was laced with impurities. These reasons and more all made it incredibly challenging to work with such a material. Fortunately, humans develop solutions for nearly every problem. With the right tools, even Galenta bones straightened out to a large extent. Once Ves managed to complete a suitable base, he began to create the upper side of the crowns. The various blocky protrusions had to be made from a combination of Galenta bone, pyrister, Fe343 and extreme cold titanium. He also included minor amounts of other materials in order to prevent powerful exotic materials such as Fe343 and extreme cold titanium from going out of control. This was one of the more time-consuming portions of this job. Ves had to slow down and work precisely in order to make sure that every tiny part fit into place without any complications. As the hours began to pass, the false-inspired state that Vulcan had initially imparted on Ves had already begun to fade. Though Ves no longer enjoyed a powerful blessing, he had still obtained a lot of gains from the temporary state. He had spontaneously tweaked and altered minor aspects of his crown in order to make it more effective. Once he neared the end of the fabrication attempt, he began to channel Vulcan more and more as he affixed the luminar crystals into their sockets. During this time, Ves also enabled Vulcan to slowly infuse the Galenta bone component of the crown with spiritual energy. The crown became increasingly more powerful and holy as he did so. Vulcan inputted roughly 10 Ves worth of spiritual energy into the work, which wasn't powerful enough to make it intolerable to wear the crown, but still significant enough to turn it into a prime totem. Ves finally released all of his tension as he carved a small third eye on the surface of the crown.
It's done!
The outcome was already within his expectations. With how much he invested into its design, and how much help Vulcan provided during this fabrication attempt, creating a masterwork was already a certain reward. Ves eagerly observed his latest work as it began to transform in a mysterious fashion. It was a crown truly fit for an emperor. Chapter 3361, Ves the Crown Maker. When Ves worked on the crown, he already had a suspicion that it would turn into a masterwork. No, that wasn't the right description. He just knew it would turn into a masterwork. It was not because this was his first proper chance to work with first-class materials and production equipment. It was not because he was working under the threat of death because an ambitious, cold-hearted dwarf put a gun on his head. It was not because he applied numerous interesting innovations to his crown design. All of these factors certainly played a role in increasing the special nature of the end product, but they were not the decisive factor that gave Ves a certainty that he had passed the test. No. The truth was that this 24-hour-long pressure test had caused him to develop critical insights about the nature of masterworks and how it tied to his own work and design philosophy. Ves had undergone an evolution in the way he perceived his products. The insights that he had accumulated up until now had given him a greater glimpse of the nature of masterworks, but it was only by combining them together that he finally managed to grasp a portion of the truth about masterworks. Even as Ves observed the subtle masterwork transformation that increased the invisible qualities of the crown, he himself was undergoing a transformation. Both creator and product made substantial gains that caused them to become more remarkable than normal. Ves didn't actually glean that many insights from witnessing the crown stepping up to the second rung of the ladder. An insight was defined as obtaining deep understanding in something. Observation wasn't the only method of developing a deep understanding of a certain phenomenon. Thinking was another way to develop greater understanding, and that was what Ves had just obtained throughout this experience. The fruit he obtained from the latter tasted much sweeter than the former. Because he gained out his new insights through reason and deduction, he fully mastered the new understanding he gained. This was much better than observing an external phenomena and reluctantly comprehending the puzzle pieces that he could understand. This was why Ves felt he had gained more out of making this crown than making any of his masterwork projects up until today. In the previous 4 cases when he successfully fabricated a masterwork mech, these opportunities always came about by chance. Ves hadn't able to exert any meaningful control on the quality of his end products. Every time he embarked on another fabrication run, he performed the equivalent of purchasing a lottery ticket. If he was lucky enough to hold the winning ticket, he would happily be able to add a new masterwork certificate to his name. Sadly, his luck wasn't that extravagant most of the time. His lottery tickets turned out to be duds most of the time. This was why he failed to turn the Dark Zephyr, the Riot, and the First Sword into masterworks. I didn't understand back then. Understanding. It was such a general word, but only when he truly experienced it would he know how precious and sublime it could be. The understanding he gained from this short side project was far greater than he had ever hoped at the start. This was because Ves gained a key that he could use to unlock the doors that previously blocked his way. Maybe I don't need to buy a lottery ticket anymore in order to win a prize. Although Ves still had to make a lot more progress to get to that point, he instinctively felt he had made substantial progress. Ves slowly lifted his hammer. Its comfortable glow felt more attuned to him than ever before. This was a clear sign that he had become a lot more aligned to one of Vulcan's domains. Craftsmanship. It turned out that this was one of the hidden benefits of making an incarnation out of Vulcan. Although Ves and Vulcan were actually 2 facets of the same jewel, in truth there was still a substantial degree of separation in between them. One of the areas in which they differed was their perspectives and comprehension of reality. To put it in different terms, their domains colored their perception. Ves wore a visor that interpreted reality in terms of life and mechs. This was why he was unable to understand what Vulcan was looking at when he looked at reality with his own visor. Yet due to their connection to each other, Ves was able to make rapid progress in understanding what Vulcan instinctively comprehended. He especially benefited from this process when he actually began to make his crown. That was the moment when Vulcan became more active and channeled his domain. This was another factor why Ves was able to make a lot more progress in condensing his own understanding of craftsmanship. All of this culminated in what he could only describe as an evolution. The difference between himself 24 hours ago and his current self was too big. If Ryan Aiden had never set a trap for him and forced him to make a crown, he doubted that he would have been able to make this much progress in so little time. Pressure truly brought out the best in Ves. Several minutes passed by as Ves became immersed in his own bliss. A supreme sense of accomplishment surged through his body as his new comprehension already altered the way he viewed the cosmos. It felt as if his senses had received an upgrade that enabled them to become more discerning. The difference was especially big when he viewed masterworks like the crown that he had just made. When he looked at it, he no longer thought that he was lucky to turn it into a masterwork. He could partially determine what factors contributed to the elevation of his crown. Not only that, he felt he could replicate them in order to repeat this feat. As long as he obtained the same materials and another opportunity to make use of this expensive workshop, he had at least 10% confidence that he could make another masterwork crown. 10% is pretty big. Previously, Ves would have set his chances at just 1%, and that was an optimistic estimate. The low odds reflected his lack of confidence in his ability to produce masterworks on command. Basically, much of the factors that contributed to that single percentage point was down to luck, happenstance, and serendipity. Now, that 1% still existed, but Ves added 9% on top of that due to the additional factors based on his own gains. Unlike the former, the latter was derived from variables that he could consciously control and direct. This was because he understood a bit of the truth about masterworks. The basic premise was that they were extensions of their creators. Because of that, masterworks only came into existence when they encapsulated the best, strongest, and most truthful aspects of their creators. As long as he got excited, as long as he innovated, as long as he took risks, and as long as he centered his work around life, he would naturally increase the quality of his end products. The truth is actually simple, but understanding it is not as easy as it sounds. This was a truth that mech designers like Ves could only embrace through their own efforts. He was pretty sure that if he walked up to Gloriana and explained all of his recent gains, his wife wouldn't actually see any substantial improvements. Her perspective is different from mine, Ves muttered. Since masterworks are an extension of their creators, every mech designer must build up their comprehension from their own foundations. For example, the assumption that masterworks were extensions of their own creators was an interpretation that fit the way Ves viewed reality. He was a mech designer that constantly used life as a lens. In comparison, Kedis interpreted her work in a similar but not identical way. To her, her swords sang to her. Ves wasn't able to hear these songs at all, and it was futile for him to try. Currently, only Ves and Kedis possessed the ability to distinguish and comprehend their masterworks in this manner. It seemed as if they were already a step ahead of the rest. Was it because of their companion spirits? He suspected that journeymen like themselves weren't supposed to touch this truth so soon. However, what Ves had done somehow allowed them to skip a lot of steps and put them in touch with higher-level concepts faster than normal. Ves looked affectionately at his crown. It was not only a fantastic product in itself that would doubtlessly provide a lot of value to its owner in the future, but it was also a sign that he had grown up in terms of his own development in craftsmanship. Even if he became separated from Vulcan today, he would still keep all of the precious gains he made today. Vulcan. Ryan spoke with much more respect than before as he slowly approached the work table where the end product rested. He stopped at a fair distance, as if he was afraid of breaking the crown if he picked it up too soon. You succeeded. I have read about your miracles, but this. The dwarven crown possessed a strong spiritual presence that was almost irresistible to dwarves. Ryan was not an average person, but the crown was specifically designed and made to be put on his head. It took a lot of self-control for him to maintain his distance. Ves slowly turned around. I got lucky, I guess.
I really don't want to know what you would do to me if I failed to make a masterwork. The Dwarven Emperor did not speak about it. That was an irrelevant future now that Ves had managed to stave off disaster. There was no reason for the contractor and the client to sour their own relations by talking about ugly matters. Both of them wanted to pursue the best possible outcome. Now that Ves had succeeded in this challenge, the main source of tension between them no longer existed. Both of them possessed a strong interest in maintaining a cordial if not friendly relationship. With the existence of the Masterwork Crown, both Ves and Ryan gained a lot more benefits if they continued to work together. It wasn't worth it for either of them to attack each other. This was why Ves was truly confident he was safe now. The sword of Damocles that Ryan had hung over his head had been lowered without decapitating anyone. Ryan's cybernetic eyes glowed brightly as he took his time to scan and behold the Masterwork Crown. Even from this distance, I can feel the divinity of this crown. Only a mech designer such as you can make this kind of object. I don't know. Although Ves was highly pleased with his crown, he did not assume that it was unsurpassed. He suspected that the Five Scrolls Compact or other groups might be able to create something similar by leveraging their own understanding of spiritual engineering. Since there was someone out there that could make a sophisticated product like the Grand Dynamo, it was not that big of a leap to think there were other spiritual engineers that were able to fuse spiritual components into physical products. Still, Ves did not believe that his distant and unknowable competitors were able to make a crown like this. After all, it was not only alive, but was also connected to a powerful design spirit of his own making. The crown was a representation of his best work. When Ves looked at it, his thoughts already began to look forward. Each masterwork mech of his own making was like a crown to him now. The Amaranto was more than just an expert mech. It was the crown which bestowed Venerable Stark with the authority she deserved. The crown also enabled her to draw out her potential and amplify her power so that she gained the strength to enforce her will. Ves strangely gained a lot more confidence in his ability to turn both the Bulwark project and the Chimera project into masterworks. Chapter 3362 Investiture. Objectively speaking, making a masterwork mech was many times harder than making a masterwork crown. The two product types were incomparable in terms of scale, complexity, and resource investment. The bigger and more difficult an object, the harder it was to make a masterwork out of it. That was the general rule. This was also why masterwork starships and masterwork space stations were practically unheard of. While it was technically possible to make them, the fact that the CFA didn't even put any effort into making them was enough proof that it was too impractical to chase after these unicorns. Then why did Ves possess a lot of confidence in his next two projects? It was because he was a mech designer. As much as he enjoyed the process of making a masterwork crown, this was ultimately a side project to him. He did not intend to specialize in making crowns at all. His interest in them would not last forever, and it was conceivable that he would quickly lose his passion for crowns over time. It doesn't matter if I dabble in other product categories for a time, but I will always return to mechs in the end. He was already itching to apply all of the gains he made towards his upcoming expert mech design projects. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project were both close to completion, but he still had the urge to apply some changes to insert more of his own style into them. He had made too many compromises that reigned in some of the more extreme aspects of these designs, and that was not optimal as far as he was concerned. He could think about that later. First, he needed to wrap up this enlightening session with his host. After Ryan and a couple of other faceless dwarves confirmed without a doubt that Ves had made a masterwork crown that already possessed legendary properties, they all moved over to the throne room. The decor was still as drab and martial as before.
The gunmetal gray bulkheads and the various banners hanging over their heads did not convey a sufficient amount of grandness to the ceremony that Ryan insisted on holding. However, a better venue wasn't available at the moment. The Iron Emperor would be a fool to travel to the Yuri Burn province and enter the true throne room of the Vulcan Empire. With his own state burning all around him, Ryan had already made his decision to get away as quickly and quietly as before. He had already implemented plans to evacuate his core group of loyalists from Smiling Samuel a long time ago, so there was nothing tying him down to this wretched state. As a result, Ves found himself compelled to take part in a shabby but important ceremony. He had suited up in his unending regalia again. His anti-grav backpack came online as well in order to help him cope with the heavy gravity that was affecting the rest of the ship. St. Yela Majorca had already flooded the entire dwarven frigate in her domain field again. The ace pilot's omnipresent will and presence paid close attention to both Ves and the crown that he was holding between his gauntlets. The Dwarven Emperor's Praetorian Guard all stood at attention as they left open a path to the throne. "You may approach," one of their officers instructed. Ves slowly stepped forward. His metal boots clanked softly against the deck as he did so. Even though St. Yela clouded his spiritual senses with her powerful force of will, Ves could still judge that every single dwarf in this compartment paid close attention to him at the moment. No, that wasn't quite correct. They were all staring at his crown. If Ves could straighten his back further, he would have. He felt inordinately proud and satisfied for capturing the imagination of the dwarves. The crown possessed a special charm to their kind that a human like Ves would never be able to experience. The crown gave the impression that anyone who wore it possessed the unquestionable right to rule over the dwarves. This was a deliberate psychological suggestion that Ves had programmed into the object in order to facilitate Ryan's purpose. It looked as if he did a good job of implementing this idea. Only Saint Majorca possessed the will and discipline to maintain a sober and even suspicious attitude towards the crown. When Ves reached the foot of the steps, he stopped because a pair of armored guards had barred the way forward. Their black rifles crossed against each other, as if they formed a gate. Ves looked up at the giant armored form that had seated itself on the throne. The Iron Emperor looked more dignified than normal. This was an important day to him. Not only did he reunite with Vulcan, but also managed to persuade him to craft the symbol of authority that he so desperately needed to change the trajectory of the dwarven species. "You may ascend." The crossed rifles retracted, allowing Ves to climb up the bare metal steps as if he was a supplicant. The journey was slow, silent, and solemn. Even though the ceremony was so shabby that Ves didn't see the point in holding it, the dwarves didn't think this way. They all treated this moment as if it was the culmination of their greatest dreams. Though Ryan had secretly been recognized as emperor, the title was largely empty if he didn't rule over a corresponding empire. No matter how well-spoken Ryan sounded like, his naked ambition caused him to make many extreme decisions. His willingness to give up temporal power over the Vulcan Empire said a lot about his determination. From the moment he found his purpose, Ryan was never content with staying in this underdeveloped star sector. Dwarvenkind would never be able to rise within the galactic rim, let alone the backyard of human civilization. Only by leading the dwarves out of the reach of humanity would he be able to give his subjects a proper home. The short but important coronation that was about to take place was a critical turning point for Ryan. The reason why he and the other dwarves attached so much importance to it was because of the special identity of the person holding the crown. Which ruler could claim with a straight face that a god had personally crowned them? In order to be able to claim with utmost seriousness that Vulcan himself had invested him with the authority to rule over the dwarves, Ryan did not dare to take this ceremony lightly. "Vulcan!" the powerful dwarf boomed. "Your Majesty," Ves responded in a more formal attitude than before.
Do you support our cause?
What a tricky question. Ves didn't really care that much about the dwarves at first. Even though he had awful experiences with the Vulcanites, that was mostly his fault. The citizens of the Vulcan Empire were not representative of the attitudes of other dwarves. However, that didn't mean that Ves was supportive of the dwarves. Ryan plotted to split up a portion of humanity in the name of racial inequality. No matter whether he was able to succeed, such a major event would definitely inflict a lot of damage to human society. Yet now, he found that his opinions had changed. By creating this powerful crown, Ves became involved in Ryan's master plan. If the Iron Emperor could truly pull it off, then Vulcan would become an indispensable part of the lives of a divergent civilization. Even if Ves did not intend to meddle with the dwarves, he still found it worth it to insert a nail in a completely separate group from humanity. This nail would become more valuable if the dwarves achieved success. As a result, Ves did not have to lie in order to provide a favorable response.
I do.
He smiled as he spoke his honest thoughts without reserve.
I support your cause. It shouldn't be this way. Human civilization is supposed to stand up for all people, even dwarves that were originally derived from baseline human stock. It is a pity that human nature is much more cruel and ignorant than we wish. Every species possesses flaws, and our faults are particularly obvious towards individuals who look differently from us. Dwarves will never gain true acceptance from humans because the latter can't look past our physical differences. This was a painful admission to make for a modern human. People spent a huge amount of effort over many years to move humanity past the stage where they judged each other on the color of their skin, their gender identity, their parentage, their state, and so on. Though most of humanity had definitely made a lot of progress, people had never been able to shake off this ugly side completely. Ryan happened to agree with this interpretation. The dwarf's eyes looked heavy. Dwarves have always been treated as subhumans by those who made us. To the masters who look down on us, treat us as human resources rather than individuals. Our worth has become tied to how much labor we can provide. As long as nothing changes, dwarves will forever stay in bondage to the humans that deny us equal opportunity.
The Iron Emperor gained momentum as he mentioned the grievance that had motivated him to fight for the dwarves. The dwarf raised an armored fist.
Since the beginning of our creation, we dwarves have never been treated fairly. Too many of our people think we must play the games of humans and integrate into their power structure in order to change our lot. Each of them are fools. Humans will never give up their total control over their own society. Dwarves will forever be treated as lessers. You have decided to take matters into your own hands. Indeed. If the humans will not give us justice, then we shall take it with our own hands. With the help of your divine providence, I can wake up my fellow dwarves and convince them that we must unite to fulfill the dream of an independent star empire. It is for this reason that I request to be crowned with a work of your own making. Please bless our mission and allow me to ascend to my true throne.
Ves saw that as a signal to perform the most important act. His face remained utterly serious as he stepped closer. Since Ryan's giant armored form was in a seated position, Ves did not need to levitate himself to place the crown on his exposed bald head. Slowly but surely, Ves slowly extended his arms. Everyone's breath had stilled as the large and impressive piece of craftsmanship lingered just above a broad and dark-skinned head.
By my power as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, I invest you as the emperor of all dwarves, the ruler of the eternal dwarven empire and the voice of Vulcan.
Ryan's entire form glowed with the light of Vulcan as soon as the crown finally rested on his head. Each and every dwarf in the compartment knelt in front of the throne. They solemnly bent their heads in order to convey their allegiance to the leader who promised to lead their race to a brand new future. Though the eternal dwarven empire didn't even exist, not a single dwarf thought that it would remain that way. As everyone basked in the strengthened presence of the newly crowned emperor, they each believed with all of their hearts that they would live long enough to step foot in a real dwarven nation. Ves quietly stepped aside. While he ostensibly held the most noble identity of all, their thoughts towards Vulcan was quite distant and ambivalent. In contrast, the leader that won over their personal loyalty was the real star of the show today. Seeing Ryan fulfill one of his greatest wishes had made them happy for their leader. The quest to free the dwarves had truly begun today. Chapter 3363, Crown Conclusion. Did Ves take part in a grand moment of history or a short-lasting farce? It remained to be seen whether Emperor Ryan Aiden and his loyal following would be able to pull off a dwarven exodus. The Big Two certainly wouldn't approve of any ethnic group cutting away from human civilization. Even if the dwarven people possessed legitimate grievances about the way they were treated, the precedent of their departure would spur on the departures of many other dissatisfied groups. Part of the reason why human civilization was so powerful at the moment was because humanity did not fundamentally compete against itself. That would doubtlessly change once different groups split away from the current consensus and founded their own sovereign star nations. The collective power of humankind as a whole would become a lot weaker once these independent human nations fought against each other, which would surely happen. Without the Big Two's restraint, the scale and destructiveness of the competition between nations would easily overtake the petty squabbles between states that happened in the current age. We would essentially be going back to the age of conquest, Ves muttered. Soon enough, we'll start dispatching warships against each other again. According to this predicted outcome, he shouldn't even be cheering on the secessionist dwarves in the first place. As a human, it was in his best interest to support the Big Two's overall stance and prevent any element of human civilization from sparking a regression that would directly put humanity back where it started. Yet, after taking part in such a significant and exciting event, how could Ves oppose this development? A childish part of him felt privileged to be a part of a potentially massive event that could shake humanity. Maybe I've grown tired of messing up individual states, Ves muttered. Maybe I'm starting to develop a craving for stirring up entire civilizations. Meow? Oh, it's nothing, Lucky. Everything is fine. He smiled at his cat. After Ves finished his performance in the coronation ceremony, the dwarves no longer needed him. Ryan generously allowed his guest to return to his fleet and depart from the star system without any further incident. Are the dwarves leaving? They are, Minister Shadarin Pernes replied. According to our sensors, the Olympus Mons and the dwarven frigate are already making their way to the second closest Lagrange point. That's good news. Ves sighed in relief. Hopefully, we'll soon be out of the effective range of the dwarven ace mech. Even though their leader shouldn't have a reason to kill us all, who knows what goes on in his head? He's anything but a normal dwarf. He did not dare to say anything more about Ryan. The dwarf was planning a grand conspiracy that would definitely provoke the Big Two sooner or later. Ves should be distancing himself from this future revolutionary as much as possible at this point. The foreign minister was tactful enough to rein in his curiosity. Although he could already fill in a lot of gaps with the help of his intellect, experience, and imagination, he was astute enough to smell a lot of danger in whatever happened inside the ship. No average dwarven group would go through such an extravagant amount of effort to employ the Larkinson Patriarch's services. Just the fact that the mastermind behind this entire trap was able to command a powerful ace pilot was enough to prove that he was not to be trifled with. Knowing too much would only increase the chance of the Olympus Mons turning around to finish the job. Meow. Lucky hovered over to V's hands and sniffed a few times. His glowing green eyes began to look suspicious.
Hey, settle down. Just be thankful that we're all heading back with our hides intact. You can't imagine what I had to do in order to save us all. If I wasn't so good at my job, this day would have taken a different turn. Although a part of Ves thought that Ryan was just bluffing and that his threats were just part of an act, the very real losses suffered by the Golden Skull Alliance were not a joke. The Larkinsons and their allies suffered small but painful losses. Just the avatar mechs and mech pilots shredded by the deceptively small machine gun module of the Olympus Mons served as a serious warning that the expeditionary fleet had come close to total annihilation. When the shuttle finally returned to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim, the fleet slowly began to make its own way out of the Tryon-Ens system. The mood of the crew was a lot more downcast than before. No one was happy about how a single ace mech tore down their defenses and exposed the weaknesses of their armed forces. No matter whether it was the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, or Crossers, none of them performed well enough to keep their heads high after today. All of the pride and accomplishment they gained from winning the Battle of Fort de la Zentra had disappeared as if someone poked a hole in their balloons. As Ves continued to make his way up to one of the conference rooms of the Spirit of Bentheim, he couldn't help but grow more depressed at all of the depressed clansmen around him. It became clear that while the clan did not suffer a lot of material damage, the impact on morale was far greater. "We'll get back up. I'm sure of it. We're Larkinsons. We never keep our heads down," Ves quietly said to himself. Time healed every wound, and this was no different. The clan had already grown robust enough to deal with this problem without requiring his personal intervention. Ves was completely certain that General Verl already had a plan in mind to reverse the current malaise. In the next hour, Ves presided over a tense and depressing conference meeting with the leader of the Golden Skull Alliance. Suffice to say, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan did not find it pleasant to get caught up in his latest problems again. Ves knew that he would definitely have to make it up to them in order to keep relations cordial within the Golden Skull Alliance. He especially wanted to maintain good relations with Patriarch Reginald Cross. This event had underscored the importance of gaining the protection of an ace pilot. Ves had always thought that helping Patriarch Reginald advance to ace pilot was a difficult and unpleasant chore. Now, he considered it to be a necessity. Even though helping the Cross clan gain a new ace pilot directly empowered a rival, Ves had little choice but to cooperate. It was too precarious to roam the Red Ocean knowing that there were numerous pioneers out there that had obtained the services of other ace pilots. It didn't matter anymore if Patriarch Reginald was an arrogant gloryhound who put his own interests before everyone else's. He was the closest friendly potential ace pilot that could offer a lot of protection to the expeditionary fleet. Ves was more than willing to put up with Reginald's excesses as long as he fought as well as Saint Yela Majorca. "Well, let's focus on leaving Smiling Samuel first," he spoke when the meeting came to an end. "We need to completely remove ourselves from this war zone before considering our future plans. The dwarves that I have just worked with have promised to prevent any local Vulcanite forces from harassing us as we make our way out, but who knows whether they can deliver on their promises. We should maintain full vigilance and hope that our mercenaries won't resort to another contract clause to excuse themselves from combat." Although Ves and everyone was pissed as hell at the cowardly behavior of the mercenaries they hired, they had no choice but to keep working with them. The mech pilots for hire were fully in their right to stay out of a suicidal battle against a powerful ace mech. Once the meeting ended, Ves tiredly returned to his stateroom. Meow. Meow. Lucky approached Clixie and curled up next to her warm body on one of their cat beds. As for Ves, he removed his unending regalia and tiredly dropped himself next to his wife on the couch. Gloriana did not look pleased as she crossed her arms. "You need to stop it, Ves." "Stop what?" You know what I'm referring to. Your incessant habit of leading us right into our deaths. Hey, I had good reason to head to this star system. I can't explain to you what is going on, and I'm sorry for that, but I've mostly succeeded in what I set out to do. I've even obtained a couple of bonuses that will benefit us in the long term. Ultimately, our gains outweigh our losses. That's because the dwarves were merciful to us today. What if you made the wrong decision? What if the dwarves were less tolerant of us? The Olympus Mons could have blown us all up and our baby with it. She hasn't even been born yet, Ves. I can't bear the thought of losing our baby before I even have a chance to raise her. She deserves better. Please calm down. I'm not sure whether your stress affects our baby's health, but let's not take any risks. Ves sidled up closer and gently placed his hand on her bulging belly. His pregnant wife frowned at him, but decided not to remove his limb. His daughter felt healthier and more alive than ever. Ves even had the illusion that today's experience had impacted his augmented child's budding spirituality. Ves truly let go of his concerns once he verified that Saint Majorca's oppressive domain field has not negatively affected his unborn daughter's condition. Everything will be okay. He smiled at his wife as he basked in her soft scent. We aren't going to take any further risks as we depart from the Vulcan Empire. We're not even sticking around in the Fermi star cluster any longer than necessary. We're heading directly to the Antilla star cluster without any breaks so that we can reach the Tarnished Crown star sector as soon as possible. We'll all be safe once we reach the gate system over there. It will take years before we ever come close to encountering these kinds of threats. We shouldn't be encountering them in the first place, Gloriana grumbled. Tarnished Crown was the goal of every aspiring pioneer in the local region at the moment. Ves found it ironic that the star sector just happened to be called this way. Not only did it possess an unfortunate but completely unrelated association to the Crown uprising, it also reminded Ves of the commission he just completed. It was as if this entire period of human history revolved around crowns for some reason. Ves shook his head. This was a silly thought. He did not intend to fabricate any more crowns, particularly because he knew that a certain crown-wearing dwarf would eventually build up a lot of notoriety when he attempted his exodus. The two mech designers cuddled against each other for a while. Despite her attitude, Gloriana was grateful that her husband managed to return from the scary dwarven ship alive. She didn't want to raise her baby alone. Have you thought about how we'll name our first child? Ves softly asked. She looked at him as if he was stupid. Of course I did that. I already started to draw up a list of names just after we met for the first time. You can never start too early. What kind of names are you considering? I still have to narrow down my choices. Right now I'm thinking about Mariana, Shiriana, Liriana, Cynthiana, Coriana, Yuliana, Oriana, Heliana. Ves already started to look cross-eyed after hearing her suggestions. Those choices sound nice and all, but I'm not hearing enough variety. Did you come up with any names at all that end with something other than Anna? How about Veronica? Chapter 3364, Back on Track. Several weeks had gone by since the coronation of Emperor Ryan Aiden. After the encounter with the Olympus Mons, no one in the expeditionary fleet wanted to stay in the Vulcan Empire any second longer than necessary. Despite taking a faster but riskier route, the Golden Skull Alliance did not meet any resistance. The navigators had deliberately plotted a route that mainly threaded through star systems that were either far too marginal or had already been subjugated by human forces. Just like before, none of the regional dwarven military forces came out to take revenge on the expeditionary fleet. The other human groups that had joined the feast in Smiling Samuel still treated Ves and his clan as if they were plague bearers.
together with the mercenary forces that at least made the expeditionary fleet more troublesome to harass, the cost of attacking the Golden Skull Alliance far outweighed the benefits. With so many rich but vulnerable dwarven star systems that were just begging to get looted, hardly any human forces took the initiative to acknowledge the passing fleet's existence. This pattern continued even after the Larkinsons and their allies finally put the Vulcan Empire behind them. The alert level finally dropped down to green, permitting everyone to remove their protective suits and return to wearing more comfortable outfits. The return to normality also restored everyone's morale. It was quite stressful to live in an environment where the odds of encountering threats was small but not trivial. Most of those worries disappeared when they finally left an active war zone and traveled out of the reach of the fanatical and irrational Vulcanites. I'd be happy if we never stumble upon another dwarf in our lives. We're finally back on track. I still have nightmares about fighting against the Olympus Mons. Although the personnel of the expeditionary fleet was still profoundly affected by what had happened during the trip, the damage was in a controllable range. As long as nothing outrageous happened in the short term, the entire ordeal would just become another story that people exchanged with each other while drinking. We're currently passing through the territory of the Consolidated Kingdom of Names. Calabas's projection told VS when he was at his office. Names is one of the many states that have teamed up with the Lost to carve up the Vulcan Empire's territories. Most of the kingdom's mech armies are either deployed to Smiling Samuel or have been stationed at its borders in order to deter incursions from its other neighbors. The threat of getting waylaid by one of their military fleets is almost nil. Names simply doesn't have the manpower to spare. It was sad that the Larkinsons even had to make a threat assessment of every state they visited. Still, with their history of coming into conflict with states for various reasons, this was not a redundant precaution. What about the rest of the Cyan Beta Star sector? Do you foresee any threats? VS asked. Calabas shook her head. Unlikely. The mercenaries that we've hired are still worth their money. Their troops' strength and the repercussions of attacking them is already sufficient to deter most opportunistic robbers who urgently need to pad their capital ship quota. Well, at least we're not wasting our money, VS snorted. Once we pass through the Consolidated Kingdom of Names, we'll mostly be traveling through busy, well-established trade routes that have a relatively high safety index. It helps that we will mostly be passing through the various port systems of different third-rate states. This was the fastest way of traveling through a star sector quickly. Port systems were easy FTL travel destinations and attracted a lot of space traffic due to their inherent advantages. Even if the Larkinson clan had no intention of buying anything from these third-class economies, just the convenience of skipping a week or more of monotonous FTL travel was enough to make the trip worthwhile. VS glanced at the projected star map. It won't take long until we finally enter the Antilla star cluster. Tell me about this place. Is there anything I should know? If the Gate Consortium hadn't chosen to set one of its gate systems in this star cluster, most people probably wouldn't have paid any special attention to it. We'll only be traveling through 2 more star sectors. First, we will be entering the Sticky Pernoy star sector. The environment is slightly complicated here due to the numerous different second-rate states that occupy this region. They've been known to quarrel with each other, but they have all quieted down as of late. Because of all of the traffic passing through their territories, am I right? VS guessed. The Spymaster's projection nodded. Ever since the gate system opened next door, many forces in Sticky Pernoys are wary of provoking the prospective pioneers that are trying to reach the gate system. None of the people or groups that can arrange passage through the Beyonder gates are average. That said, the pioneers themselves aren't always as restrained. I've read in the news that incidents of robberies have increased in Sticky Pernoys. Correct, but we don't have to worry. The local authorities all pretend to be blind and deaf because it is too much of a hassle to intervene in disputes between notable foreign entities. Still, the overwhelming majority of attacks consists of a stronger fleet bullying a weaker one. There is never an instance where two fleets of equal strength fight a serious battle. All of these battles revolved around profit, and there weren't many gains to be had if attackers lost half of their troops to defeat their prey. The Golden Skull Alliance was already strong enough on its own. Its impressive battle record along with the mercenary escort added two more compelling reasons why it should be left alone. Calabast was right to minimize the threat of getting waylaid. Only state-backed military forces posed a significant threat to the expeditionary fleet at this point, but Calabast judged that none of them should jump out and make trouble with the Larkinsons. The only noteworthy detail about Sticky Prinois is that we'll be picking up our capital ship orders in one of its second-rate states. Ves nodded. The Gorgonin and the diligent Ovenbird will finally join our fleet. We've waited a long time for them. At least the recent delays have allowed us to splurge on more upgrades. The closer they came to entering the Red Ocean, the more they realized that preparations mattered a lot. The more they could invest before they reached the new frontier, the better. Right. Once we pass through Sticky Prinois, we'll finally enter the star sector that we have all been waiting for. Tarnished Crown is a central star sector, so it has always been relatively stable. The opening of the Red Ocean has profoundly lowered its danger index as the local states and groups find it far more profitable to cater to the demands of the visiting pioneering fleets rather than competing against each other. A lot of new companies have sprung up in recent years. Shipyards, mech manufacturers, supply companies, headhunting offices, you name it, there's probably a business out there that can meet our needs. At wildly overinflated prices, no doubt. Ves crossed his arms. That's a given. The supply of goods and services is growing, but it simply can't keep up with the meteoric rise in demand. You already know that the wait time to commission a capital ship has surpassed a decade. No wonder nearby pioneering fleets chose to play pirate this time. Calabast gave Ves a reassuring smile. You don't have to worry too much about the risks once we reach Tarnished Crown. It's a much more monitored and scrutinized star sector since it hosts a gate system. Few people are eager to show their ugly side so close to a powerful MTA garrison. The Beyonder Gate is located in the Opalis star system, which also happens to house the sector headquarters of the local MTA branch. Ever since the Gate Consortium has set up shop here, the MTA has heavily reinforced its security presence in Opalis and beyond. A Beyonder Gate was insanely costly even for the Big Two. There were always crazies out there that wanted to blow up something valuable, and the Crown Uprising had increased the risk factor by at least 100 times. Are the risks really low here? Ves looked suspicious. Well, the good news is that threats from states, local power players, and pioneering fleets are minimal. There are MTA ships stationed in many major star systems, so no one dares to fire the first shot in front of their noses. The bad news is that the Beyonder Gate is a magnet for a certain kind of trouble. He already had a good idea what she was referring to. Crown terrorists. Yes. While the numbers are rather fuzzy, hundreds of major terrorist attacks are taking place in Tarnished Crown alone. We're not talking about one-man shuttle kamikaze runs here. We're talking about exploding the power reactors of passenger liners, releasing toxic gases across entire cities, rogue mechs opening fire at passing starships, and so on. Each time, the Crown terrorists have managed to reap a significant amount of lives. Terrorist attacks like these had erupted in other places as well. The Bardo star cluster and the Fermi star cluster that the Larkinsons had visited were also affected by similar incidents. This was different, though. The risk of getting caught up in terrorist attacks is notably higher in Tarnished Crown, Calabast seriously warned. It's not just because the Crown terrorists seem obsessed with taking down Beyonder Gates. It's also because of the name of the star sector. The mere mention of a crown, any crown, is enough to set off these delusional, brainwashed idiots. Ves let out a deep breath. Tarnished Crown is just a label. It's not a literal description of the star sector. We all know that, but the Crown terrorists can't be reasoned with. In fact, the original reason why the star sector is called this way is because all 5 second-rate states and all of the third-rate states are kingdoms. Each and every one of them has chosen to adopt the feudal model. You can't find a higher concentration of kings and queens in any other star sector. I bet those monarchs are all regretting the fact that they wear crowns. Ves chuckled. It did not surprise Ves at all that the crazy crown terrorists surged to the tarnished crown sector like moths to a flame. The entire place pretty much did everything they could to provoke the nutty anarchists who kept yelling about returning a stolen crown. As much as Ves found it interesting to hear about all of the assassination attempts on these monarchs, these troubles didn't matter to migrants like him. As long as the expeditionary fleet remained in the outer systems of the places it passed through, it was unlikely for any terrorists to be able to get close enough to launch a serious attack. What about the Opalis system itself? Ves asked. Have the terrorists ever managed to launch a successful attack in this highly guarded gate system? The MTA has already maintained tight security in the systems that house their sector headquarters, and this is no different. While the heavy patrols cannot prevent every possible terrorist attacks, they can respond extremely quickly and isolate any outbreak with the help of powerful tech. The damage is always confined to a minimum. Ves became reassured after hearing that. So far, the expeditionary fleet only endured terrorist attacks at the start of the Crown Uprising. After the Alliance partners all made use of kinship networks to root out the hidden dangers among their personnel, the galaxy-wide upheaval no longer affected the Golden Skull Alliance. Everyone in the fleet had been spared from the fear and mutual suspicion that infected other organizations. This was why many Larkinsons grew complacent as they developed the impression that the Crown Uprising was merely a sideshow. This was a dangerous mentality because the terrorist attacks had taken a serious toll on the rest of human society. Chapter 3365 Designing a New Cat. Several weeks had gone by since the coronation of Emperor Ryan Aiden. After the encounter with the Olympus Mons, no one in the expeditionary fleet wanted to stay in the Vulcan Empire any second longer than necessary. Despite taking a faster but riskier route, the Golden Skull Alliance did not meet any resistance. The navigators had deliberately plotted a route that mainly threaded through star systems that were either far too marginal or had already been subjugated by human forces. Just like before, none of the regional dwarven military forces came out to take revenge on the expeditionary fleet. The other human groups that had joined the feast in Smiling Samuel still treated Ves and his clan as if they were plague bearers. Together with the mercenary forces that at least made the expeditionary fleet more troublesome to harass, the cost of attacking the Golden Skull Alliance far outweighed the benefits. With so many rich but vulnerable dwarven star systems that were just begging to get looted, hardly any human forces took the initiative to acknowledge the passing fleet's existence. This pattern continued even after the Larkinsons and their allies finally put the Vulcan Empire behind them. The alert level finally dropped down to green, permitting everyone to remove their protective suits and return to wearing more comfortable outfits. The return to normality also restored everyone's morale. It was quite stressful to live in an environment where the odds of encountering threats was small but not trivial. Most of those worries disappeared when they finally left an active war zone and traveled out of the reach of the fanatical and irrational Vulcanites. I'd be happy if we never stumble upon another dwarf in our lives. We're finally back on track. I still have nightmares about fighting against the Olympus Mons. Although the personnel of the expeditionary fleet was still profoundly affected by what had happened during the trip, the damage was in a controllable range. As long as nothing outrageous happened in the short term, the entire ordeal would just become another story that people exchanged with each other while drinking. We're currently passing through the territory of the Consolidated Kingdom of Names, Calabas's projection told Ves when he was at his office. Names is one of the many states that have teamed up with the Lost to carve up the Vulcan Empire's territories. Most of the kingdom's mech armies are either deployed to Smiling Samuel or have been stationed at its borders in order to deter incursions from its other neighbors. The threat of getting waylaid by one of their military fleets is almost nil. Names simply doesn't have the manpower to spare. It was sad that the Larkinsons even had to make a threat assessment of every state they visited. Still, with their history of coming into conflict with states for various reasons, this was not a redundant precaution. What about the rest of the Cyan Beta Star sector? Do you foresee any threats? Ves asked.
Calabash shook her head. Unlikely. The mercenaries that we've hired are still worth their money. Their troops' strength and the repercussions of attacking them is already sufficient to deter most opportunistic robbers who urgently need to pad their capital ship quota. Well, at least we're not wasting our money, Ves snorted. Once we pass through the consolidated kingdom of Names, we'll mostly be traveling through busy, well-established trade routes that have a relatively high safety index. It helps that we will mostly be passing through the various port systems of different third-rate states. This was the fastest way of traveling through a star sector quickly. Port systems were easy FTL travel destinations and attracted a lot of space traffic due to their inherent advantages. Even if the Larkinson clan had no intention of buying anything from these third-class economies, just the convenience of skipping a week or more of monotonous FTL travel was enough to make the trip worthwhile. Ves glanced at the projected star map. It won't take long until we finally enter the Antilla star cluster. Tell me about this place. Is there anything I should know? If the Gate Consortium hadn't chosen to set one of its gate systems in this star cluster, most people probably wouldn't have paid any special attention to it. We'll only be traveling through 2 more star sectors. First, we will be entering the Sticky Pernoy star sector. The environment is slightly complicated here due to the numerous different second-rate states that occupy this region. They've been known to quarrel with each other, but they have all quieted down as of late. Because of all of the traffic passing through their territories, am I right? Ves guessed. The Spymaster's projection nodded. Ever since the gate system opened next door, many forces in Sticky Pernoys are wary of provoking the prospective pioneers that are trying to reach the gate system. None of the people or groups that can arrange passage through the Beyonder gates are average. That said, the pioneers themselves aren't always as restrained. I've read in the news that incidents of robberies have increased in Sticky Pernoys. Correct, but we don't have to worry. The local authorities all pretend to be blind and deaf because it is too much of a hassle to intervene in disputes between notable foreign entities. Still, the overwhelming majority of attacks consists of a stronger fleet bullying a weaker one. There is never an instance where 2 fleets of equal strength fight a serious battle. All of these battles revolved around profit, and there weren't many gains to be had if attackers lost half of their troops to defeat their prey. The Golden Skull Alliance was already strong enough on its own. Its impressive battle record along with the mercenary escort added 2 more compelling reasons why it should be left alone. Calabast was right to minimize the threat of getting waylaid. Only state-backed military forces posed a significant threat to the expeditionary fleet at this point, but Calabast judged that none of them should jump out and make trouble with the Larkinsons. The only noteworthy detail about Sticky Pernoys is that we'll be picking up our capital ship orders in one of its second-rate states. Ves nodded. The Gorgonin and the diligent Ovenbird will finally join our fleet. We've waited a long time for them. At least the recent delays have allowed us to splurge on more upgrades. The closer they came to entering the Red Ocean, the more they realized that preparations mattered a lot. The more they could invest before they reached the new frontier, the better. Right. Once we pass through Sticky Pernoys, we'll finally enter the star sector that we have all been waiting for. Tarnished Crown is a central star sector, so it has always been relatively stable.
The opening of the Red Ocean has profoundly lowered its danger index as the local states and groups find it far more profitable to cater to the demands of the visiting pioneering fleets rather than competing against each other. A lot of new companies have sprung up in recent years. Shipyards, mech manufacturers, supply companies, headhunting offices, you name it, there's probably a business out there that can meet our needs. At wildly overinflated prices, no doubt. VS crossed his arms. That's a given. The supply of goods and services is growing, but it simply can't keep up with the meteoric rise in demand. You already know that the wait time to commission a capital ship has surpassed a decade. No wonder nearby pioneering fleets chose to play pirate this time. Calabas gave VS a reassuring smile. You don't have to worry too much about the risks once we reach Tarnished Crown. It's a much more monitored and scrutinized star sector since it hosts a gate system. Few people are eager to show their ugly side so close to a powerful MTA garrison. The Beyonder Gate is located in the Opalis star system, which also happens to house the sector headquarters of the local MTA branch. Ever since the Gate Consortium has set up shop here, the MTA has heavily reinforced its security presence in Opalis and beyond. A Beyonder Gate was insanely costly even for the Big Two. There were always crazies out there that wanted to blow up something valuable, and the Crown Uprising had increased the risk factor by at least 100 times. Are the risks really low here? VS looked suspicious. Well, the good news is that threats from states, local power players, and pioneering fleets are minimal. There are MTA ships stationed in many major star systems, so no one dares to fire the first shot in front of their noses. The bad news is that the Beyonder Gate is a magnet for a certain kind of trouble. He already had a good idea what she was referring to. Crown terrorists. Yes. While the numbers are rather fuzzy, hundreds of major terrorist attacks are taking place in Tarnished Crown alone. We're not talking about one-man shuttle kamikaze runs here. We're talking about exploding the power reactors of passenger liners, releasing toxic gases across entire cities, rogue mechs opening fire at passing starships, and so on. Each time, the Crown terrorists have managed to reap a significant amount of lives. Terrorist attacks like these had erupted in other places as well. The Bardo star cluster and the Fermi star cluster that the Larkinsons had visited were also affected by similar incidents. This was different, though. The risk of getting caught up in terrorist attacks is notably higher in Tarnished Crown, Calabas seriously warned. It's not just because the Crown terrorists seem obsessed with taking down Beyonder Gates. It's also because of the name of the star sector. The mere mention of a crown, any crown, is enough to set off these delusional, brainwashed idiots. VS let out a deep breath. Tarnished Crown is just a label. It's not a literal description of the star sector. We all know that, but the Crown terrorists can't be reasoned with. In fact, the original reason why the star sector is called this way is because all 5 second-rate states and all of the third-rate states are kingdoms. Each and every one of them has chosen to adopt the feudal model. You can't find a higher concentration of kings and queens in any other star sector. I bet those monarchs are all regretting the fact that they wear crowns. VS chuckled. It did not surprise VS at all that the crazy Crown terrorists surged to the Tarnished Crown sector like moths to a flame. The entire place pretty much did everything they could to provoke the nutty anarchists who kept yelling about returning a stolen crown. As much as VS found it interesting to hear about all of the assassination attempts on these monarchs, these troubles didn't matter to migrants like him. As long as the expeditionary fleet remained in the outer systems of the places it passed through, it was unlikely for any terrorists to be able to get close enough to launch a serious attack. What about the Opalis system itself? VS asked. Have the terrorists ever managed to launch a successful attack in this highly guarded gate system? The MTA has already maintained tight security in the systems that house their sector headquarters, and this is no different. While the heavy patrols cannot prevent every possible terrorist attacks,
They can respond extremely quickly and isolate any outbreak with the help of powerful tech. The damage is always confined to a minimum. Ves became reassured after hearing that. So far, the expeditionary fleet only endured terrorist attacks at the start of the Crown Uprising. After the Alliance partners all made use of kinship networks to root out the hidden dangers among their personnel, the galaxy-wide upheaval no longer affected the Golden Skull Alliance. Everyone in the fleet had been spared from the fear and mutual suspicion that infected other organizations. This was why many Larkinsons grew complacent as they developed the impression that the Crown Uprising was merely a sideshow. This was a dangerous mentality because the terrorist attacks had taken a serious toll on the rest of human society. Chapter 3366, Cat Collar. After laying out the most viable and attractive ideas for Gloriana's new companion spirit, Ves leaned back in his chair and waited for her to make up her mind. His wife wanted to perform a proper cost-benefit analysis on each of the options that he had given and had already started to perform calculations. Meow. Clixie softly looked up at him. Her eyes looked especially big and pleading at the moment. Ves slowly tickled her chin before rubbing the top of her furry head. Hey, just give her some time. She can be rather hyper-focused. You don't have to be afraid that she'll abandon you. There are things that you can do that a spiritual cat simply can't. She will continue to appreciate you once she has gotten over her fascination on her toy and finished giving birth to our daughter. Meow. The Rebarthan sentinel cat didn't look convinced. Ves petted her back in an effort to comfort her further. I already told you that you will always be part of our family. I will never push you away, and our family is constantly expanding. Once our daughter and subsequent children grow old enough, you can always watch over them and play with them. Gloriana and I will have so many children that you will never run out of playmates. Meow. The cat looked more reassured as she accepted his arguments. Though a cat like her was designed to remain loyal to a single companion for her entire life, taking care of children was also a part of her responsibilities. Still, what if these kids became obsessed with their own companion spirits? Clixie could not compete against the likes of Lucky and Blinky in utility. The latter two weren't merely cats. They were helpers who could provide a lot of professional assistance. That was something an organic cat such as herself could never match. Meow meow meow. I told you already. I can't help you grow stronger. Mia. I really want to, but I can't. I've been trying hard to do the same to people, but so far I have no solution to your specific problem. Clixie grew more desperate and clung to V's uniform as if she was a crying baby. Meow meow. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I do have a potential solution. It's based on unsubstantiated guesses, though. I don't expect it will work, but I've been thinking about experimenting with it just to satisfy my curiosity. Meow? It might be dangerous, Ves reluctantly answered. Most likely it won't do anything, but if it is able to influence you in some way, the effect will either be good or bad. Meow meow meow. You're that desperate, huh? Meow. Well, I can respect your determination. No one wants to be in a position like yours. I'll think about it further and whip something up after I am done with Gloriana. I promise you that I will do my best to find a way to make you special. Trying to impart spiritual potential to someone that did not possess it had always been one of his goals. As long as an individual possessed this crucial starting quality, Ves could employ various means to activate it or make use of it in some way. However, spiritual potential was rare for a reason. In this spiritually deficient galaxy, there were far too many life forms that lacked the strength or opportunity to become extraordinary. Ves had never been satisfied with this.
His nature as a mech designer caused him to develop the urge to solve a need that had always remained unfilled as far as he was aware of. Perhaps others might have already come up with a solution to this problem, but if that was so, no one told him. That left him with little choice but to pull up his sleeves. After messing with so many people's heads and engaging in so much spiritual engineering, he recently came up with 2 possible ideas that might overcome this intractable barrier. If someone is lacking something, why not take it from someone else? The concept sounded simple. Since Clixie lacked spiritual potential, was it possible to steal someone else's spirituality and implant it in her mind? Ves immediately shook his head when he recalled this suggestion. It sounded logical on the surface but was deeply problematic when he actually thought about the nature of spirituality. The idea basically amounted to harvesting someone's soul before transplanting it to someone else. Ves had already messed with it in his earlier experiments, and the outcomes were never pretty. However, that was before I gained Blinky. He was a lot more lacking in terms of theory, solutions, and tools a few years ago. Whenever he thought about how he performed spiritual surgery on captives and on William Urbish, he felt the urge to duck his head in shame. It was no wonder most of his test subjects tended to suffer from exploding head syndrome. Yet now that he gained Blinky, he was capable of performing much more precise manipulation on spiritual ingredients. He wouldn't have performed the risky operation of turning Vulcan into his incarnation if he still had to rely on himself to perform the surgery. Theoretically, if Ves harvested the spirituality of one life form, trimmed it down so that it became as neutral as possible before subsequently implanting it in the mind of another life form, would he be able to empower someone who originally wasn't strong? As Ves looked down at Clixie, he grew more confident in his solution. It's worth a try, but I still have to find a suitable substitute. The risks were still great. Ves did not dare to subject someone as precious as Clixie to this experiment. The safest course of action was to find 2 cats, one with spiritual potential and one that lacked it, and try out his experiment with them first. The 2 test subjects in question had to be as similar as possible to minimize the chance of conflict and maximize the chances of success. If there's one thing our fleet isn't lacking, it's cats. So many Larkinsons had taken over the habit of keeping pets that ships like the Spirit of Bentheim probably hosted over 10,000 cats. If Ves needed some feline test subjects, he just needed to head over the first deck or the 8th deck and grab a couple of cats. Ugh, what am I thinking? They're family as well. I can't do that to our own cats. Fortunately, Ves did not have much of an objection when it came to experimenting on other animals. Most cat breeds were commodities in the modern market. Ves could easily order a batch of 1,000 cats and receive his shipment within a few days. Though most people objected to experimenting on animals these days, that didn't stop scientists and research institutions from continuing the practice. Still, the more he thought about experimenting on cats, the more he felt uncomfortable. Naya! Goldie suddenly materialized beside his head. She bit his arm and hissed a warning. Ouch! Okay, I'll stop thinking about it. Are you happy now? Naya! The ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan swished her tail and disappeared after she got her message across. Ves grumbled underneath her breath. I'll just bring over a batch of mice from the Dragon's Den instead. I know that the Larkinson Biotech Institute is breeding them by the thousands, he decided. It would take a fair amount of time to conduct this study, though. The chances that it might yield a safe and viable solution was low, as there were simply too many dangers with messing with spirituality. A safer but less optimistic idea was to induce spiritual potential through external exposure. He was inspired by his experiments on the Angel of Transcendence. Though he had achieved initial success in forcing those with spiritual potential to break through, his attempts didn't provide a solution to those that lacked this advantage. In hindsight, exposing test subjects to the full and undiluted glow of the Angel of Transcendence is a bit extreme. The effect was certainly strong, but it was too overwhelming for most test subjects. It was a good way to force a quick transformation, but the risks were too great. Ves had already been thinking about potential solutions that could reduce the lethality of this measure. He could make an enormous amount of progress, as long as exposure to the Angel of Transcendence glow didn't result in head popping. He already came up with a fairly simple-sounding solution. Instead of dumping its influence on people all at once, what if I tone it down and stretch out the exposure time? Ves didn't have to rely on something as strong as the Angel of Transcendence in the first place. He could craft a smaller and weaker totem and see how his test subjects reacted to a light version of the previously intense glow. He wasn't very optimistic about its effectiveness, though. Normal breakthroughs came about after short-lasting but intense outbursts. Mech pilots usually turned into expert candidates after experiencing life-and-death moments in battle. If the pressure wasn't high enough, the chances of breakthroughs occurring was much lower. Also, the initial formation of spiritual potential is likely different from normal breakthroughs. Other conditions are required to give people the hope of becoming extraordinary. That said, Ves thought that this idea was still worth pursuing. Since he intended to bring over a batch of mice anyway, he might as well run a second experiment at the same time. Meow! Ves smiled and squished her ears. Hey, you don't need to feel so insecure. I'll definitely solve your problems somehow. Just wait a few months for me to obtain my initial results. We'll talk about what I can do for you. In the meantime, you might want to see whether your daughter can give you a hand. Mel? Let me fix something up for you. This won't take too long. Ves moved over to the workshop section of the design lab. While it wasn't as fully equipped as his own full-sized workshop, he didn't intend to make anything extravagant today. He took some measurements on Clixie and quickly began to design a totem that the cat could easily carry. He initially thought about making a new cat collar before thinking that it should be something a bit more elaborate. He decided to increase the size of the collar and turn it into a lovely golden ornament that had room for larger symbols. Ves soon grabbed a bit of briar alloy and other materials and quickly crafted the deep metal cat collar. He paid special attention to carving the front of the collar so that it depicted the golden cat. After finishing it, he wrapped it around Clixie's neck and tweaked the fit several times before he was pleased. As Ves took a step back, he admired the way the golden collar caused her to look more sophisticated. You look like a magnificent upper-class cat. Meow! There was something missing, though. There was nothing wrong with its weak but gentle glow, but its appearance lacked a bit of dimension. Ah, I know. It needs a jewel. Ves was about to synthesize an ornamental luminar crystal before he suddenly halted. He just recalled that he had another jewel in his possession that might fit the theme of the totem a little better. He pulled out an old gem from his secret pouch and recalled its description. Bastet's whisper. The echoing whisper of a feline patron can be found within this gem. Enhances the acceleration of a tiger mech by 30%. I'm not designing a tiger mech anytime soon. I might as well use it here and give Clixie a bit of good luck. If he ever needed it again, he could always take it back. With that thought, he retrieved the luxurious cat collar from Clixie and quickly modified it so that he was able to set this jewel on top of the carving of the golden cat. The balance of the collar had changed a bit, so Ves had to make a few other tweaks before he confirmed that Clixie was able to wear it without feeling any discomfort.
Are you happy now?
Ves smiled down at the pampered cat.
This might not be the solution you need, but you can keep it even if it doesn't work. It will remind you that you're never alone.
Meow. Happiness welled up from Clixie as she lovingly pressed her head against his hand. Chapter 3367, Gloriana's Way.
Meow!
Clixie proudly thrust up her collar as she stopped in front of Lucky. Her upturned tail playfully swished from side to side as she showed off her flashy gift. The sizable golden collar resembled an elaborate necklace that was fit to be worn by an aristocrat.
Meow!
Lucky blinked as he spotted the deep blue gem socketed on the front of the collar. He moved closer and sniffed at it before jumping back in surprise.
Meow!
Clixie arrogantly lifted her paw and licked at it.
Meow! Meow meow!
Meow! While the two cats fussed over the new collar, Ves and his pregnant wife stood a bit further away.
Have you made a choice, Gloriana?
The woman slowly nodded.
I've weighed all of the options that you've presented me and thoroughly plotted their pros and cons. After careful consideration, I have decided to go with the networking cat.
Ves raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected her to pick this particular option.
That's quite a surprising answer.
Why?
You gave me this choice because you thought it would be useful to me. What makes you think I would have cast it aside? According to my impression of you, I would have thought you would have gone all crazy over adopting a cat that brings you closer to the superior mother.
Gloriana shook her head.
To be honest, I did feel ecstatic about getting closer to your mother, but once I calmed down, I realized that I am not worthy to follow in her footsteps. Huh! I think you are misunderstanding something about me, Ves. I worship the superior mother. I admire the superior mother. I look up to the superior mother. That does not mean I want to become the superior mother. Your suggestion does exactly that, and while I can't say I am unattracted to obtaining a pet that is a lesser version of your mother, I realize that I am different.
This was an important realization that anyone had to make. It was all well and fine for people to yearn to become their role models, but everyone was different. Imitation had its limits, and truly successful people learned how to put their hero worship aside when it began to hinder their growth. Gloriana bloomed with confidence as she explained her ambition to her husband.
I want to become a supreme one day as well, Ves. I want to become a star designer and wield similar powers to the superior mother, but aligned with my own strengths. The main identity of the superior mother is a nurturer of children. My overarching identity is a mech designer. I'm already treading a different path. So no, Ves, I don't want my companion god to embody a supreme because I will one day be able to stand at the same height as your mother.
This close, Ves could feel the burning desire and ambition within her. He was happy for her. She had not lost her way as her mech designer in pursuit of power.
What of the second option I presented to you? He curiously asked. The craftsmanship cat? I rejected it for a similar reason, she answered. The impact it will have on my own development is not something that I can ignore. You were correct in saying that taking shortcuts will only undercut my own development. Even if my decision will make it harder for me to climb up Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship, at least I will be able to master all of the rungs I've ascended.
Her rationale made a lot of sense to Ves. Technically speaking, he was the one who had chosen to take a shortcut. While the existence of Vulcan had helped him progress his own insights in craftsmanship by at least 2 decades, skipping much of the hardships and lessons in between might cause him to develop deficiencies in his later career. However, this was not an insurmountable problem. While it was true that Ves relied on plenty of external assistance in order to boost and accelerate his career, he still accomplished a lot of work by himself. He experimented with new and unknown phenomena all the time. While he might not be able to understand their rules and mechanisms at the start, he was always able to figure them out over time. As a mech designer who was accustomed to innovating his way out of his problems, he long understood that as long as he was clever enough, he didn't always have to pay the full price for his actions. Cheating processes and bypassing the negative consequences of his actions was his bread and butter. Therefore, the downside that Gloriana was worried about did not concern Ves that much. If Vulcan truly hindered his progression in the future, then he had already thought up at least 3 possible solutions to mitigate this issue. The craftsmanship cat isn't necessary anyway. Ves spoke and raised his hammer. We can always consult Vulcan if we need a little help. That's why I made him. Compared to the craftsmanship cat, the networking cat provides us with an undeniable advantage. That's why I went with this option. A companion god that is based around connecting people together is the best complement to my own capabilities and ambitions. At first glance, she doesn't offer any of the exciting new abilities and boosts of the other alternatives. This choice only makes it so that I can spread my vision and perspective to other mech designers and vice versa. Yet that is exactly what I've been missing this whole time. All of those times we've worked with Blinky really opened up my eyes to how little everyone understands each other. Ves understood exactly what she was complaining about. Collaborations are never easy. Both of us have worked together long enough to understand the gist of our design philosophies, but that only reduces the friction. We can never remove it entirely unless we become identical to each other. This was not a unique problem to them. Every mech designer and every working professional who had to work in teams or groups encountered a lot of friction, misunderstandings, and misalignment. Managers existed for a reason, but even they couldn't put out all of the fires. During our previous collaborations, there were too many times when you or our assistants got in my way because you didn't understand my approach, Gloriana frankly said. With a design network that can potentially last for days instead of hours, we can cooperate and collaborate much more effectively with each other. While there is a risk that we might become too dependent on what we share with each other, we can limit the side effects as long as we limit it to critical design or fabrication sessions. They had already been making less use of Blinky's design network. If they wanted to, they could borrow the companion spirit's amazing ability for at least a handful of hours every day. Yet a mech designer didn't actually need to know that much about what their other colleagues were doing. Both Ves and Gloriana had to make a trade-off whether they wanted to maximize the quality of their output, or whether they wanted to prioritize the development of the mech designers taking part in a project. Some projects were so important that they had to be maximized at all costs. Other projects were less critical and could serve as a useful learning opportunity to the mech designers involved. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project happened to fall in the first category. I don't want to hold anything back when we perform our upcoming upgrade job, she told him. The Shield of Samar is a huge mech, and upgrading it to an expert mech is far more challenging on a technical level than fabricating a new one from the ground up. I can't do all of the work by myself, but I just know that people like you will drop the ball too many times to count. With my new companion god, I can constantly keep an eye on your work while you can draw from my expertise to make sure your work doesn't interfere with mine. Of course, Gloriana would also be able to borrow a greater portion of V's unique advantages. Although she was already able to do that to an extent with the help of her ring and the spiritual fragment in her mind, once they linked up to a design network, the bandwidth and the depth of knowledge passing through the temporary connections increased substantially. Ves even theorized that it was possible to create a design network that was so strong and deep that 2 different mech designers could actually fuse into a single super designer. This hypothesized super designer was so powerful that it could exercise two different design philosophies at full strength with zero friction. It sounded similar to what rational mech designers were trying to accomplish by themselves. They comprehended the design philosophies of others in order to be able to leverage all of them at the same time. Though it sounded like a great idea, VS wasn't overly impressed at the results so far. Emulation always had its limitations. Not even Master Willix was able to express someone else's design philosophy at 100% effectiveness. As far as VS was concerned, two heads were always better than one. The biggest hindrance was that there was too much separation in between the heads. If a powerful design network was capable of lowering or removing these boundaries, then the outcome should be drastically better. "Let's do it now," she said. "Are you sure?" "I've already made up my mind, VS. I don't need any further time to consider my decision. I know what I want. With the help of a networking cat, I can finally become more relevant again." Her eyes shone at the thought of how her position within the design department would change. The power that VS had promised to her would not only grant her an advantage that almost no other mech designer possessed, but would also turn her into an indispensable asset in the Larkinson clan. Sure, Blinky was able to generate his own design network, but it only lasted for 2 hours before he needed to rest. This interval was far too short, and it always posed a significant hindrance to the flow of any critical fabrication run. VS brought his wife out of the design lab and led her down to his personal workshop. He took time to gather his ingredients and inspect his wife's condition to make sure that nothing was wrong. "I need you to stay as calm and composed as possible. Don't spike your emotions or think too much. The calmer you are, the less complications I have to deal with. Do you understand?" She nodded. "I understand. It's just like fabricating a mech. You need a stable and controlled workplace in order to perform at your best." Good. VS had already created numerous companion spirits before. He was confident enough that he could pull it off without negatively affecting his wife or their unborn daughter. "Blinky, come out. I need your help again." Mro. As Blinky got ready to perform spiritual surgery on Gloriana, VS turned around and lifted a pea stone. He gazed at it with a complex look. So far, he hadn't done much with the design seed that he had managed to salvage from Lady Aisling Curver's mind. Its condition was not as good as before because VS had already chipped a few fragments from the core. Though VS could have continued to fragment the design seed many more times, he didn't want to hold back this time. "Do it, Blinky." Mro. With numerous empowered spiritual strikes, Blinky struck the damaged design seed. The hard seed already exhibited vulnerabilities, so the spiritual cat simply targeted them in order to create a bigger opening. The attacks continued until the design seed finally split in half. Blinky quickly took one of the halves while VS deposited the other half back into its pea stone. It was a bit exaggerated to use up a whole design seed as the main ingredient of a new companion spirit, but VS predicted that half of it should be tolerable for his wife. Chapter 3368 The Queen Cat. Though VS instructed Gloriana to remain as calm and composed as possible, she couldn't help but smirk when she sensed the ingredient that her husband was processing. VS had never hidden the source of this so-called design seed. He thought that she would grow angry and blow up at the suggestion of borrowing the strength of one of her former enemies. He was wrong. Gloriana did not dislike it. It was the opposite. She loved the entire notion. She hated Aisling Curver back when the Fridayman mech designer was alive. The woman had the temerity to invade someone else's territory and steal a possession that did not belong to her. It was only right for Master Huron's student to fail and die, especially when she teamed up with venerable Ganso Larkinson. Aisling never stood a chance against a superior woman. Gloriana grinned. I've conquered her dreams, her future, and her love. Now I'm about to take her strength for myself. She did not consider it a sign of weakness to absorb the advantages of her enemies. She was merely claiming her rightful spoils. Despite the unknown implications of grafting a new life form based on a portion of another mech designer's design philosophy onto her mind, she was confident she could suppress any remnant of Aisling that might cause problems. Besides, Ves had already assured her that these risks were unlikely to happen. Gloriana completely relaxed as she lowered her mental defenses to allow Ves to work. Though she could feel Blinky fiddling in her mind in an increasingly more profound and disturbing way, she forcefully clamped down her instinctive reactions. She completely trusted her husband to do what was best for her and their future children. Her hand softly caressed her large belly. She could feel her daughter kick. Did her baby girl feel what Mommy was going through at the moment? At first, Gloriana dismissed this silly notion. Yet as Ves and Blinky continued to shape her new cat, she became a bit more capable of understanding her baby. Was her daughter truly aware? Before she could think about anything else, her mind convulsed as a brand new presence came to life. It's done! Ves proudly said as he and Blinky drew back in order to behold the latest life they created. The red spiritual cat that they had molded from Gloriana's spirituality was fairly strong but not very versatile. Compared to Vulcan, the new companion spirit consisted of much less ingredients, and the potency of each of them was much less extravagant. The challenge of making the new cat was not a big deal for that reason. To Ves, the purity and specialization of Gloriana's new living spiritual augment mattered more than its raw power. Companion spirits grew alongside their human partners anyway, so even weak ones would eventually become formidable over time. He decided to keep this job simple by basing the new main ingredient around a single main ingredient. The design network that Gloriana wanted to form with the help of her new companion spirit had to be as strong in order to make it worth it. Ves deemed it was not worth the cost to load up her new cat with other major influences. Gloriana's spirituality only possessed a limited amount of capacity, so rather than diluting one primary function with another primary function, Ves preferred to concentrate his resources on one of them. That was the best way to produce a strong spiritual ability. Another reason why Ves kept it simple was because he did not want to take too many risks. Gloriana's mental resilience was not as strong as that of Kedis or himself. Due to special reasons, both Ves and his student had exercised their minds and spirits a lot more often, and they had withstood a lot of powerful external pressure. They became much more capable of enduring drastic changes in their minds and spirits. As for Gloriana, she's closer to a typical journeyman, he concluded. Given her relative fragility and the fact that she was also bearing a baby inside her body, Ves decided to take it easy and avoid overcomplicating this procedure. Combining multiple different powerful ingredients together allowed Ves to create spiritual products with drastically different strengths and abilities that he did not have access to before. However, the results were less controllable and the original abilities of the ingredients might become lost in the process. While Ves made use of other ingredients, he kept their proportions small in order to prevent them from overshadowing the main ingredient. In total, he used up his own spiritual energy, a tiny shard of the unending one and another tiny fragment of the golden cat. He topped it all off with 10% of the universal life energy stored in one of his high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums. While this was a much more powerful ingredient than the other ones, it was entirely used to upgrade and accelerate the growth of the spiritual product so that it started off on a stronger footing. After all of this effort, A charming and beautiful red cat that was only a bit weaker than Blinky at the start came to life. Gloriana became entranced as lots of new sensations overtook her mind. The birth of her new companion spirit not only caused her to gain a permanent friend that was essentially a facet of herself, but also allowed her to sense spiritual energy and spiritual life forms to a significantly greater degree. Of course, she could only do this by borrowing the perception of her new cat, and it was not as attuned as that of Ves. She also gained the ability to manipulate spiritual energy through her cat as well, but since this wasn't her original strength, she couldn't do much with it. At most, she could cooperate with Ves a little more effectively now that she could better track his own work. "Wow," she said as a red spiritual cat emerged out of her mind. "So this is what I've been missing all this time." The mature cat that emerged from her mind immediately displayed an imperious and arrogant attitude. The cat directed a loving gaze at Gloriana and her belly but turned up her nose at everyone else, including her own creator. Mao. The red cat flew around for a bit before she lowered herself so that Gloriana could hold her new companion spirit in her arms. It was strange to hold a cat that was not actually solid. Gloriana had already learned the trick to doing so by playing with Blinky, so her new companion spirit did not pass through her arms. Both human and cat looked at each other with loving and admiring gazes. It was as if they were looking at the most charming and beautiful partners in their lives. Ves was aware of how wondrous it was to gain and meet a companion spirit for the first time, so he initially did not find their behavior remarkable. He gradually became more disturbed as 3 straight minutes went by without any change. Gloriana?" His wife finally snapped out of her daze. She grinned as her companion spirit climbed up to stand on her shoulder like a vigilant owl. "I've decided." "What did you decide?" "Alexandria." "Alexandria?" "My new cat." Gloriana raised her chin. Her companion spirit raised her feline chin as well. "A perfect name for a perfect companion god." "Oh, that's quite a mouthful." Both his wife and the red cat threw a contemptuous look at Ves. "My cat is not as immature as yours. She's a queen of cats and deserves to be treated as one," Gloriana claimed. "Mro." Blinky curiously approached Alexandria. The latter did not acknowledge the former. "Mro. Mao." When Blinky came closer, Alexandria grew annoyed and swiped her claw at the star cat. "Mro." Mao. Ves frowned. It seems that Alexandria wasn't as easy to get along with as his other spirits. It took a bit of time for Gloriana to settle down and draw herself away from admiring Alexandria and exploring her new capabilities. "Thank you for this precious gift. Only you could have given me such a beautiful, unique, and powerful cat. I'm truly glad you've finally shared this benefit with me. You certainly took your time." She was also peeved that others like Keddies obtained a companion spirit before herself. It took a lot of nagging to finally push Ves into action. "I did it because I love Gloriana," he sincerely said. "I don't plan to grant companion spirits to many people, but you definitely deserve to possess one. Take good care of Alexandria. She will continue to grow alongside you. The way you interact with her and leverage her abilities will shape her evolution." "I love you too, Ves. You're the best husband I could ever have." The two cuddled for a while as Gloriana recovered from her partial exhaustion while Ves explained the basics about companion spirits. Mro. Mao. Meanwhile, Blinky constantly tried to approach the new cat, only to get rebuffed. Eventually, his pride couldn't take it any longer. He jumped at the new cat and tried to wrestle her into submission. Mro! Mro! Mao! Maya! As the two cats rolled into a violent ball, the older cat quickly gained the upper hand. Blinky wasn't only older, but Ves also invested significantly stronger ingredients in his creation. Whether it was the unending one or the illustrious one, each of them could hold their own in a fight. In contrast, Alexandria mainly consisted of half another journeyman's designed seed. She was not designed for combat, and did not possess any advantages in this aspect. Her only main advantage centered around networking. Aside from that, the minor shard from the unending one allowed Alexandria to increase her endurance and speed up her recovery, but not much more. Ves withheld the ability to absorb and digest heterogeneous spiritual energy like Blinky due to lack of capacity and an unwillingness to give his wife a dangerous ability. Ves did not trust anyone else with certain powers. This was why Blinky and Vulcan were the only spirits that could fully devour other kinds of spiritual energy. They were different facets of himself, so he did not have to worry about betrayal. Once Blinky made his point, Alexandria flew back to Gloriana and complained about her treatment. Mao! Maya! Ves! Tell Blinky to stop bullying my beautiful cat! What? I forbid you from allowing Blinky and our other cats to push Alexandria around. Ves looked exasperated at his wife. Alexandria was another aspect of Gloriana, while Blinky was another aspect of himself. He was quite glad that he managed to get the upper hand this time. It was not fair his wife wanted to shield her companion's spirit. This is what cats are like, honey, he said. What cat doesn't wrestle against other cats? Alexandria is a queen, not a boorish warrior, Gloriana insisted. Let's move on to exploring her new capabilities. If my expectations are true, your cat should be able to form a design network that is much more effective than what we have experienced before. Gloriana was curious about Alexandria's capabilities as well, so she instructed her companion spirit to activate her main ability. Mao! Alexandria might be a newborn spiritual entity, but she already knew what to do. She didn't even need to approach Ves in order to form a connection. The new companion spirit's eyes glowed as a spiritual connection extended from her body and snapped onto V's mind. Soon enough, both Ves and Gloriana became a lot more aware of each other. They were not only able to share their perspectives on a deeper level than before, but also comprehended many new insights that ordinarily would have eluded them even with the help of Blinky's design network. Ves lit up his eyes as he looked around his workshop. He was able to experience his wife's perspective in a way that made it seem as if he was her disciple. The same went for Gloriana. She was able to gain a much deeper appreciation of the wonders of life when she looked at Ves, Blinky, or Alexandria. Their eyes met each other. Due to the strong bond between them, they already knew what the other was thinking about. This will definitely change the way we approach our next fabrication runs. Chapter 3369, Core Concepts. Mao. Meow. From the first moment Clixie laid her eyes on the red cat, she knew what had happened. The organic cat's ears drooped as the spiritual cat flew over. Mao. Meow. Mao Mao. Meow. Alexandria nodded in satisfaction after seeing that Clixie didn't intend to challenge her superiority. The spiritual cat turned around and returned to Gloriana's shoulder. Ves happened to observe this interaction. He had hoped that Alexandria would get along with Clixie since they were both cats. He even wished that his wife no longer ignored Clixie's fear of being replaced by a better cat. Sadly, despite her beautiful new cat collar, the only feline that Gloriana was paying attention to was another part of herself. "Come here, Clixie," he coaxed. Meow. As Ves held Clixie in his arms, he nuzzled his face against her head. The Rebarthan sentinel cat relaxed and basked in his affection. "Gloriana." "Yes?" "I understand you're happy about Alexandria, but don't forget about Clixie. Can you see how much she yearns for your attention? She's family, Gloriana. There is no reason why you can't love multiple pets at once. Each of them are worthy of our attention just like each of our future children deserves an equal amount of love." His wife drew her gaze away from her beautiful new companion spirit and looked down at Clixie. Meow. "What's up with this new collar? You made it right? You should have consulted me. I could have made this collar a lot more fashionable." Ves wanted to palm his face. "You're only finding out about this now. I already gave her this collar a while ago." "Oh." "Look, if you're serious about raising a good family, then you need to act as a responsible parent. Clixie might not be able to provide as much utility as Alexandria, but that should never be a requirement to determine whether a family member is worthy of your attention. Now, can you please act compassionately for once and make up for neglecting her distress? You've hurt her quite a bit, you know." His wife finally showed remorse. Her expression softened as she moved closer in order to take Clixie from his hands. "Oh, I'm sorry, girl." Gloriana kissed the top of her first cat. "I've been a bit too distracted lately. Can you forgive me, Clixie?" Meow. Ves smiled once he saw that Gloriana finally deigned to spend some time with Clixie. He just hoped that it would last. Alexandria didn't look too pleased that Gloriana directed her attention away from Her Majesty. "Mao." The new companion spirit arrogantly huffed before entering her human partner's mind. The next day, Ves and Gloriana came together in the design lab again in order to get ready to realize the Bulwark project. Meow? Meow meow. Mao. Mro. Meanwhile, Alexandria already started her quest to gain the allegiance of other cats. She imperiously approached Lucky and lifted her chin. Mao. Meow? Mao Mao. Meow. Mao. Lucky jumped at Alexandria and quickly taught her a lesson. The new companion spirit stood no chance against a seasoned fighter and killer. MAOW. MAOW. Mro. Meow. Of course, Blinky and Clixie looked pleased that Alexandria was forced to press down her head in front of Lucky. Ves! Your cat is bullying Alexandria again. Your cat was asking for a fight. Did you really think she could act like a queen when she can't even beat up anyone? Stop gaslighting my beautiful cat. Ves threw up his hands. Lucky? Meow? The gem cat temporarily paused in his attempt to force Alexandria to admit defeat. Could you please be more considerate towards our latest cat and give her the respect that she deserves? Lucky stared silently at Ves for a moment before resuming his efforts to bite and press Alexandria into submission. Meow meow.
Mayo! Mayo! Damn it, VS! Gloriana interrupted her discussion with VS in order to rescue Alexandria from her predicament. The aggrieved red cat looked pitiful as she eagerly entered the safe and comfortable confines of her human partner's mind. I'll talk to you later, Lucky. Meow? Lucky innocently blinked. VS had a feeling that antics like this would happen more often. This wasn't even the end of it. Once their daughter was born, yet another companion spirit would join their family. Now that they got this distraction out of the way, VS and Gloriana turned their attention back to surveying the latest iteration of the Bulwark project. Both of them had made a couple of last-minute changes with the help of the insights they gained from Alexandria's greater design network. They didn't feel the need to apply greater adjustments, though. They had already worked on this project on and off for a fairly long time. This not only allowed the design department to refine and optimize the design to a significantly greater degree, but also allowed the journeymen to apply the lessons they learned in recent months. The Battle of Fordilla Zentra and the confrontation against the Olympus Mons had profoundly changed the mentality that VS, Gloriana, and the other mech designers held towards mechs. To VS, the insights and realizations he gained from the failed attempt to defeat the Olympus Mons directly prompted him to perform significant changes to both the Bulwark project and the Chimera project. He was quite grateful that this wake-up call came before he had completed the final 2 expert mech design projects of the Larkinson clan. As for the previous 4 mechs, VS resolved to upgrade them at a later date. He already intended to do so once he reached the Red Ocean and gained access to better tech, materials, and methods. Compared to the previous iterations of this design, the latest and most refined version of the Bulwark project possessed a slightly more defined identity. One of the most striking aspects about the Olympus Mons is how strongly it embodies its themes, VS said as he admired the way their latest adjustments made it more cohesive. Previously, I've always thought of expert mechs as superpowered versions of normal mechs. Now I've taken the Cross Clan's words to heart that expert mechs are preparatory versions of ace mechs. The two outlooks differed quite a bit. Previously, both VS and Gloriana tended to get lost in all of the new possibilities that they could add to their expert mech designs. While it was a lot more complicated to design an expert mech, it was pretty much a dream to work on one. Many of the constraints that mech designers chafed at, such as limited design budgets, lack of piloting skill, and lower capacity, no longer bothered them as much. As a result, all of the journeymen applied every viable solution they could think of to stuff their mechs with greater power. While their intentions were good, their design approach was not yet fully divorced from the one they adopted when they designed regular mechs. It was only after surviving an encounter against a genuine ace mech in battle that VS and the others truly woke up. The design concepts applied by the Dwarven Master from the Galactic Heartland differed remarkably from the masters based in the Galactic Rim. The Olympus Mons reflected a design approach that was meant to compete against more powerful and extravagant competitors. The most direct reflection of taking over parts of this different and arguably better design outlook was how little compromises the mech designers had made for the Bulwark project. This sounded strange at first. In the previous battle, the Olympus Mons displayed a great amount of versatility. It not only possessed numerous defensive methods, but also carried multiple effective weapon systems. Its speed was also not to be trifled with, as it was fast enough to catch up to most light mechs. However, this was just the surface appearance. The Olympus Mons was actually highly specialized, but its opposition was too weak to make its weaknesses apparent. The ace mech's offensive and defensive power was too crushing against weaker machines. Against other ace mechs, the Olympus Mons no longer held a crushing advantage. Its defense was much less capable of withstanding the attacks of other ace mechs, and its mobility was downright bad compared to its peers. Yet despite these significant shortcomings, VS had no doubt that if it ever got close enough to an enemy ace mech, the Olympus Mons could crush any tough machine.
Not even Ace Space Knights would be able to last long against the Mountain Hammer. One of the traits that truly make the Olympus Mons stand out is how much it embodies specific concepts. Ves continued. Hammer's physical force and mass. The Ace Mech doesn't contain any elements that aren't related to one of these concepts. By narrowing its design to Saint Majorca's greatest strengths, there are hardly any mechs that can channel her will and power better than her current machine. There were many other aspects about the Olympus Mons that earned his appreciation. Unfortunately, they weren't relevant to the Larkinsons at the moment. They all had to wait until their expert pilots came close to advancing to Ace Pilot. Gloriana became more passionate as she imagined the performance of the upgraded Shield of Samar. In terms of defense, Venerable Janzi's expert mech will become the unquestioned leader in our clan. The cross-clan's amphies will definitely pale in comparison to our own Space Knight. Even though they hadn't upgraded the Shield of Samar as of yet, both Ves and Gloriana were absolutely certain that their work would surpass the amphies in almost every dimension. That didn't mean that the expert mech piloted by Venerable Linda Cross was weak. It was a proper mid-tier expert Space Knight that possessed relatively balanced specs for its mech type. It was a resilient machine that possessed decent mobility and a powerful trick that augmented its offensive power. The Amphies was an expert mech that was completely optimized for duels against other expert mechs. This didn't surprise Ves at all when he thought about the martial culture of the Garland Empire. Back in the Cross clan's former home, the skirmishes and battles that took place in the powerful second-rate state mainly centered around the clashes between expert mechs and occasionally ace mechs. The powerful leaders of the respective clans and tribes decided the outcome of a battle. In contrast, the regular mechs mostly served as cannon fodder and background soldiers. Their priority was low. They were merely expected to do their jobs well and nothing more. This explained why the Cross clan's standard mechs tended to be fairly boring but also solid performers. Its expert mechs weren't expected to babysit them. Instead, the expert pilots fully invested their attention towards bashing in their enemy counterparts. The Bulwark project was designed with a different idea in mind. Its design concept was not diametrically opposite to that of the Amphies. Sure, the Bulwark project was a lot slower and a lot less capable of proactively fighting against other expert mechs. It was not weak or incapable of fighting against equal enemies, though. The concepts that Ves and Gloriana had chosen as the overarching design directions of the Bulwark project were toughness, shielding, and gravity. Toughness was both a literal description of the Shield of Samar's ability to withstand damage, and also a more figurative description of its ability to withstand heavy pressure. Shielding described the predominant value that the Bulwark project was meant to provide in battle. It possessed a variety of powerful shielding solutions that could reinforce its personal defenses or offer strong and crucial protection for other friendly units. Gravity defined the special charm of the Shield of Samar. The design elements that Master Willix applied to the Bulwark project allowed Venerable Janzi to leverage wide-area gravity phenomena to change the space around her expert mech. These were the main strengths of the Bulwark project. Ves and Gloriana made certain that the Bulwark project strongly embraced these three concepts, even if it came at the cost of other performance standards. The reason why Ves thought that it would work out in the end was because he believed that strongly emphasizing these core concepts would more than compensate for all of the Bulwark project's other weaknesses. Chapter 3370 Defensive Powerhouse. The projected performance of the Bulwark project exceeded the estimates of the other Larkinson expert mechs. It performed well in each of the concepts that its design centered around. As a dedicated defensive mech, its ability to withstand damage was incredible. The core of its physical defenses lay in its armor system, which was predominantly made up of unending alloy. The mech was also clad with supplementary armor layers that were mostly geared towards absorbing concussive blows. Even though the other Larkinson expert mechs were clad in unending alloy as well, the Bulwark project was an entirely different beast. It dedicated more capacity than anything else to increase its ability to resist both physical and energy attacks. Not even the Amaranto's maximum powered shot should be able to penetrate the defenses of the Shield of Samar in a single round. This was an essential requirement, as extreme range threats such as the Gauss Baron weren't all that uncommon in space battles. Without the capital to resist powerful strikes, the Larkinson clan might fall victim to the kind of rampage that Venerable Stark once unleashed on the Pharaoh provincial army. The defenses of the Bulwark project not only encompass its exterior. The expert mech iteration of the Shield of Samar featured a completely redesigned internal architecture. Different from its prime mech incarnation, the Space Knight featured a true high-end internal arrangement that was heavily reinforced and was packed with damage mitigation systems. Its compartmentalization also stood out. Since the mech designers didn't have to allocate a lot of capacity to strengthening the Bulwark project's offensive capabilities, Gloriana meticulously designed a scheme where any internal damage would be contained in a limited volume of space. In other words, the Shield of Samar essentially performed like a zombie. It was tougher than it looked, and it could keep fighting long after enemies pierced through its external layers. There were only two major weaknesses to the Bulwark project's defenses. First, it was considerably less effective at mitigating energy damage. Although the expert Space Knight was not bad at resisting laser beams or positron beams, it did not have a good solution to offload excess heat damage that was conducted through its unending alloy armor layers. The only way to slow it down was to set it on a starship or solid ground so that it could transfer away a substantial amount of heat energy through its legs. Second, the expert mech version of the Shield of Samar inherited the same gap in protection as its current version. The limited supply of unending alloy gave the mech designers no choice but to cover up the rear of the expert Space Knight with second-class armor layers. Sure, the alloys used to protect its rear were superior to Briar alloy, but it still fell short to unending alloy. Once we get to the Red Ocean, we can slowly work towards plugging this defensive gap with true first-class defensive alloys, Ves helplessly decided. In truth, he could have chosen to deconstruct the Shield of Samar's massive tower shield and use up all of that freed-up unending alloy to cover its rear sections. However, that would weaken its frontal defenses, which Venerable Janzi had to rely on the most. Either way, this was a difficult decision, but Ves and the other mech designers still thought it was better to retain the current scheme. It was not that easy to attack the Shield of Samar's relatively weaker rear, and Venerable Janzi never fought alone. The second major emphasis of the Shield of Samar was shielding. More specifically, projected shielding. This was actually one of the Bulwark project's less powerful concepts, at least for now. The Larkinson clan was unable to procure a powerful resonating material that met its requirements. It had to be both highly compatible with Venerable Janzi yet at the same time produce a limited amount of interference with the other exotics integrated in the expert mech. Oh well. We'll just have to wait until we find a suitable material elsewhere. Ves sighed. There are lots of new and interesting exotics and alloys available in the Red Ocean. That said, the design department was still able to integrate weaker shielding-oriented resonating exotics into the design. The effect they produced was relatively weak, but Ves had higher hopes than most mech designers. This was because the Bulwark project was also a prime mech. By borrowing the power of Kalangso, Ves believed that Venerable Janzi would be able to generate a far stronger resonance barrier than normal. If that doesn't work out, it also possesses a powerful shield generator. Just like the original Aurora Titan design, the latest iteration of the Shield of Samar allocated a lot of internal capacity to its shield generator. The high-end defensive system was designed specifically for expert night mechs, and it was capable of projecting an extremely resilient close-ranged energy shield and a more wider area energy barrier. Naturally, the larger the surface area of the energy shield, the weaker it became. Ves had high hopes for this defense measure. From the very start, the shield of Samar always centered around similar systems. Though its reliance on energy shielding had lessened over time, the living mech had grown so accustomed to it that it could probably leverage it better than any other defensive machine. What's important is that we can always upgrade its shield generator at a later date. The latest iteration of the Shield of Samar was by no means its final one. Ves never minded the limitations of the Bulwark project because it was never static. Many of its present weaknesses could clearly be addressed by upgrading or overhauling discrete parts and systems, similar to a modular mech. Ves even believed that shielding would become the defining strength of Venerable Janzi's expert mech in the future. The initial expert mech version of the Shield of Samar is just the starting point. There is still a long road of development ahead. The final strength of the Shield of Samar was its ability to manipulate gravity. This was a new capability that the mech did not possess before. Venerable Janzi had no experience with wielding this concept and would have to start from the beginning in order to master this advantage. However, as long as she was able to wield the gravity abilities of the Bulwark project in a proficient manner, Janzi's ability to affect the battlefield would rise meteorically. The Shield of Samar is different from the Amphis and the Gatecrasher. Ves sighed. The latter two expert space knights are decently fast and can keep up with other expert mechs. Our own defensive mech is far too slow even with all of the upgrades. While it was possible to speed the Shield of Samar up, that would entail using up valuable capacity that had already been allocated to priorities. There was no way that Ves wanted to reduce the Shield of Samar's other advantages, especially with its entire design centered around extreme defense. It was for this reason that the Shield of Samar opened up a new dimension by incorporating gravity manipulation capabilities. Based on Master Willix's own expertise in gravitic systems, the Bulwark project integrated a substantial amount of GT535, a resonating material which she had developed by herself. The expert mech also integrated a few assisting systems that were meant to facilitate the operation of gravity manipulation. Currently, the Bulwark project was able to express this new feature in two different ways. By resonating with GT535 in an all-round manner, Venerable Janzi would be able to generate a large gravity well that attracted any nearby objects. Depending on the resonance strength of the expert pilot, it was possible to attract or distort the trajectory of projectiles and mechs. In the future, the Shield of Samar should also be capable of bending energy beams. This was extremely difficult to accomplish at Venerable Janzi's current level of strength. Ves estimated that she needed to become a high-tier expert pilot before she possessed the raw strength that was necessary to distort reality and curve space to such a degree. Fortunately, Master Willix also added a second resonating ability that expressed the expert mech's gravity manipulation capabilities in a more concentrated manner. By focusing the extraordinary gravity attraction in a narrow angle, the Shield of Samar was capable of latching on to individual mechs and pulling them closer as if they had been harpooned. Although the effective range and strength of this ability was much greater than the earlier one, there were still limits due to how quickly gravity force weakened over greater distances. Even so, it was still strong enough for the Shield of Samar to lock individual expert mechs in place, especially if they flew close enough. This solves the greatest weakness of the Shield of Samar in space combat, Ves muttered. Enemies won't be able to bypass it so easily anymore. Although there were still plenty of ways to avoid falling into the Shield of Samar's gravity trap, they all required enemies to restrain their behavior. A defensive mech doesn't actually need to block attacks or stand in the way of enemy machines to serve its purpose. If the Shield of Samar can deter enemies from approaching its location, then that is also useful. This way, the Shield of Samar could be used to protect important assets such as the Spirit of Benthheim or the Vivacious Wall. Not even enemy expert mechs will want to approach these ships if it meant getting caught in Venerable Janzi's orbit. Ves was only a bit concerned whether the expert pilot would be able to embrace the gravity aspect that he and his mech designers were about to introduce to the Shield of Samar. Although this feature complemented Venerable Janzi's piloting style, it was not her primary focus. She would have to spend a lot of effort into molding her will to embrace gravity force. Only then will she be able to resonate with GT535 on a deeper level. Well, it will probably be fine, I think. Master Willix specifically proposed and designed these solutions. Venerable Janzi was a lucky expert pilot this time. She really couldn't have turned to a better mech designer to incorporate gravity manipulation in her mech. Aside from star designers, hardly anyone could design better gravity systems than a notable MTA master that specialized in this field. This was also why Ves thought that even if the Bulwark project wasn't the strongest expert mech of this design round, it was certainly the most extravagant. Ves narrowed his eyes. Master Willix never told me how much GT535 costs, but it is certainly not cheap, especially since she developed its formula herself. Combined with the greater size and mass of the Bulwark project, it was unquestionably the most expensive expert mech out of the batch. All of the expense was worth it, though. The Dark Zephyr simply couldn't come close to the expert mech version of the Shield of Samar in terms of withstanding attacks. Overall, the Bulwark project's current parameters already put it on the upper end of a mid-tier expert mech. As long as the Larkinson clan addressed its various shortcomings and upgraded a couple of important systems, it might very well turn into a high-tier expert mech that could stand equal to Venerable Orthox's Gatecrasher. Ves frowned. It will certainly be difficult for the Chimera project to exceed the Bulwark project in overall performance. He wasn't willing to admit defeat, though. The Chimera project was his passion project and his personal playground. He had incorporated a lot of new and unproven features that could propel the performance of this unconventional expert mech to new heights. Cost isn't everything. It's how you use the resources at hand that really determines the value of a machine. Though the Bulwark project and the Chimera project were both part of a new breed of Larkinson expert mechs, their roles were vastly different, which made direct comparisons a bit difficult. Still, Ves had great confidence that the Chimera project would definitely be able to achieve a far greater impact on the battlefield than any of his other expert mechs. Chapter 3371 Greater Design Network. The time to realize the long-awaited expert mech upgrade to the Shield of Samar had come. After simulations had confirmed that the latest round of tweaks did not produce any negative impact worth noting, Gloriana finally chose to complete the expert mech design project. Everyone in the design department felt enormously relieved now that they had finally put this cumbersome project past them. Out of all of the design projects, the Bulwark project definitely ranked at the top in terms of work. Its greater volume along with its large amount of parts made it a pain to make any adjustments. Since the Larkinsons had already made sufficient preparations to fabricate the mech, the journeyman could start performing the upgrade process straight away. The 4 journeymen of the design department had gathered at Gloriana's workshop after resting for an entire day. The expert pilots had come as well, of course. "Your wait is finally over," Venerable Joshua said. "I'm so jealous of you, you know. From what the mech designers have told me, I have to wait for at least several more weeks before I get my turn." Janzi crossed her arms. "You don't have to feel so bad. I've heard that the Patriarch went all out when it came to designing your expert mech. You're his golden boy, after all. The Chimera project will likely set a new standard for living mechs." Joshua couldn't help but grin like a kid. Since the Chimera project was designed especially for him, he was regularly apprised of its progress. The expert mech design was incredibly ambitious and fit his talents incredibly well. His only complaint was that he had waited way too long to get his hands on it. Venerable Tusa and the other early Larkinson expert pilots had gained such an enormous head start that it was unlikely for him to catch up to their progress. He would probably remain the runt among the current crop of expert pilots for a long time.
You should follow Joshua's example and take some sword lessons from us.
Venerable Dice spoke as she observed the projection of the completed bulwark project.
Even though your shield of Samar is too slow and cumbersome to perform any sophisticated sword moves, that makes it even more important that you thoroughly master the basics. The Heavenswarders have mastered several basic sword styles that can thoroughly strengthen your fundamentals and increase the coordination between your sword and shield.
Venerable Janzi shook her head.
I've already considered it before. The Heavenswarder sword styles are interesting, but that is all. None of them are a complete match to my inclinations. I prefer to develop my own fighting style.
This was the conventional choice of many expert pilots. At their level of skill and strength, they were more than qualified to develop their own styles based on their strengths and the strengths of their expert mechs. Since every expert pilot and expert mech was different, it was generally recommended for every powerful individual to branch out from established methods in order to develop a unique approach that could be improved over time. Although the power and effectiveness of self-developed fighting styles were not that impressive at first, the expert pilots that developed them completely mastered them. Their compatibility with their creators was also high. Once people like Venerable Janzi became a high-tier expert pilot, their combat effectiveness would shoot up enormously as they became capable of empowering each and every move with their domain attributes. Dice understood what Janzi attempted to accomplish and respected the younger expert pilot's decision.
You don't have to adopt any existing sword styles. You can follow my example and reference them instead in order to help you develop your own techniques. You've seen the power of our offensive techniques. With a slow and heavy expert mech like yours, you urgently need to increase your lethality. Even Joshua has received lessons from Swordmaster Kedis.
Janzi did not look as hesitant as before.
I'm open to exchanges. I'm not a swordwoman and I can never dedicate my life to the sword as much as you, but I don't mind receiving some tips with regards to my own fighting style.
The sword was just a tool to her, and the shield of Samar was no different. If Janzi ever advanced to ace pilot, she would definitely be able to increase her attack capabilities by an enormous margin. That would take a long time, though. She didn't really mind. Her main purpose in battle was to stall, threaten, and deter enemy expert mechs. Killing them was the job of other friendly expert mechs. She threw a respectful look at Venerable Stark.
They say that we will cooperate much more closely with each other once your shield of Samar is brought up to standard, the older woman said. We will have to train often together in order to develop a greater accord in battle.
The Amaranto was the ultimate offensive mech while the shield of Samar was the ultimate defensive mech. Teaming them up made a lot of sense, especially when they were specifically designed to mate together. Gloriana approached the expert pilots a few minutes later. She proudly and openly carried Alexandria on her shoulder. Clixie followed after her footsteps, but the trailing cat hardly drew any eyeballs. Every expert pilot could sense the special nature of Alexandria. She would have attracted a lot more attention if she was the only spiritual cat of her kind. Joshua and the rest were already familiar with other spiritual entities aligned to Ves and the Larkinson clan. An incorporeal red cat hardly looked strange. Mao.
We're about to start, Janzi. This is a complex, difficult, and time-consuming upgrade session, so we will likely remain occupied for 9 whole days. I am already aware that it will take longer to upgrade my mech. I still have enough patience to wait this long. You're not sitting on the sidelines this time, Gloriana said. We need you to become an active participant in the process. We're trying out a new method that will likely yield better results.
All of the expert pilots looked surprised. What did the mech designers have in store?
How? You'll see. We're not demanding much from you, Janzi. Come with me. We have already prepared a place for you. The more you cooperate, the more we can improve the final product. When Gloriana brought Janzi back to the other three journeymen, they were close to starting. Both Gloriana and Juliet had already made their prayers to the Superior Mother. Kedis also looked eager to start working. Even though the Shield of Samar wasn't strictly a swordsman mech, it was still a melee mech that wielded a sword, if only reluctantly. Venerable Janzi looked around the workshop and grew puzzled. That's strange. The last time you fabricated an expert mech, you organized an entire spectacle. Why leave out the public this time? It's not necessary, Ves replied. The results of our previous attempt were rather mixed. I don't think the crowd has affected the quality of the first sword all that much. What actually determines the output is the state and mood of the participating mech designers. Holding repeated ceremonies becomes routine after a while. Ves hadn't obtained as much insights on craftsmanship back then, and still assumed that making masterworks depended on luck and other difficult variables. He decided to dispense with the theatrics now that he had become more enlightened. Relying on tricks was much less reliable than developing a more consistent approach. Besides his own gains, he had a lot of expectations for Gloriana. Let's start. Gloriana grinned. Please relax your minds and don't resist. Alexandria, bind us together. Mao. The red spiritual cat concentrated her energy and began to generate several strong spiritual bonds. These bonds quickly connected to the minds of Ves, Kedis, Juliet, and most surprisingly Janzi as well. Venerable Janzi reacted with surprise at the unexpected intrusion. Of course, with a mind as thick as hers, there was no way for Alexandria to force a connection. Please let us in, Janzi. The expert pilot frowned. She didn't object to joining this so-called design network, but she didn't want to bear too much of herself to others. Her eyes pointedly rested on Ves. She especially didn't want to read his odious thoughts. Gloriana reached out to caress Alexandria's back. You don't need to be worried about sharing irrelevant thoughts and emotions. My cat has a high degree of control over the data that passes through her design network. I promise you that I will respect everyone's privacy. I'm only interested in upgrading your Shield of Samar to its best possible form. Will you share your sentiments of your bonded mech to us? Whatever you pass on will help us understand your machine from your unique perspective. The attraction of this offer was too great. Janzi quickly acquiesced. I will open my mind and will to you, but I will do my best to limit my thoughts. Janzi slowly lowered her guard, allowing Alexandria to forge a solid connection. The moment everyone became connected, they each became enthralled by the flood of new input. This design network is much stronger than that of Blinky, Kedis gasped. Mao. Alexandria proudly preened as she heard that. Unlike V's companion spirit, Gloriana's new pet specialized in maintaining a design network. She was hardly under any strain and could easily regulate the small number of connections for an extended period of time. What was also different this time was the participation of Venerable Janzi. Ves wouldn't have dared to include an expert pilot in the design network before. He was afraid that Blinky might not be able to cope with the addition of a strong force of will. The birth of Alexandria opened up a lot more possibilities. The companion spirit's greater design network was much stronger and more robust. Its bandwidth was significantly greater and was easily able to accommodate Venerable Janzi's powerful will. As Ves and everyone else began to get used to sharing their thoughts, emotions, insights, and perspectives to a greater degree, they spent a few minutes fine-tuning the new design network. You need to tone it down a bit, Gloriana. It's like we're yelling in each other's ears.
You need to put more effort into filtering out irrelevant thoughts. I don't need to know you're craving a cup of coffee. You need to open yourself up a bit more, Janzi. Part of the reason why we are adding you to the design network is because we want to get more in tune with your strengths. Once Alexandria made the necessary adjustments to her design network, the journeymen finally went to work. They immediately experienced the difference. Even as they began to fabricate the many parts needed to refit the shield of Samar, every mech designer felt as if they were hosting multiple design philosophies. Of course, this was just an illusion. Ves only gained a fraction of Gloriana, Juliet, and Ketty's understanding of mechs. The difference was that the degree of improvement was a bit more substantial. Juliet and Ketty's gained more from this sharing of insights and understanding than others. They were excellent when they worked on tasks that were relevant to their area of expertise, but their output was a lot more average when they performed other tasks. With the help of the design network, someone like Ketty's could assist with fabricating power transmission systems without botching the job as much. She could draw upon enough of Gloriana's expertise to know how to keep the quality of her work consistently high. At the same time, Ves was able to lend his sensitivity and understanding of life to his colleagues. Gloriana and the other journeymen became capable of making their work alive, which not only saved Ves a lot of effort, but also enriched the life of the entire mech. It was as if every journeyman became as good as an apprentice mech designer in their borrowed fields of expertise. Chapter 3372 Insightful Janzi. So this is what it is like to make a mech, Janzi whispered. The 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan were already accustomed to the effects of a design network. Even if this time was different, they already connected to Blinky's network enough times for the novelty to wear off. As soon as they became used to the deeper and more intimate connections, they cast aside all distractions and focused solely on their respective work assignments. It was different for Venerable Janzi. Even though Alexandria heavily limited how much data the expert pilot received, the sharing of comprehension was not completely cut off on this end. Gloriana believed it was best if Venerable Janzi gained enough input to understand the gist of what the mech designers were working on. This allowed Janzi to share her thoughts on what she thought about particular parts and systems such as the armor system or the flight system of her mech. However, when Janzi finally gained a peek of what went on in the heads of the journeymen, she quickly became lost in all of the technical insights. Just because the design network allowed for the sharing of different perspectives didn't necessarily mean that the recipients were capable of understanding them. Though Janzi possessed a huge amount of understanding on how to pilot a mech, that was radically different from knowing how it worked. I feel stupid, she frowned. Despite her enviable strength and capabilities as an expert pilot, she felt utterly dwarfed by the sheer intellect and knowledge accumulation exposed by the journeyman. Even Ketty's, who was arguably the stupidest of the 4, possessed a wealth of knowledge on science and engineering that was equivalent to a chief engineer. Janzi found it incredibly novel to get a taste of what it was like to view reality like an engineer. When she shifted her sights to a rack of tools, she vaguely became aware of what each and every complicated technical gizmo was supposed to do. There was no way for her to operate these tools proficiently, but just knowing what they did was illuminating. When she observed the projection of the latest design of the Shield of Samar, she obtained a flood of hints and associations, most of which completely surpassed her own comprehension. She felt as if she was back in the Mech Academy where she struggled to keep up with her basic physics classes. Every mech pilot had to learn at least a bit of science in order to be proficient at piloting a mech, but no mech cadet liked to be stuck behind a desk performing boring calculations. Though an expert pilot such as Janzi gained a boost in learning capabilities and was expected to master slightly more advanced knowledge, even mech technicians were able to school her on how mechs worked and how they were put together. Even so, understanding just 0.01% of all of the input she received was enough to deepen her shallow comprehension of how the Shield of Sama worked. She became more fascinated by the scraps of knowledge that she was reluctantly able to understand. She gained a much better estimate of how much damage different sections of her mech was able to resist, how much heat her mech was able to accumulate, and how far she could push the new shield generator. Though she already possessed a certain degree of understanding of how her expert mech was supposed to perform, her comprehension easily doubled after just a short time of connecting to the design network. "How much will this stick, though?" she questioned. This was a good question. Much of her current improvement was supported by the brainpower shared by the connected mech designers. Once Janzi lost access to them, her ability to interpret and understand technical knowledge would take a nosedive. Even so, she would still be able to keep the overall insights and conclusions that she made. That was enough to optimize her piloting style and boost her combat effectiveness by as much as 10%. Further away, VS briefly threw a glance at her. Due to the design network, he and the other journeymen became aware of what the expert pilot had gained. "A design network is much more useful than I thought." They should have added mech pilots to the network sooner. Although it wasn't strictly necessary for them to know how a mech worked in order to pilot them effectively, a greater degree of technical understanding and proficiency was always helpful and rarely caused any harm. Of course, aside from gaining basic technical comprehension from the journeymen, Janzi also gained a taste of their design philosophies. If she was able to understand 0.01% of the general science and engineering knowledge of the mech designers, she was able to understand even less of their respective specializations. All of the accumulated theories, assumptions, data, and insights that distinguished one journeyman from another was far out of the reach of a general novice or apprentice. How could a mech pilot possibly grasp all of these secrets? As a result, Janzi was only vaguely capable of understanding the generalities of everyone's design philosophies. For example, when she looked at the projection of the Bulwark project, she gained an appreciation of its surprisingly sharp sword, its highly optimized and customized technical structure, its stable and incredibly resilient flight system, and above all how much life it possessed. She focused specifically on the latter. Though Janzi never made her dislike for Ves a secret, she never looked down on his ability to design mechs. Now that she gained an opportunity to get a peek on what made Ves so good at his job, she eagerly immersed herself further in how Ves thought and how he viewed his mechs. "It's not what I expected," she whispered. Every mech designer possessed vastly different perspectives. Ketty's actually stood out the most because of her extreme obsession for swords and the strength of her will, which was actually as strong as Janzi's own will. Yet Ketty's perspective did not interest Janzi at all. Every expert pilot developed their own principles and obsessions, and never showed much interest in what other peers valued. This was why Ves was much more interesting to Janzi. Not only did Ves possess a much deeper understanding of living mechs like the Shield of Samar, he also possessed a different and arguably greater perspective on Kalankso. Venerable Janzi fell silent as she parsed new facts and insights on the design spirit she was bonded with for a long time. Unlike Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice, Janzi had never served with the Flagrant Vandals or Lydia's Sword Maidens. She never had the opportunity to meet and interact with Kalankso back when the design spirit was still a giant lizard. So she looked like this. Venerable Janzi's eyes lit up. All of those depictions were wrong. What fascinated her more was how Ves viewed the design spirits he worked with and where they came from. Some were natural like Kalankso and others were artificial such as the illustrious one. Janzi had no idea how he could even make such amazing godlike entities. That was something that Ves kept tight to his chest, among many other secrets. Yet even the basics she was able to obtain from VS was enough for her to gain a brand new perspective on living mechs. As an expert pilot, she was already able to sense much of the special traits of living mechs, but it was only now that she gained the context needed to understand what V's design philosophy was truly about. Living mechs like the Bright Warrior and the Valkyrie Redeemer complemented their mech pilots in different ways. Not only that, but they were also capable of growing stronger and more compatible to their respective mech pilots. Venerable Janzi and many other Larkinson mech pilots already guessed or deduced some of these phenomena. However, now that she was able to get a glimpse of how VS viewed his work, she realized that his efforts into designing living mechs was much more extensive than she thought. This was especially the case for expert mechs and unique machines like the Shield of Samar. She understood that her soul machine had already undergone a huge amount of growth. Compared to newer expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and the Riot, the Shield of Samar enjoyed an enormous head start in terms of growth. This conveyed Janzi's personal mech with greater advantages. Not only was it easier for VS to add extra functionality to the Shield of Samar, but the mech was also able to offer additional assistance. So this is how VS views an ideal relationship between a mech and a mech pilot. After all of these revelations, Janzi became a lot more confident in how she should develop her relationship with the Shield of Samar. It was truly worth it to bear a part of her mind and will this time. Naturally, Janzi wasn't the only person to obtain a substantial harvest. Though Janzi possessed a large amount of really weird and outright wrong ideas about the Shield of Samar, her piloting approach and her specific thoughts on the performance of her expert mech provided greater direction to the mech designers. What VS truly valued was how Janzi developed her domain attributes. Her force of will embraced the concepts of defense and shielding in a unique manner, and gaining an insider's look on them was invaluable. The guidance provided by Janzi steered the work of the mech designers in a way that allowed them to produce a more cohesive mech. Together with other influences such as V's design philosophy, every part produced by the journeyman became more in tune with Venerable Janzi. VS even suspected that Venerable Janzi would be able to resonate with the upgraded Shield of Samar to a substantially greater degree. There were many other benefits that were too numerous to count. What gratified the mech designers a lot was that Alexandria was capable of keeping up her design network all day. Mao. Alexandria yawned as Gloriana and Juliet chose to take a break this time. Just like before, the Larkinson mech designers opted to rotate their shifts a bit so that at least two of them remained busy. Gloriana frowned a bit as she held her large belly. She had to take breaks more often due to concerns about her pregnancy. What she worried about the most was her water breaking while she still had work to do. Dr. Rania had already given her a couple of treatments that were meant to delay such an occurrence, but human bodies weren't as predictable as machines. "Just wait for a bit, all right?" she whispered towards her child. Her daughter kicked in her belly as a response. As Gloriana took a well-regulated rest, VS kept working as he fabricated the internal components of the Shield of Samar. There were a lot of them due to the size of the expert mech, and it would take days to fabricate them all. Many of them were so intricate and complicated that VS even had to discard some of his finished parts. Ugh, this is the downside of adopting Gloriana's design philosophy. Some of my work doesn't meet my standards anymore. VS wasn't too bothered though. As he continued to work, he became more satisfied with his output and the output of his colleagues. Though none of the mech designers entered into an inspired state, the mood between them was excellent, and they were running ahead of schedule. The only consideration he was uncertain about was determining the timing of borrowing Vulcan's power. VS lifted up his hammer and hesitated whether he should whack himself over his head. He shook his head.
It's not necessary now, and maybe I should reserve this for Gloriana. She'll be fabricating the parts that contain GT535 tomorrow. This resonating material is critical to the performance of the Shield of Samar, and it will be interesting to see how well Gloriana can make them when she is in a false-inspired state. Tomorrow would definitely be a critical day. Chapter 3373, Borrowing Power. The Shield of Samar was almost being completely renewed from inside out. The mech designers only intended to retain a few inconsequential parts of the current prime mech. Naturally, they also planned to reshape much of the unending alloy armor plating. The contours and physical dimensions of the prime mech and expert mech versions of the Shield of Samar differed substantially. New techniques, more refined methods, and different physical requirements demanded a complete overhaul of the structure of the entire mech. This presented Ves and the others with an interesting challenge on how to actually reform the mech. In order to keep it alive, they had to keep the existing expert mech as intact as possible. On the other hand, if they wanted to upgrade it as comprehensively as possible, they had to swap out as much of its components. These conflicting goals could only be solved by only partially disassembling the Shield of Samar. Just like the ship of Theseus, the journeymen chose a cumbersome approach where they did not completely disassemble the entire prime mech but kept parts of it whole at all times. This was a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor that imposed higher demands on the mech designers. Yet this was the only way that Ves could think of to retain the original identity of the Shield of Samar, while slowly elevating it to the standard of an expert mech. During the planning stage, Gloriana and the others didn't fully understand why Ves insisted on working in such a roundabout manner. The most thorough and efficient way to perform a complete upgrade and refit of an existing mech was to disassemble it completely. It was only when Alexandria's powerful design network allowed Ves to convey a part of his perspective to the others that they understood why he cared so much about keeping the Shield of Samar as whole as possible. They truly understood now why Ves insisted that his mechs were alive. Though this special quality was a lot more flexible than organic life, they agreed that it was best to treat it as close to a living body as possible. This resulted in a change in mentality where Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis each approached their work as if they were doctors attending to a heavily injured patient. The change in mentality and the greater care they showed towards the Shield of Samar was remarkable, and something that Ves hadn't expected. Together with the influence that Gloriana's design philosophy brought to them, all four journeymen collectively treated the Shield of Samar and the parts they were fabricating with great respect. Mao. Alexandria proudly and contently rested on Gloriana's shoulder as she continually maintained her powerful design network. She might not be able to get the better of Blinky or Lucky in a scrap, but none of them were capable of boosting the effectiveness of mech designers like her. Any mech designer would be lucky to have her attention. As her upturned tail continued to swish in contentment, she continued to regulate and filter the transmissions that flowed through her network. It was quite amazing that she was able to maintain the strong spiritual bonds much longer than any of the other spiritual networks that Ves had made. Part of it was due to the strong mental and spiritual strength of the people participating in the network. Another part was due to the limited number of connections for this session. However, it was undeniable that Alexandria's own strengths and talents played the biggest role in making it all possible. Gloriana adored her new pet so much that she regularly reached out her hand to caress the red cat's back and head. "You're so cute, Alexandria. Such an amazing cat. I'm so lucky to have the best cat in the multiverse. You could probably win the best awards if you participate in one of those Robarthan cat shows. Are you hungry, Alexandria? What do you eat anyway? I should get Ves to design a collar for you as well." Although her constant fawning of her new companion's spirit was a bit annoying to the others,
everyone who was a part of the network could not deny that Alexandria had boosted the quality of their output by a noticeable degree. What was even better was that Gloriana's mood continued to rise as she became more entranced with Alexandria's incredible value. She was definitely right about one thing. Other mech designers deeply wished they had access to Alexandria's greater design network. With this amazing feature at their disposal, they could combine the strengths of different mech designers in a much more integrated fashion. Not even masters would be able to resist such a killer advantage. All of this was thanks to Ves processing half of Ashling's design seed into a new spiritual life form. Gloriana grinned as she reminded herself that she gained this capability by stealing the essence of one of her enemies. She even entertained thoughts of hunting down other mech designers in order to add more useful cats to their collection. Fortunately, Alexandria did not transmit these irrelevant thoughts throughout the design network, or else Janzi would have become horrified at Gloriana's immoral attitude. In any case, Gloriana's growing optimism and contentment not only led to a noticeable improvement to herself, but also to others, as the design network was also capable of spreading her positive emotions. The other 3 mech designers were able to block this input if they wished, but they chose not to. Everyone was aware that a better mood could substantially improve the outcome of this upgrade session, so they eagerly embraced Gloriana's rising sentiments. Ves did not think that this and other emotional factors was enough to turn the Shield of Samar into a masterwork, though. None of the 4 had entered into an inspired state or any other special mood. In this case, the only chance they could make a masterwork was to rely on other, more controllable factors. Ves drew on his recent insights on craftsmanship and thought about all of the innovations that he and the others integrated into the expert mech design. This caused him to gain a strong sense of purpose towards the Bulwark project. With everything that he and the other Larkinsons invested into it, Venerable Janzi's mech possessed all of the opportunities it needed to reach a greater tier of quality. They just had to find a way to push through the barrier and realize everyone's dream for this unique mech. This was why Ves held the Hammer of Brilliance after his wife returned from her rest. He looked conflicted as he tried to decide whether he should actively borrow Vulcan's power or stick to the current status quo. He looked across Gloriana's workshop. Stacks of recently completed parts rested on the side. None of them were set aside for too long, as bots frequently lifted them up and moved them over to the assembly section where Janzi's mech was already being changed before everyone's eyes. The most striking aspect about its current appearance was that her armor system had been stripped off its frame. All of the unending alloy armor plating needed to be reprocessed and reshaped, and removing them early granted the mech designer easier access to the internals. Right now, Juliet had flown to the front of the partially disassembled Shield of Samar so that she could supervise the process of removing outdated parts. She installed temporary support elements in order to avoid excessive strain and prevent the mech frame from collapsing. "We're already doing quite well for ourselves," Ves judged as he continued to grip his hammer. Was it necessary for him to draw this card this time? He was confident in his own abilities, but he couldn't guarantee that the Shield of Samar would turn into a masterwork at the end. After all, he was far from reaching the level where he could completely control the variables that determined whether a product reached the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. He became conflicted for a while. If he actively utilized Vulcan's power, then he would gain a guaranteed improvement for a number of hours. The problem was that it would taper off over time. Ves had already experimented on it earlier and determined that the false inspired state would only last for around 5 hours. The only way to extend it was to convert this temporary condition into a more enduring one. Ves believed that this was possible in theory, but he had never seen it happen in practice. Why am I being so conflicted?" He frowned. "A tool is a tool. Using it makes life more convenient to me. As long as I get my rewards, what does it matter if I've taken a shortcut?
With another increase in mech affinity, I will be able to build my accumulation further, which will help me stand out further from other journeymen.
Ves briefly glanced over at Venerable Janzi, who looked entranced as she stared at her partially disassembled mech. Though the woman could be rather annoying at times, she was a crucial asset to the Larkinson clan. Ves never thought about doing less than his best when he worked on this upgrade project. Perhaps it was politically more advantageous for him to drag his feet this time, but Ves was not a politician. He was a mech designer who did not want to betray his principles so easily. He suspected that he would never become worthy to make another masterwork mech if he held any improper thoughts towards his core work responsibilities. Besides, everyone else was working so earnestly that he couldn't stand the thought of betraying their expectations. What ultimately convinced him to make use of his hammer was the need for greater strength. The Larkinson clan could not afford to be weak. The previous battles had already revealed several major shortcomings, and the lack of strong and effective expert mechs was one of them. The addition of a decent expert mech was definitely helpful, but if the Larkinsons gained another masterwork mech like the Amaranto, then the benefits would become much greater. Ves grew more excited as he thought about all of the potential rewards he could earn.
Unlike the Amaranto, the Bulwark project isn't a super-published design.
This was an important observation because turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork would definitely earn him a fantastic reward from the system.
The NTA will also shower us with merits.
The prospect of earning all of these fantastic rewards increased his enthusiasm for this project to such a degree that his excitement had caught up to that of his wife. Gloriana even turned to him for a moment.
"What's the matter, Ves?" "Oh, nothing. I think we should just kick into higher gear."
He briefly considered who he should whack with his hammer. He could only empower one person at a time.
"Honey, would you like to obtain a blessing?"
She briefly weighed the choice.
"I don't need it. I'm already doing well for myself. You should try it out yourself. You're more familiar with it than myself, and you primarily created it to improve your own capabilities." "You're right."
Ves did not hesitate much longer. He was afraid of losing his momentum if he stalled any further. Whack! He softly tapped the flat end of the hammer against his head. As the strike induced him into a false-inspired state, he suddenly gained a bunch of new insights and ideas about the Bulwark project. There was a remarkable difference between entering this state while he was sitting behind a terminal and entering this state while he was in the middle of working on an actual mech. Vulcan's power flowed through his head as Ves began to work with greater certainty and direction. Not only that, Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis also worked a bit more efficiently than before. It turned out that Alexandria was also capable of spreading a small degree of Vulcan's power through her design network.
So the Shield of Samar can be built like this.
Chapter 3374 Gradual Metamorphosis. The influence of Vulcan primarily affected Ves. Whatever power flowed to the other journeymen only gave them a fraction of the boost. Yet this relatively minor change granted the female mech designers another perspective that was mainly based around craftsmanship. How Vulcan perceived the quality and the intrinsic nature of objects was radically different from that of any human. Though Alexandria's design network wasn't able to convey much of this, what little it managed to pass on was enough to open their eyes. The most important impact of this change on them was that they became faintly aware of certain higher-level variables that were normally out of reach for mech designers at their level. All of them gained a crucial amount of clarity on the importance of sticking to specific themes when they work on their mechs. The Bulwark project was designed around the concepts of defense, shielding, and gravity. In order to make sure it embodied them to the best possible degree, they all needed to perform their work with this awareness in mind. By maintaining a cohesive mindset towards their work, the mech designers infused their specific interpretations of these concepts into their work. In practice, the difference it made was relatively minor. They were still journeymen and needed to progress a lot more to yield greater results. The current effect was already sufficient, though. The direct improvement was rather small, but just a change in mindset was enough to make their work more cohesive. As Ves immersed himself in his false-inspired state, he tried to make the most of it by fabricating crucial and critical components such as the shield generator and some of the parts that incorporated GT535. The reason why these parts stood out from the rest was because they were strongly associated with the themes of the Shield of Samar. Venerable Janzi would definitely depend heavily on these systems in the future, and Ves wanted to maximize the fit and compatibility between the expert pilot and expert mech as much as possible. What amazed Ves was that he was able to do this a lot better than before due to Venerable Janzi's participation in the design network. Her influence had already affected him and the other mech designers by drawing upon her thoughts and ideas on piloting her Shield of Samar. The benefits the journeyman gained was akin to a highly relevant mastery experience. Since Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis never directly accessed the mind of a mech pilot before, they gained a lot of eye-opening insights. Ves already had a couple of masteries under his belt, so his gains were more marginal. What he truly valued was how he was able to directly attune Venerable Janzi's force of will to the parts he was making. This not only increased their compatibility to the expert pilot, but also warned him of any discordant elements that might make it more difficult to resonate with the final product. This is actually quite amazing. Ves' eyes lit up as he realized the implications of this discovery. The compatibility between Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar was already insanely high. The two practically grew up together. Not only that, but Janzi experienced each of her breakthroughs while piloting the same mech, which not only made it stronger, but also brought them closer. One of the persistent concerns that Ves possessed was that the mech would diverge from its pilot due to replacing most of its old components. Yet by actively drawing upon Janzi's presence in the design network, he was able to prevent this negative outcome from happening. I can even increase the attunement between pilot and mech. Such a direct improvement excited Ves beyond words. His design philosophy centered around man-machine symbiosis, so this solution was extremely relevant to him. The same applied to Gloriana. As the mech designers continued to overhaul the Shield of Samar, Ves made more interesting discoveries. Not all of them were significant, but each sign of progress increased his motivation. However, increasing the fit between Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar was only one of the factors that could help elevate the latter into a masterwork. So was making sure the mech embodied its core concepts. Excellent craftsmanship encompassed a lot more ground, but the most critical factor was to consistently produce high-quality parts that were adapted to their specific circumstances. This was much more difficult to accomplish, and even Gloriana could not meet this standard much of the time. Yet with the help of Vulcan's direct influence, Ves was temporarily able to bridge over this gap and improve the quality of his output. He immersed himself in his false-inspired state, and even hoped that he could gain even greater inspiration that could prolong his improvement. However, borrowed power ultimately had to be returned, so after 5 hours of intensive work, the effects of Vulcan's boon had finally receded for the most part. Ves only retained a fraction of the special state by actively leveraging his permanent bond with his own incarnation. This was an exhausting process, though. Ves accelerated his mental strain whenever he tried to embody his design spirits, and this time was no different. Vulcan had already increased his grasp over his own abilities over the past few months, but he was still far from mastering his full power. The amount of help he could provide to mech designers was still limited. It's enough, though, Ves murmured as he looked at the current state of the Shield of Samar. The skeletal frame already exhibited a lot more renewal than before. The crucial internal frame that supported all of the other components had already been swapped out. Other new parts had been installed as well. They looked quite incongruous when they were placed next to the older and more worn parts of the prime mech incarnation of the Shield of Samar. Still, throughout this extensive operation, the Shield of Samar not only retained its full identity, but actually seemed to undergo a gradual metamorphosis. The drastic changes of structure actually sparked an evolution in the life state of the living mech. An expert mech is a lot different from lesser mechs, Ves recognized as he made yet another new discovery. The Shield of Samar has actually been restraining itself for all this time. It was quite amazing how many new discoveries and insights that he and his fellow journeymen harvested so far. This was the 5th expert mech design project they were completing, but their current gains made it seem as if they were just making an expert mech for the first time. All of this led to a comprehensive rise in mood that persisted for multiple days. Optimism remained high as everyone became more engrossed in their own work. The novelty of the discoveries and insights they gained this time caused the journeymen to feel as if they were breaking new ground and making an expert mech that was unprecedented by any other machine. Ves felt more clearer that the Shield of Samar was a transformative expert mech that not only exceeded the value of the Dark Zephyr, Riot, and the First Sword, but also came closer to catching up to the Amaranto.
"We're doing great!" Gloriana grinned. "Venerable Janzi will definitely be happy with her new Shield of Samar regardless of what happens. We only have 4 more days to go. Let's strive to elevate our work further so that we can increase our chances of success."
More time passed by. Though the mech designers no longer made any drastic new discoveries, they were still in high spirits and hardly made any slips. Everyone was trying their utmost to make the Shield of Samar their best mech to date. No one wanted to disappoint the expectations of the others, especially when their connections to the design network let them know how much everyone cared about succeeding. As they neared the end of their run, the mech designers already had a lot of reasons to be satisfied with this experience. Each of them harvested so many new insights that they would be able to upgrade their design and fabrication approaches once they digested their gains. However, that was something to consider for the future. Right now, they still had a responsibility to complete the Shield of Samar to the best of their abilities. Venerable Janzi had stayed in the workshop as long as possible. Her presence in the design network was crucial and her absence was clearly felt by the mech designers. She had taken stimulants in order to reduce her sleeping hours. She constantly kept her mind focused on the Shield of Samar and her experiences in piloting it. Above all, she conveyed her love and trust towards her chosen mech.
"Please," she whispered, "give my Shield of Samar a chance to rise."
The stakes were high for her. After witnessing how much a masterwork expert mech strengthened Venerable Stark, Janzi wanted one as well. She wished she could do more to improve the Shield of Samar, but she was ultimately an expert pilot, not a mech designer. As for Ves, he was holding his hammer yet again. Enough time has passed for Vulcan to regain his ability to induce a mech designer into another false-inspired state. At this late stage of the upgrade process, the value of entering this condition was much greater than before. The mech designers had already fabricated and installed most of the new and powerful internal components. They were mostly working on the external parts such as sensors and armor plating. When Ves was considering the current state of the Shield of Samar, he did not believe that putting himself in another false-inspired state would yield much of a difference. He had already maximized the compatibility, fit, and alignment of the expert mech due to his earlier discoveries. He seriously doubted that he could apply his design philosophy much better this time. Ves looked towards Gloriana.
"It's fine, Ves," she said. "I'm already happy with my improvement. If you really want to boost someone, go seek out Juliet. Installing the new flight system on the Shield of Samar is a crucial step. I'll do that. When Ves presented this option to the penitent sister mech designer, she was open to trying it out. She had already felt how much Ves had improved when he whacked his head with his hammer a few days ago. When Juliet's head glowed with Vulcan's blessing, her perception and ability to discern the deeper properties of the Shield of Samar jumped a lot. As a mech designer that specialized in mobility, her boost was different from that of Ves. To her, an excellent mech was a machine that was able to do its utmost to squeeze more speed, acceleration, and agility from its frame. Juliet became engrossed in tweaking and perfecting the parts that were relevant to her design philosophy. Although the Shield of Samar was never meant to be swift, the penitent sister did not want to play a marginal role in the design and creation of the expert space knight. Even a small improvement in speed can save more lives. Although Juliet's improvement was less applicable to the other journeymen in the design network, they became infected by her elevated passion and enthusiasm. This ensured that they ended their 9-day upgrade program on a high note. When Gloriana put the finishing touches on the large and exquisitely assembled Space Knight, its completed form already exuded a vastly stronger vibe than before. Venerable Janzi became more intense as she stood next to the waiting mech designers. Her eagerness and anticipation flooded through the design network. Her force of will blended with the strength and glow of the expert mech. Is it? She trailed off, as if worried that her words might interrupt Gloriana's final effort. Just wait. It will all become clear in a few minutes, Ves softly said. When Gloriana finally completed the last step, the completely renewed Shield of Samar seemed to come alive. Its glow became more active as the mech seemed to celebrate the end of this crucial transformation. As Gloriana quickly floated away from the upgraded machine, the Shield of Samar finally completed its metamorphosis. For a moment, the shadow of a giant lizard hovered above the large and heavily armored expert space knight. Kalangso! Ves gasped. The sacred god unleashed a silent roar that reverberated across the entire workshop. At the same time, Shield of Samar seemed to undergo a second and more drastic transformation. It was a change that delighted Ves, Gloriana, and Venerable Janzi. Each of them had been working hard and trying their best to reach this outcome. The Shield of Samar is truly worth its name now, Ves reverently said. From today onwards, defense will have a new meaning in the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3375. The Value of Accumulation. In the end, V's confidence in the Bulwark project was not misplaced. It was far from guaranteed that he and his team would succeed in turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork expert mech, but there were simply too many factors that triggered this crucial evolution. As Ves and the other journeymen closely observed the invisible changes that qualitatively lifted up the Shield of Samar to the second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship, they each collected another batch of insights. Each of them felt closer and more attuned to not just the Shield of Samar, but also other mechs as well. This was the clearest indicator that their affinity for mechs received another bump. This time, both Ves and Gloriana played a pivotal role in elevating the Shield of Samar into a masterwork mech. They already improved their mech affinities before and were able to reach the second rung of the ladder much more proficient than in the past. Their chances of turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork would have been lower if not for their previous successes. Ves guessed that only entering into a genuine inspired state would have allowed them to turn the Shield of Samar into a masterwork. We didn't need it though. This success taught him that it wasn't necessary to chase after this rare and mythical state of mind in order to make a masterwork. His previous assumption might be wrong. Before, he thought that better mech designers gained the ability to put themselves into an inspired state on demand.
This was why these renowned masters were able to pump out one masterwork mech after another. Now, Ves believed the truth was much less dramatic. A greater mech affinity, a greater comprehension of the nature of masterworks, and a personalized method of improving the quality of a mech also made a difference. Just recognizing that masterwork mechs were actually extensions of their makers gave Ves a massive advantage. Now that he found a solid direction, he could apply all sorts of targeted solutions to increase his chances of success. Ves concluded that as long as he continued to improve those aspects, he wouldn't even need to rely on his hammer to climb up the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. "The shield of Samar has become so beautiful now," Gloriana sighed. For once, she did not complain about the flaws and imperfections of her work. Despite breaking through the masterwork threshold, the shield of Samar was not a technically perfect mech. A masterwork was never equivalent to a flawless mech. It was much more about increasing the sum of its parts and improving its effective performance beyond the limitations of its design. A large part of why the Shield of Samar became so much better was because of how closely its components and its assembled whole aligned with the three key concepts behind the mech. This deliberate change in approach had made a far greater difference than Ves thought. He was truly grateful for the Dwarven Master who designed the excellent Olympus Mons for teaching the Larkinson clan how a truly powerful mech should be developed. When Ves recalled the expert mechs he encountered before, he realized that some of them were developed along similar lines. Particularly noteworthy expert mechs such as the Charlemagne, the Bolvar Rage, the Aaron Tyr, and the Gatecrasher all possessed shadows of the same emphasis on themes. It just wasn't obvious to him at the time. Patriarch Reginald viewed expert mechs as diminished versions of ace mechs, and their relatively lower power level made it difficult to distinguish their more subtle traits. The differences only became abundantly clear when Ves confronted an actual ace mech up close. Would he have been able to make this realization without falling into Emperor Ryan Aiden's trap? Probably, but it might have happened decades later. In fact, learning this crucial insight shouldn't have been relevant to him as he wasn't qualified to design an expert mech in the first place. If he hadn't made a deal with Master Willix, he wouldn't have learned so much about high-end mech design throughout the entire year. What gratified Ves a lot was that he could apply many of his gains in his other work. They remained relevant even if he went back to designing standard mechs. He already grew eager to start the next round of design projects. His upcoming solo projects were great opportunities for him to perform new experiments and validate his theories. While Ves continued to immerse himself in his improvements, Gloriana continually showed her appreciation for her new spiritual pet. "You're the greatest contributor to our success, Alexandria. Without your persistent design network, we would have never been able to share so many benefits with each other. You are the queen of the cats." Mao. The tired cat enjoyed the pampering. All those lengthy sessions of maintaining the design network with only a few hours of rest in between had taken a toll on her as well. She soon returned to Gloriana's mind in order to enjoy a well-deserved vacation. Her mind already became filled with hopes for the future. She already valued the gift from her husband highly, but the actual results were far more optimistic than she hoped. The ability for mech designers to share so much during their work sessions produced a greater amount of synergy that significantly improved their results. Gloriana felt a lot more valued now. Alexandria's existence provided the Larkinson clan with a crucial and enduring advantage. Hee. I don't have to worry about being sidelined with my new pet. She grinned. Aside from feeling grateful about her cat, she also internalized all of the lessons she learned in the last 9 days. What stood out the most to her was the challenge of upgrading an existing mech. Her work on the Shield of Samar was akin to giving the former Prime mech a second life. She still hadn't been sure whether it was even possible to turn the Shield of Samar into a masterwork through this convoluted process, but the unique mech's metamorphosis provided conclusive proof that it could be done. What is even more important is that we don't have to wait to become a senior or a master in order to accomplish this feat. This gave her a lot of hope that she would be able to upgrade the Dark Zephyr or the Riot to a masterwork mech 2 one day. Of course, the Larkinson clan might opt to start from scratch and supply its expert pilots with brand new expert mechs instead. She could think of a couple of scenarios when this was a more appropriate choice. Maybe someone stole the expert mechs. Maybe they shattered into pieces in a ruinous battle. Maybe the expert pilots changed so much that their older expert mechs no longer fit their inclinations. Even so, I can just focus on turning their new expert mechs into masterworks. She already collected 3 masterwork certificates, and would soon be awarded with another one. With so many successes, it would become easier for her to make subsequent masterwork mechs. Whether she created them from scratch or upgraded an existing one, it hardly made any difference as long as she continued her string of successes. Different from the mech designers, Venerable Janzi didn't think about making other masterworks. All she cared about was the fact that one of her dreams had finally come true today. She had experienced the optimism and the enthusiasm of the Larkinson journeyman, but she didn't dare to hope that her Shield of Samar would finally be able to stand on the same level as the Amaranto until her partner finally unleashed its victorious outburst. Congratulations! She smiled towards her mech. Her happiness was indescribable. She always thought her Shield of Samar deserved to be a masterwork a long time ago, but technical limitations had long held it back. Now that it had swapped out its prime mech frame for an expert mech frame, her living mech finally received the opportunity to unfold its true power. She wanted to take the reborn Shield of Samar as soon as possible. In fact, she would have wanted to take it out for a spin straight away, but she knew that the others needed a good rest before they were ready to preside over the initial testing sessions. Just wait, she whispered to her mech. We will show our new capabilities soon enough. The living mech seemed to reach out and respond to Janzi's hopes. Once the mech designers internalized all of their gains, they all woke up and cleaned up the workshop. The old and replaced parts of the Shield of Samar were no longer useful, so Ves ordered the clan to transfer them to the graveyard so that they could be fused to her hull. It's over, Ves said as he turned to his cats. We can finally go back to our grand stateroom and enjoy a good night of rest. Meow. Lucky yawned. Meow. Clixie lazily blinked her eyes. Unlike Alexandria, the 2 older cats could do nothing but act as mascots during these sessions. They were more than willing to leave this boring place. Just as Ves headed towards the exit, an alarm suddenly sounded by his side. Gloriana paused in her steps and began to utter a brief cry. She held her belly as if she was suffering from a cramp. Ves! What is it? He worriedly replied as he rushed to her side. Meow! Meow! The 2 cats instantly became alert as well. My water is breaking! Huh! Ves was stunned for a moment. He quickly grabbed her wrist and checked the info screen projected by her comm. According to the readings of her physical condition, she was truly about to go into labor. His mind completely froze as he had difficulty shifting his thoughts from internalizing his latest mech design insights to realizing that his first child was about to be born. Ves! Before he could turn sensible again, the bodyguards along with a team of doctors on standby had quickly approached the woman in labor. Quick, put her on the floating stretcher! Inform the specialists on standby if they haven't already been alerted. Clear the route to the prepared delivery room. Ves still stood rooted on his feet as the prepared team of lifer doctors efficiently placed his wife and rapidly moved her out of the workshop. Congratulations, Ves! Kedis impishly smiled and patted his shoulder. You're about to become a father! The superior mother will be pleased to become a grandmother. Juliet offered her own congratulations. I need to get out of here. Meow. Meow. Ves set aside everything related to his work and completely became obsessed with greeting his upcoming daughter. He exited the workshop and chased after his wife. Soon enough, he reached the entrance to a medical bay on the same deck. Ordinarily, this compartment was meant to treat work-related injuries as there were many fabrication halls in the vicinity. However, the doctors already anticipated that Gloriana was close to giving birth. They had prepared a number of compartments like these to provide the best possible birthing facilities that the Larkinson clan could provide under the circumstances. The only location that was more ideal for Gloriana was the Dragon's Den, but it would take far too much time to move her over to the bioresearch vessel. It didn't matter too much. Unless truly unexpected complications took place, the facilities aboard the Spirit of Bentheim were more than adequate. A large team of doctors constantly studied and monitored Gloriana and her unborn child's condition to anticipate or prevent any unfortunate circumstances from arising. The Larkinson clan hardly spared any expense to ensure the coming delivery proceeded as smoothly as possible. My child, my first child will soon be born, Ves nervously uttered as the magnitude of this event sank in. I'll soon be able to hold my own daughter.